And a Merry Christmas to you, everyone. How's everybody doing? Hey. Let me put that. There we go. Let's get it. I should have made a Christmas border, but anyways, it's all good. What's happening, everybody? Welcome to the Vodka stream. Man, hopefully you guys got your Christmas shopping done and everything. Hopefully you guys are off work and everything. Of course, I'm wearing my Batman hat that I always wear when it comes to this kind of stuff. It's my winter hat. I should get I should get one that I should just get a Batman, Santa hat, but did not. But anyways, how's it going, everybody? That's right. I'm drinking eggnog tonight. It's an eggnog stream right there, drinking in my awesome JL mug that I drink my coffee every morning in. So cheers, everybody. Merry Christmas. Ooh-wee. Okay, I made that one a little strong, but hey, that's what we do here. Oh yeah, tomorrow's gonna be fun. No, but yeah, I usually use Captain Morgan, and I went for Sailor Jerry, and holy crap, does that got some bite to it? Yeah, and hey, what's going on, Max Wolf? Good to see you, buddy. You're first. And of course, we got Antonio Baker right here. Nice. Hey, what's going on, Ryan? Good to see you. We got Yakko right here. How you doing? Yeah, just chilling. Hopefully have a good one. And then we got Traveman Entertainment right here. What's going on from Vegas? Ribbon Moon was fire. Yeah, we're going to be doing a full-on spoiler discussion. So when the panel gets in, there's no holding back. We're going to be talking spoilers like crazy. So just you letting you guys know now. And we got Lenria right here. Hi, Dave. How's the magnificent chin doing? Well, I could probably use a shave, maybe. I did get a haircut today, but, of course, it's hiding under this monstrosity on my head. Hey, Miss Nighthawk is here. Hello, Steph. Hi, Steph. And then we got Carlos right here. Hello. Yo, what up, people? Friday night. That's right. What's going on, Jose? We got Naval right here as well. Yo, what's up, Mr. Film Junkie? Watch Rebel Moon. It's so good, but it would be even better with director's cut. It feels like Zack Snyder movie without the execution. It's dark PG. Yeah, it's a hard PG-13 for sure. Thank you. Yes, I was putting that together at almost last minute. I was like, oh shit, I forgot my Christmas intro. So I've had that video and I had to redo it and put some, non-copyright Christmas music on there. So you want more? Yes, I think we all want more. What's going on? 'Tis the season, y'all. And let's see what's going on. Phil, good to see you, buddy. All right. Deck the balls. There you go. All right. Who else we got here? We got Fear Jason. Good to see you. We got Sean right here. Says Rebel Moon was dope. Sweet. We got Ferris. Mr. Ferris already decoded who Sam is. Hey, I did. Okay. Interesting. Merry Christmas, Amparo. What's going on, Axel? Good to see you. And hey, we got Jordan right here. Rebel Moon dropped on Flixnet. So, you could reverse that and watch it. Hopefully you guys watch it, like I said. What's up, Rebels? There we go. Johnny Mac, like that. Zach P right there. Yeah, thank you. I got it for Christmas 6 years ago. So, I from Mama Film Junkie, she got it for me. So I don't know where she got it. I honestly don't. Rebel Moon is cool. And like you said, guys, if you guys want to ask some questions too about anything, I know we're going to be strictly talking about Rebel Moon, but you could ask some questions before we get the panel in here, before we really start talking about it. So hello there. What's going on, Alakazoo? I was with him when he watched it. I don't think that's the truth. Yeah. So anyways, okay. So we got ahoy hoy, $50. Hey, cheers, my friend. Jason McKenzie. Cheers. All right. Hooey. So I appreciate it, man. Looking forward to talking to this. So, and we got Lane right there. What's up? Just finished Rebel Moon. Zack does not make movies anymore. He makes paintings. Fuck, that was gorgeous. Even though there's some parts missing, give me the director's cut now. Yeah, see, that build up to that Snyder cut. I tell you what, the director's cut must be better. Of course it is. It's going to be better. It's definitely going to be better. So, yeah. I love you too, Andrew. I love you too. You going to be joining later? Huh? Are you watching those Hallmark Christmas movies? Huh? What's going on with that? Huh? Dave asked Zach when he's been asked, and I think he said summer, which that seems like so long away. So, okay. All right. Well, we got Kingslayer right here with a Donald Trump. Rebel Moon was dog shit just like the DCU. Well, I mean, there was some dog shit in the DCU, right? Tim, what's going on? Dude, great film, trippy ending, right? You gotta love that. Let's see. And Wanda 85. What did you think of the movie? Because all I hearing all day is negative opinions. After a negative opinion, I enjoyed for what it is. I mean, I've seen a lot of positive opinions too. I mean, yeah, there's negative ones out there, but it's typical. It's like Zack doesn't make movies for critics and some of those people. I mean, there's some people that have hate boners out there. I mean, obviously, he's one of my all-time favorite directors, so I have a bias. I'm not gonna lie, just like I have a bias towards Nolan, Tarantino. I got bias. There's always got to be bias, just like they have a negative bias. And I saw Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom movie, and it was awesome movie. Yeah, I have my review. It's not ready. I mean, it's ready, but it's not. So I haven't. I'll upload it tomorrow. Or it's already uploaded. I just post it tomorrow. So sadly, just with everything and trying to get everything organized for today and getting done with work, didn't quite make it. So. Hey, Dave, I guess now the DCEU is officially over now. Yeah, it is. With Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, it's definitely finito. Finn. I love how the movie is focused on Sophia character. Yeah, she's a good character. What even is what the critics are playing? I mean, typical stuff. I mean, it's fine. I mean, if you're doing actual film critique, I totally appreciate. Like, hey, if you didn't like it, you didn't like it. Totally fine. And you could say your gripes and then move on. But it's just my biggest gripe was just the critics that were involving the fandom. It's like I mean, you could tell, like, if you're in film critique, if you're doing film critique, you can't involve fans into it and then put that against the film and the filmmaker. It's ridiculous. So, first it was before part 2. Now I know it's like all over the place. It's all over the place. It really is. It's fun to think what we might think will be in the director's cut. What is your thought about the Netflix making director's cut an event? I think, yeah, exactly. And I think that's what people are kind of missing. And I know because there's a lot of negativity towards that. But at the same time, I'm just sitting there. Anytime that I read about somebody going, why would they do this? This is ridiculous and blah, 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 blah. And they should have released this first. I don't know why they're doing this. Why are they trying to capitalize on the Snyder Cut stuff? Well, that's exactly what they're kind of doing. And it's the topic of conversation because now you got a bunch of people. I mean, now you got people that are just obviously going to be like, all right, they're going to watch this. And now if they didn't really like the PG-13 cut, they're going to be curious about, okay, so let's see if it gets any better. Now, am I saying that everyone's going to just flock towards the director's cut? No, but we'll see. We'll see. A lot of people who nag on Rebel Moon clearly don't watch anime. Well, yeah, there's that too. I don't even watch anime, and I was all about it, But I mean, but from what I've seen from anime, I mean, obviously we know that Zack loves his anime, so you could totally see it there, just like what we saw in Sucker Punch. It was like the same thing. What's going on, Mr. Venom? Good to see you. Movie was all right, all right, all right. Well, that's that's not bad. It's fine. It's not for everyone. Hey, Shemagic, what's happening, sir? Good to see you. Catching your videos, of course, on Instagram, fooling people with those card tricks. I feel like it's hard to criticize this movie because we know there's a director's cut coming. Yeah, that's what's interesting about it this time. It's like anytime that we've seen a previous Zack Snyder movie that does get a Snyder cut, we did not know that there was going to be a possibility for a director's cut. So it is something new. It is different because, I mean, I remember watching Batman vs Superman in theatrical, and it's still a very watchable movie, unlike Justice League. But Batman vs Superman is very much a watchable movie, theatrical. It's still very much a watchable movie. It's not horrible. It's not. It still flows, and there's just things, of course, missing. And I will always go to the ultimate cut because it's just so good. But I just remember the hype for the ultimate cut because I still remember like when they were showing scenes from the ultimate cut, specifically, of course, Batman dropping down on the security cam footage at LexCorp is like, and I remember just going, oh my God, and just watching that on a loop, just going, my God, why would they do that? Why would they delete that? So it got me so hyped. So, and we're already getting hyped for all this, but again, it's is like a different thing where it's like, okay, now we know that we're going to get a different version of this movie. To me, that's kind of cool because we got one Zack Snyder film this weekend, and we're going to get 3 more Zack Snyder films next year. All right. Cheers to that. I'm all for it. Carrie, what's going on? I thought Aquaman 2 was awesome. Easily the best DC movie since 2018, other than Zack Snyder's. Are you saying since the first Aquaman? All right, good. Glad you enjoyed it. Jeff, the Echo Sepco. Dude, Aquaman 2 was crap as well. Both of them rate 5.5. Oh, wow. So we got Mr. Negative Jeff right there. I feel like I'm going to enjoy it. Yeah, I think you will. Dune or Rebel Moon right now. Right now I'm on a Rebel Moon high for sure. Because I mean, I remember even thinking like there is like little peppering or spicing of of Dune also in Rebel Moon a little bit. So watched Rebel Moon yesterday for my 20th, and it was decent. The extended cut should have been released alongside the normal one. I don't know about alongside. You got to build up the hype. I mean, obviously they're wanting to hey, you got this one, and then we're gonna have a different one. So I don't. When you think of it like the logistics of business, it wouldn't be to do it like that. I could totally understand why they didn't release at the same time. Nemesis is basically Vasquez, total badass, and Kara is basically a mix between Sarah Connor and Ripley. There you go. That's a good comparison. I like that. Director's cut or not, you could still criticize the cut that was first released. Exactly. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. And I'm sure, like, whoever joins the panel, we're not going to all just be like, oh my God, it's the perfect movie. Of course not. I mean, it is noticeable that it's like, yeah, especially in that second act, there is like, you could tell there's like, okay, there's some stuff missing here, some backstories and all that. So what do I do? What? I get people want to see the R-rated version of Rebel Moon right now, but my guess is Zach had to compromise with Netflix with giving them. Well, he explained it. He did explain in numerous interviews that that's the thing. It's like, and it's funny too because even James Cameron talked about this new way of this a different way. I mean, of course, he was talking about a more theatrical release. Obviously, Rebel Moon didn't get that much of a theatrical release, but I mean, it's a different kind of like, okay, if we're gonna do this, Like you have this version right here that, because let's face it, I mean, nowadays, even though we're in the streaming era, there are people that will look at a runtime and go, ugh, even though they'll spend like an entire day binge watching an entire series. It's always funny. I almost think like, I mean, like what they were when they pitched Zack Snyder's Justice League to Warner Media and HBO Max, it's almost like they pitched it as a series and they divided it up into chapters just to show like, hey, you could do it like that. Of course, they didn't go for that, but at the same time, you can watch it in chapters if you want to. So it's like, okay, you could take this approach and it'll be an interesting, I don't know, trial run or whatever. Because I mean, like I said, going back to that James Cameron video when he was talking to Denis Villeneuve, and they were saying like, hey, and James Cameron saying like, hey, I want to have this, I want to make a 6-hour version of a movie, a long version of the movie, and tell this big, huge story that I have. Obviously, talking about like an Avatar, but I can make a condensed like version for theaters, and then streaming would have the 6-hour version. So we have that, and then it's just kind of like, I don't know. It's all very interesting to try to gauge what the audience wants, but I don't think that's what, I mean, Zach knows what his fans want, and it seems like the fans are happy. I know I'm happy with it. Anyways, okay, just watch the movie. It was okay. I will wait for the director's cut, aka actual movie. So there you go. There's that too. Honestly, it was one of my favorite movies of the year. Yeah, I think it's definitely in my top 10. Rebel Moon kind of there's like some Mad Max moments in there. There's a lot of inspirations in there for sure. So hopefully Netflix sticks with Zach and Rebel. I think they are. I mean, how much they put in with the marketing, whoo. They put in so much with the marketing. Hey, bro, Zack Snyder should continue his DCEU at Netflix. At least they'll give him creative freedom you'd control. How about he continue his Rebel Moon at Netflix? How about that? Just saying. I mean, if they're, like I said, if there's a way that they can license it and they do some kind of animated thing, because not all the actors are going to come back to do 2 big giant Justice League movies either. But hey, how about I right now I'm just like, give me some more Rebel Moon. And as a Zack Snyder fan, how about he do some more Rebel Moon? How about that mixed with Seven Samurai and a bit of Dune? Yeah, there's some Dune in there. There's a little bit of Dune in there for sure. I loved everything about it. There you go, Jason. Do we know the running time? Well, it's supposed to be 45 minutes, a little bit over 45 minutes. So it's going to be over 3 hours for sure. I have a question. Does anyone want to see more of the world Zach is creating? Yes, exactly. That's what I was just saying. Like when it comes to that, like what's his name, as mate was saying, it's like, I don't know. I want more Rebel Moon right now. This is a whole new world we're seeing. Yeah, exactly. So there you go. What Steven said. I mean, they can make a PG-13 without cutting 20 to 30 minutes of the film. I mean, all part of, yeah. I'm sure there was reasons. It's like an hour. Yeah, it's like 45 minutes to an hour longer. It's going to definitely be over 3 hours. Yeah. Honestly, theatrical cut of BVS is almost, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I'm not saying it's like terrible again, but I mean, it's just because you had that Lois story. There was a lot of things like that really just helped glue a lot of things together. 2017 Justice League movie sucks, and I like Zack Snyder. Yeah, yeah. Well, I think that's just. I think that's for most people. So every movie has an R-rated cut. What do you mean every movie? I don't think. Are you talking about every movie, or are you talking about every Zack Snyder movie? Because I know, like in when he was talking about his writing process, that he just goes off, he doesn't hold back, and then he'll bring it back in. He doesn't hold back when he wrote this movie. He was like essentially just going like, hey, we're doing this. And so yeah, so I'm just saying, like, I mean, he basically was like, I'm not gonna give a fuck right now, and then I'll pull it back, because I mean that's what you got to do. But at the same time, it's like they built that in where it's like you can It's going to be interesting how they market. I don't know if they're going to use Snyder Cut or Snyder Unleashed. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Finally a stream. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. All right, hold on. Let me start. Let me get some peeps in here. Get some peeps in here soon. Cora is, yeah, I know. Sophia Patella, she's always been a looker, that's for sure. Damn, I'm too down for that. I reckon it's going to be, yeah. I mean, the violence is going to be, they're not going to hold back with the violence for sure. Well, of course. I mean, were we shocked by that? The Friday night tights, right? Is that what those guys, yeah, something, whatever the hell. I think we all knew that they weren't going to. I mean, you could kind of predict that. They're probably saying it's woke or something. I don't know. Hey, what's up? What's going on there? Darkness under the wind. Good to see you. Hot take: Zack should only focus on direction and not write his movies. Oh, that is a hot take. Well, he had other writers too. So loved how the big bad is Cora. Yeah, like I said, we already got spoilers right here, so don't be spoiled. We're talking spoilers tonight. Hey, that's my hot take. All right, hold on. Let me see here. Let me make sure. Let's see. All right, let me go start sending out the invites. All right, got one. There's two. Got, well, all right. I think we're good with that. All right. Think we're good. All right. There we go. Invites are sent out. See who shows up. Yeah, I think Aquaman 2 is better than The Flash. Watching both Aquaman movies back to back will flow seamlessly together. Interesting. Yeah, I like The Flash better, I will say. Aquaman was kind of for me. Like I said, I'll post my full review tomorrow morning. And on also like a small spoiler review because it doesn't seem like there's like too many spoilers when it comes to Aquaman, because it's not like it's really leading to anything. So, all right, got that. All right, I think we're good with the invites. So see who joins up right now. Just hanging out and drinking some eggnog. Hey, I'm with you, sir. Drinking my eggnog too. With a little bit, with some rum, some Sailor Jerry rum. And then, a little cinnamon on top of it. Good times, good times. Let's see what else you guys saying here. The second part should have been 2 hours, 40 minutes at least. I don't want any story cuts a bit. Like I said, it's all built in. Like I said, it's like we're getting 3 Zack Snyder movies next year. Got to look at it like that. It's, just saying. Funny thing, I could sit through long movies, but I can't binge watch. Right? I'm actually kind of with you on that. I mean, there's sometimes if I feel really lazy, but man, if it's like a 3-hour plus movie, I get to sit there and watch it. But anytime like an episode ends, if there's an episode that ends, sorry, message. So if that episode ends, I always go, yeah, I shouldn't watch another one. I'm just that kind of thing. Yeah, okay, sorry. Message. Had to respond. Anyways, okay, so, but yeah, sometimes I just feel like sometimes I can't even I can't. I'd be like, no, I should stop because I have to do some work or something like that. But a movie, you know, I'm there to the very end. So I'm kind of like I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. So Rebel Moon reminds me a lot of Future War, especially Core backstory. Yeah, that one shot, and I think some Twitter account posted like a GIF. I think it was a Zack Snyder film. They post or GIF or video or whatever the hell of that shot, that wide shot of the battlefield, and just that's probably my favorite shot of the movie. I think that might be my favorite shot of the movie. So I will say I don't think Zach should have been doing interviews saying that, yeah, but he's selling it. He's selling it. I mean, that's the thing. It's selling it. Huh. I don't know. I think they're just, you got curiosity, kind of like, when it came to Justice League and the Snyder cut versus the theatrical cut. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's not like when the Snyder cut came out, Max and Warner Brothers just removed Justice League from it. Like, all right, this version is no longer. It's like they kept it on there because people might be fascinated. Like, how much did they fuck with this movie? Holy shit. I don't know. Curiosity, I'm just saying. It could be a curiosity factor. Give me the R-rated cut of part 1 and part 2 now. I'm curious to see where the story goes. I know, so am I. And see, that's the thing, is like, that was one of the questions that we were asking ourselves after the premiere, was the fact is like, hey, what do you want to see more, part 2 or the R-rated cut? And that's one thing we'll talk about too tonight. Is like, what do you want to see more? What do you want to see more? The R-rated cut, you want to see more of this first part, or do you want to just jump right to the second part, just see what happens, because how it ends? No more DC stuff, Rebel Moon. Yeah, see, I mean, that's what a lot of us are into right now. It's not like that can't be revisited. Zach's never going to say bye-bye to DC because he loves DC so much. So something could happen in the future, but right now it's Rebel Moon. There's physical media. That's another one too. That's another question. I know. See, Netflix doesn't do physical media, which is like, they should really start doing physical media. I think they've released some things in physical media, haven't they? Maybe. I don't know. And he complained about the bad special effects, saying Harry Potter Fantastic Beasts had more convincing special effects. I mean, not everything was perfect, of course, but I thought some shots looked absolutely gorgeous. I mean, Jimmy looked great. What's going on, RJ? Good to see you. Yeah, that's what I'm drinking right now, baby. All right. Who else we got? I criticize when needed. What's going on, Stephanie T? Good to see you. Part 2 with R-rated cut. Okay. All right. All right, guys. Appreciate the questions and stuff. Like I said, cheers. Let's go ahead and start bringing in the peeps. Let's start having discussions. We'll start getting into it. All right. We got Steven, we got Garza, and we got Chris. What is happening, gentlemen?
Evening.
All right. Don't all talk at once now. We got the Colberts, I should say. We got Amanda too. Is your audio not working, guys? Colberts? Test. 1, 2, 3.
Oh. Can you hear me though?
See, this is what happens. It's a Christmas miracle. We actually got Steven to shut up. Sorry. I'm kidding. Yeah. Anyways.
Hey, you can hear me though, right?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Yeah, you guys are fine.
All right.
Yeah.
Sweet. Cool.
So they'll figure it out. It'll be all right.
Now.
Yeah, you're good now.
There we go.
Okay. Did you have to change the audio settings in StreamYard or something like that?
My audio interface just turned off sometimes, so it turned off sometime.
Everyone should know this is our actual height difference.
Yes, I've witnessed it in real life. Amanda.
It's not. I'm kneeling on a step stool.
Yeah, no. Jokes. Yeah.
Hold on, let me get
and since this person is arriving by himself, he had to play his drop.
Old Ben.
There you go.
Happy birthday to you.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Ben. We talked about that last Friday where it was like it was before your birthday. Now it's after your birthday.
Yeah. Talk to us how retirement is, buddy.
Have you gone golfing yet with the boys?
I'm sorry?
Have you gone golfing yet with the boys?
No, not yet. I just moved, so I haven't made new friends in the city yet.
That's right. How far did you move, like from your old place?
2 hours away.
Okay,
What?
That's pretty significant.
Yeah, but up in the east, though, on the east side, that's literally like 5 fucking states. So that doesn't mean shit. Okay.
No,
the states are too small. So
I'm one state over. Yeah.
Are you in the state now?
I'm in a different state. Yeah, no, I'm in the states. Just
No. I'm speaking in code to protect
Oh.
so as not to dox you. Are you in the state as opposed to the state you were in? Are you in the
state? The state of confusion.
I am in the state of confusion. Yes, I am. But then
Okay.
again, every time I talk to Amanda, I'm in that state.
I know. It's the intellect.
Love
is
you, Amanda.
blinding.
You're looking glamorous tonight. You guys going out or something?
No.
It's for the
very
Christmas
festive.
version of the vodka stream. Come on.
Oh,
It's-
I'm sorry.
We're trying to
Didn't mean
clean
that.
everyone up around here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Elevate
yeah. No, they started off with you nicely, and
Yeah.
But
I'm growing out my hair so that I can shave my head and turn it into a wig. That's actually a true story.
that's what I did actually.
Yeah, I don't know why more women don't think about this, but like I'm giving it another 5 years. I just really like my own hair like a lot. So I'm growing it out and then I'm going to shave it off and I'm going to turn this bitch into a wig. So like I'll just have this hair until I fucking die.
There you go. Nothing wrong with
Because
that.
I like it a lot. I won't get old. It won't fall out. It's not going to turn gray or then like 5 years from now. I'm just going to rock this till I die.
Rocket till you die. What's wrong with that?
I don't know. I don't know why bitches like do other shit. Because their stylists are like, I need to make money. And I'm like, no, just save up a lot of money and then like pay someone a lot of money to make it into a wig.
That's what I'm talking about. But all right, we got somebody else joining right
Ben,
now.
did you do that? Is that what you're waiting for your wig to come back?
Yes, I am. I'm waiting for you to donate your hair and for me to get a wig.
He's waiting for the hair.
I'll have to ship it to the nursing home. What address is it?
Oh my God, I cannot believe
It's in the state. It's in the deep state.
Blooded.
Yes.
Okay. We
I'm
got
in
somebody else
hospice
coming in right now.
Right.
Who else coming in right now? He's an independent filmmaker. I think his name is Zack Snyder right here. What's going on? Zach?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Zach,
Oh,
Am I
my close.
you're in. You're in. Can you
I don't see
us?
myself in the thing.
You're here. We do.
You're on your phone.
Are you looking at the
I'm looking at the thing, and I don't see myself. So
Ah, you're in here.
There I am. Wait,
There
wait,
you
wait,
are.
wait.
Took you a little bit.
Oh,
I know you're in portrait mode. What's going on?
I hate
You got-
portrait mode. You know I'm a
No,
I'm 100%
it's like an
portrait mode.
IMAX ratio, just a little taller. It's
there you go.
you got to make you're trying to make,
Everybody turn. Everybody turn. So Zach's
No,
not in
don't
portrait.
turn. Don't. No. No, I
Zach's
won't accept that.
experimenting with vertical video for his
It's old. It's old man. It's old man's phone operation.
Is that what's going on?
What was that?
Turn off motion smoothing
What
too.
was the video app that was the vertical? They did vertical video and it lasted for like a.
That's rude, but it's true. It's rude, but true.
What's
Fine.
going on, Zach?
Nothing. Just taking it easy. Just here at the house. Taking it
Yeah.
easy. Yeah.
Anything
You guys
new?
doing?
Okay.
That's
I
you.
got an important question for you,
I
Zach.
heard you
Just
guys
start off.
chatting.
Yeah.
Pretty
I have a
entertaining. I'll be honest. Yeah. Go ahead.
yeah. I have an important question for you, just to start off, Zach.
Yeah.
Is Die Hard a Christmas movie?
Well, I thought Bruce cleared that up, didn't he? Because
Yeah, but
look.
what do you
All right,
think?
here's
What
what
do
I
you
think. Here's what I think.
Okay.
The truth is, whether it's not a Christmas movie per se, like, It's a Wonderful Life or Love Actually, is debatable. But I would say that any movie that has a time of year to watch it, that's perennial, like, oh, we need to watch Die Hard, it's Christmas. Like, that's an uptown problem. You see, that's a good thing. Like, don't be mad at that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
You know,
what are your
so in that sense, yes, it is a Christmas movie.
But which one is your go-to movie around the holidays?
I mean, Love Actually, probably. I mean,
Interesting.
I'm just being 100% honest. You want honesty? You're getting honesty.
We got honesty.
Yeah,
I like it.
I could have lied and said something like "It's a Wonderful Life" or whatever, but I mean, I do like "It's a Wonderful Life." I'm just saying that Love Actually is probably, if it's on, I won't change the channel, I guess is my.
You know what's funny about that title of Love Actually is I was listening one time on the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia podcast, and they were talking about that title, how they're like, Love Actually, like, why is that sarcastic? Like, don't fucking talk to me like that, title. Like,
That's great.
like, how dare you?
Every time we hear that title. It's literally a sad movie. I mean, it's not.
It is.
Most of the people lose.
Emma Thompson.
Yes.
It's Emma Thompson.
It's Emma Thompson crushing me every time.
Yep.
My wife and I always start off our
Can't
Christmas
get through
watching
it.
season
Can't
doing
get
that.
through. Every time I'm like, it's fine. I'll be fine. It's great. Every year, it's fine. And then Emma Thompson, and then I'm like, not fine.
No, it's not fine. It's not okay. Yeah, you make my life a joke. You know, it's really upsetting.
Oh my God.
I know.
Keep on debating, my wife and I, whether they're still together or not at the end of the movie.
You know what? It's one of those movies. It's a movie debate. I felt like I don't know if they're 100% together, but I think there's a chance for that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a chance, I think. Maybe.
You know?
Well,
if he stops making her life a joke.
Well, there's that. There's that, of course.
Well, I was gonna say, I don't know if anybody knows, but I think Zach, you just had a movie come out today.
I have
a question.
Is Rebel Moon a Christmas movie?
It was
No,
Rebel Moon is a Christmas movie, absolutely. And I'll tell you why, because our code name for the movie is Christmas Harvest.
Is it really?
That's the Netflix.
So did you
Netflix code name? So like all the material, everything I have says Christmas Harvest on it. So
nice. Did you choose the winter solstice
to release the movie?
Yeah, on purpose.
Of course, because you know I'm down with all things like pagan, and so you know let's go on the solstice.
Okay.
Is that bad?
No.
No, I love Christmas. I
mean,
be
Christmas
honest,
is pagan, so why would it be?
It really is. Like, oh, you have a tree in your house? That's weird.
It is a little strange. Yeah.
That's a tree. You cut a tree down and brought it in your house, huh? I wonder what religion that is. Obviously, you're some sort of earth worshiper.
Are you hating my tree right now, or is that a shot at me? Because I feel like it is.
Yeah, I think Zach is taking shot at Garza.
I got the Death Star as my star, so
that's pretty awesome.
Cool. That's called a mashup. Is what we call that. We call that a mashup in the modern world.
Yeah,
take two disparate. Is like the Force a Christmas religion? I don't think so. I don't think they have Christmas in Star Wars universe. So.
Do they?
We tried once and it failed miserably.
Oh yeah, that's right. There was
the special.
That's true. Well, we were talking about that too. We were like, oh, we should have like a Rebel Moon like Christmas special where but we kind of have it, so it's kind of not really it's redundant.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Like where like there's a planet, Christmas planet, and all the people.
Everywhere.
It's always Christmas there.
Well, I mean, what will be your life day then? What is life day?
No, I'm saying, and then the mother world hates Christmas, of course, so they come to destroy it. And
well, you've got to give a Blood Axe Saves the Day with a musical dance number. You got to get
ready. Exactly.
We've all seen Ray Fisher dance. That guy can dance. So.
He can dance and he can sing. He's he's like he can do anything. So that's
The ship is
Triple
called.
threat.
It's like the Grinch ship. Or
Well,
like
We-
there's
Hey,
three
actually-
ghosts.
oh,
There's
you do some kind of
our business is
Latin.
revolution.
you
and
do some
fame.
sort of Latin variant, so it sounds spacey.
Well,
but
Can I
yeah.
just say, and I know it's been spoken about, so but I will say the moment I was watching it, if there was ever a doubt, like when I watched Man of Steel and you see Zod get taken and he gets, put into basically somatic reconditioning. When they shot up the ship, I was like, well, that kind of looks all right, whatever, that's cool. But Zach, you decided to just literally open the film with life.
A
well, well,
life.
listen,
Starts
Yeah, portal. That's like a nice way to put it. Life.
Life
Okay,
finds
so-
a way.
That's fair. I'll tell you that it's actually there's a lot more to be discovered about how the mother world ships travel through and fold space when they have to do long, journeys. And that's a reveal that all that will make sense. It's actually
Totally.
100% correct
Told you.
for the mythology that actually folds space for the mother world. So it's not, you're going to go, oh, of course that's the shape of the.
Hey Zach,
There's a lot of, sorry, go yes.
have you read the mirror? No, I'm sorry. It's your movie. Shut me up. What were you
No,
saying?
we're not. Is my movie on right now? No.
Yeah.
You're 100%. We're outside of my movie like jurisdiction, so you're 100%. You can cut me off. You can tell me to shut up. You can do whatever you like.
Why we're here? Well, no, I would not tell you to shut up. I'm actually asking a question because I want you to do the opposite of shut up.
Okay, Seth.
Have you read The Mirror of Simple Souls
I have not. What is that?
by chance?
Your soul.
I think you might like it.
I don't know. I'm not.
like
Let me grab
The
a pencil.
Mirror.
And
The
write it
Mirror.
down.
It's also just called The Mirror. It's a begin text. BEGUINE.
What's it called again? Mirror.
The
Soul?
Mirror. I'll look
Okay,
up the
The
author
Mirror.
for you.
Okay. By the way, Chris, I like your shirt. By the way, that's
thank
the Christmas movie I go to. That's
I saw
my
that last
favorite
night.
Christmas movie right there.
I wrote it
The
down.
Mirror of
Take a-
Simple Soul by
Written down.
Marguerite Porete. PORETE.
Hey, Zach, while you're writing that down, there's a couple of questions, not a couple, but just one. Would you say Home Alone is the Christmas movie or Home Alone 2? Which one would you say is better?
I Home Alone.
The original. He's going
Home Alone
OG.
2 is, yeah, they yeah, it's fine, but Home Alone for me.
Okay.
I feel like that's not even being a purist. It's just,
A little bit, yeah. But anyways, yeah, I know. I think a lot of us, when we watched the beginning of that, we were like, oh yeah, Portal, cool, like that.
Yeah.
And of course, you hear, of course, Anthony Hopkins, awesome narration right there,
Yeah.
and Jesus, like,
I think that I don't know if you
Yep.
guys said this while I was gone, but I think that they did the portal that way because they know that then no one can find the way back to the mother world.
oh, funny.
Oh.
oh, there it is. There's the rim shot on that one.
It really is. And by the way, well earned and well delivered. No.
I feel like he saved that one up. He had
Oh,
that.
He walked to the kitchen.
Oh, I just thought of it.
Yeah, he walked to the kitchen and cooked that one all the way there and back. It's
That's
like, let me
really-
drop this now.
This
Comes
is
right
really
back
a,
in and then goes right back off camera. All right,
Yeah.
good night,
this is
everyone.
really a serendipitous conversation. You're like, oh, Snyder's here. Good. I got some. I got it loaded in the gun. I'm ready to fire it. Just work the conversation around.
Good Lord.
Well,
To the beginning of the movie.
Yeah, well, I will ask just because I don't know. I know a lot of people are probably wondering, but what are you probably most excited for about the film's, I guess maybe the extended cut coming out?
Sure.
What are you excited for people to like experience about it?
Well, I guess for me, you know, listen, I mean, obviously I made the movie, you know, from the why of the movie is, for me, is that version of the movie that you'll see soon. Because of course, you know, I also understand that, you know, this is an expensive endeavor and that it's important to, you know, be a good partner and try and, you know, be as inclusive as possible, you know, with the audience. But I think that the thing I'm most excited about is I think the conversation that the R-rated version of the movie has with sort of popular culture, science fiction, popular culture in all its forms. I think the R-rated version of the movie has that conversation a lot more eloquently than, say, PG-13, which I think, because it lines up in a lot of ways, because it uses the same tropes but doesn't subvert them, it gives the illusion that those tropes are accidental or you know, purposely referenced. I don't know if that makes sense. And so you might say that the movie feels, in some ways, people might say that the movie feels like it reminds them of other movies, but without the R-rated version or the sort of R-rated comment on those other movies, it's kind of hard to decipher that. So that's one thing that I'd be excited for people to be able to sort of understand the sort of the conversation that the movie's having with pretty much all sci-fi, the deconstruction, if you will, of genre. You know, like I can't help myself in some ways that I do love sort of deconstructing the tropes of genre, and so I end up, but it's a slippery slope. You know, I get dinged a lot for doing it, and for people taking it. I don't want to say the wrong way, but just misreading. You know, me referencing the tropes because I think that it's important for us to know where we are in the world, even though we're going to expand it and go crazy. But a lot of times I'm always like, oh yeah, you know, this is cool. Let's absolutely go to a bar in space. That's cool, because I think I've got things to say about that, you know. And yeah. So anyway, that's fair,
it. Every bar is a bar in space.
Every bar is a bar. That's true.
Like on Earth, on this Earth we live in
space
now.
Rock we're on right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, my conversation was.
I'm not high, just so everyone knows.
I know you're doing
we couldn't tell.
I don't. Nobody thought that. Nobody was thinking that.
No, not at all.
Because like I always I like the idea that, like, you know, Luke. I said it the other night. I was like, okay, so if you're not aware that, like, if you go into a bar in space, if you're not aware that you're treading on the wide swath of, like, popular culture that Star Wars cuts, then you are insane and you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're talking about. So, like, my thing was like, okay, so does Walrus Man want to fuck Luke? Is my real
right? Yeah, because why is he so upset? Like, why? Yeah, why was he so upset?
Luke's so beautiful and so so fresh off the farm. Like, why wouldn't he? Like, what? So that's
plow
these
that
are the
field.
things. These are the conversations that I thought that everyone should be having with pop culture and sort of with where we've come from, because it's like time, you know, it's not a parody, it's a deconstruction. There's a difference.
I think
would you say like it's almost like
Star Wars is and especially now in the context of Rebel Moon coming out, with people being kind of trigger happy with the comparisons to that, is that Star Wars itself was a mixtape deconstruction, commentary, reference, reconstruction of all of George Lucas's favorite stuff, which is a generation or two of media kind of before what inspired you. And so Star Wars kind of happened in level, like people don't know, and people that really dig into it will know the Kurosawa and the Flash Gordon and the, and they'll know where all that stuff came from. But a lot of people think like they'll treat Star Wars as an original without understanding what went into it. So it's really fascinating watching Rebel Moon, because obviously there's a little bit of Star Wars in there, but like anybody that knows like, heavy metal, I don't know how deep of a pull heavy metal is, but you've got the heavy metal, you've got, there's Conan Barbarian, all sorts of like stuff in there.
Somebody said How to Train Your Dragon earlier today, and I was
even
like,
that is an
so cute.
So for anyone who's not going
maybe, but not.
For anyone who's not going to know all of the threads that went into your mind to influence this, what would be your hope of someone to say, like, what's one primary influence that like heavy metal or something that you would hope someone would look more into because of Rebel Moon and find a thread they want to pull deeper at?
Yeah, I mean, I think that like, it's a good question, because I think that, for me, of course, it's like I've always tried to make movies with two eyes, at the same time. It's difficult, to have all the things like a normal movie, serve the story, move you forward, character, story, all those things as the top layer. But, it's hard to do that. And at the same time, like, have a narrative that you can deconstruct or kind of reference that you can make that speaks to, like, whether it be heavy metal or Joseph Campbell, of course, obviously, Kurosawa, obviously, like you said, Conan, but there's a character named Milius in the movie. It's I guess it's that game that I love, which is, to constantly not be naive to like all the influences we all have, and like, but still try and like put it back in front of you as like, if you want to just enjoy it as a movie, you can, like you don't have to like know, about any of these movie references. You can just enjoy the movie. And it's not so much the movie reference that I'm interested in. It's more the sort of mythological impact that those things have had on us as a movie-going audience in general, and how we sort of consume and how we look at those myths and those sort of invented religions and invented mythologies, and how they, of course, then, talk about the human condition and, us as a species and all that, blah, 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 whatever. Anyway, what I'm
Blah, blah,
saying.
blah.
Well,
Exactly.
I guess the next question would be, when is there an ETA on when it comes out, or is that known?
We have
the R-rated cut, right?
I'm working right now, feverishly on movie 2, which comes out in April 19th, which is, might seem like some distance away for you guys, but for me it's tomorrow, based on the amount of work I have to do. And then at the same time, we're working on the two director's cuts of movie 1 and movie 2. And so those will happen right after that, hopefully at some point.
Okay, because we were like kind of confused. We were like, is it going to come out before? Is it going to come out during summer?
No,
And
I mean, certainly we don't have a hard date, but
yeah,
I'm trying to figure out like what event or what is there anything that we could like, position the release of the director's cuts around,
yeah.
Don't they still, like, Comic-Con's usually around June or July, right? You
Could
can
be.
kill it. I
Hey.
think.
That could be cool.
That could be cool.
So keep I'm open to suggestions, so that's excellent.
Yeah.
That's a
Question,
great place to start. Comic-Con
Yeah.
seems cool.
We could
But
start a Vodka Stream Con. We could do that.
Yeah.
That'd be
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, no, I guess I think the fun for me and the fun part of it is like I know. I mean, the amazing thing about Netflix is what they said. Okay, Zach, go shoot, extra stuff. Like
Yeah.
do whatever you want, so that the director's cuts really have teeth and really mean something. I think that's a really cool thing, and they were really cool to encourage that in the process, which I thought was awesome.
Well, I mean, it's it's kind of built into the. I mean, let's face it, you're known for your director's cuts, so and we're still waiting for that sucker punch one. Just by the way,
I am
But
too. By the way, I am too.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, I know. I think last time you came on, we talked about that. You talked about the logistics of rights and all this stuff and everything. But yeah, we're hoping for that too. But I mean, it's. I mean, the fact that they let you.
We're planning
build
on it.
right
We're
in,
not
yeah.
hoping for it. We're planning.
Yeah.
I'm planning on it. I think it's important.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
definitely.
think your cuts are the director's. The fact that a Barbie, who I believe is in the zeitgeist of, I guess you could say, like literally in the last 50 years, the fact that a Barbie film, I haven't seen Barbie, and yet I know that they make a reference about you in their film, which
They
is,
do.
yeah. I mean,
So
I think
doing that's cool.
Yeah.
I think that's cool.
Yeah, it was cool.
I have a question about your experience shooting the film. I know working with such an ensemble cast and all different personalities. What is your fondest memory when you gather the troops to start shooting the film? Is this one specific that you, in a moment of silence, makes you chuckle?
I mean, they're all crazy. I mean, look, the whole notion of an ensemble film, having an ensemble cast, it's a hard thing to manage. You know what I mean? It's a difficult. I don't like making ensemble movies, although I do it every single time. I don't know what's the matter with me.
But you're on this little
Hey!
You scared me.
I want to be on the big computer, and he's on his phone.
and portrait mode.
Vertical mode.
Yeah, portrait mode. I know. I think he might need he needs some IT assistance, Debbie.
He needs a producer.
He does. He's helpless.
He is. By the way,
Just came to say hi to everybody.
hi. We're so glad to see you at the LA premiere with your family all together.
Oh, yeah,
And
that was great.
such an awesome special moment.
Yeah, it was, by the way, it was the first time that the younger kids have experienced any of that. I think they were a little shell-shocked.
A little overwhelmed, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, but it was really fun, and it was so nice to have Eli and Ezekiel there, and it was really nice.
That was great. It was great seeing like you guys like posing together and everybody. Your dad was there too, right, Zach? And yeah, that was awesome. It was awesome.
Yeah. He really enjoys it. So
yes, good.
good fun.
But
Well, I'm not crashing you guys.
You are
I just
crashing.
wanted to say hi.
Oh no, it's okay.
There's nothing wrong with you crashing.
Also.
Well, I was gonna follow up.
Guys,
Stop this. I know I should have done my iPad. It's
yeah,
But-
hold it.
Take care. Merry
That's not my
Christmas.
computer, I hate this.
Happy New Year.
No,
Well, to
Bless
follow up on Ben's question, I want to ask because I thought it was hilarious.
Well, he didn't finish my question.
So
Well, no,
what I was saying was
thought
that
he did,
basically I make all these ensemble movies. I don't want to, but I do. I don't know why. I'm like clearly I'm obsessed with putting the team together.
yeah.
And I've only done how many putting the team together movies? A lot. You know.
So was it your intention to put Michael is it Huseman and
Yeah.
Ed Screen as mortal enemies in there?
That wasn't.
Right.
We didn't do that on purpose, but it's a yeah. That just happened to be serendipitous. So yeah, but I mean, I guess there's no real moment that jumps out like, oh, that was hilarious when everyone did that, and But I think that the thing that I will say is that they're an amazing group. I really had an amazing time working with them, and they got along incredibly well. They're all super hardworking, and it wasn't an easy job. It wasn't an easy shoot by any stretch, and so it really tested everyone to their souls, and they all responded incredibly well. No one cracked, if you will, and so that alone is a testament to how great of a cast it was, and how honored I am to have those guys, because they don't hesitate, and they didn't shy away from any insanity, which you'll see at some point.
No, they all did a great job. And it was funny too, because last week we had Ray Porter on.
Oh, nice.
He talked about a story when, during that shoot where, obviously setting things up, Staz went out and found a fossil, like a fossilized egg. I don't know if you remember any of this, or if you were around.
In the quarry.
Yes. And, I guess he was like, oh, look what I found. It's an egg. And I guess if you test it, you lick it, and if your tongue sticks, I don't know. It's a whole thing. And then so Ray was like, hey, I'm going to go find something. And he found something, and it was shit, essentially. He found a rock of shit. Yes.
Like Joe Dirt.
It was a pretty funny story that he said like last week, that he said like that. So it was just
that's a story from Joe Dirt.
Yeah,
that's cool.
It is the plot for Joe Dirt.
Found an actual fossil, and Ray found a lump of shit. Okay, that sounds
fossilized piece of shit.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Zach,
Maybe it was like an ancient owl pellet or something cool.
Could have been. Yeah, it could have been something, or corporal light.
Really shit. Anyway, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No.
So looking at like your entire ensemble, the cast at that point, and seeing, we see a little bit of everyone's piece of story, leading it with Cora. Which of the characters do you feel is going to get a kind of their shining moment step forward in part 2 that we should kind of be on the watch for?
Well, I think part 2, I think everybody really gets Milius, of course, I think would be the most surprising, that they get the reveal of their story. I think is probably the most kind of interesting, because in some ways they're the most sort of unexpected character in the group, because they're young and they're the most inexperienced, I guess, comparatively. But I really do think, the thing about movie 2 that I really am proud of, and really I think is cool, is really everybody gets it's a full meal of everyone's sort of experience, what led them there, and what they do in the big coming conflict is really fun. And it is fun, and they do a great job. And it's insane. I was at work today, and we were looking at all these visual effects shots, and it's literally, the scale is so crazy. The movie really goes completely nuts in movie 2, so it's good fun.
Wow, it's great.
I have to put one of these things back into bed, but since Stephen and I are irresponsible or awesome parents, either way, because we already had seen it, and we're like very skilled at distraction, like, oh, look over there, go get that popcorn, leave the room for this scene, and things like that. We definitely, thank you for covering your cough.
Yeah.
We definitely let our kids who are 6, just turned 6 and 7, watch Rebel Moon. And Rory wanted to tell you her favorite part. This is Rory. This is Zach.
Hey, Rory, what was your favorite bit?
He dreamed up Rebel Moon in his head. What was your favorite part?
Oh, she got shy.
I know, right?
No?
Do it.
Tell him, say the part with the. Do you remember what it was called? Do you want me to tell them? You want me to tell them for you? The part with the bird.
Ah.
What did you like?
There you go.
The Griffin.
No.
You
Are you
tell
talking
them
about
what
the
you did.
bird?
Okay.
Oh,
Show
the
them what
bird.
you did when you watched it.
Spoiler alert.
Bird, yeah.
The
He's
princess.
What was that? Wait, what was that?
Show them what you did when you watched it. No, she's not. The
Yeah,
only
yeah,
part she didn't like was that mommy's friend got at the end of that scene.
Yeah. that
Oh,
was
you're talking about with
unfortunate.
Ray
Oh.
Porter.
No, the
Okay.
thing is that
So,
his
the
character wasn't really that. It's not him. It's his character. He's pretending, and
Exactly.
the guy that he's pretending to be is like not a friend of the bird. So
Well,
And
that was
I
the
sent
first thing
him
I
a
told
note
Ray
from
was
her.
like, I loved and hated your character. I told him, I was like, I loved and hated your character because he was so sleazy,
yeah,
but he did it so well, you know?
Yes. And I had her send him a note explaining, and she was like, loved it, except for the part where you died. She was very careful to let him know that.
that's cool.
And he said, yes, and that's why we should be friends to animals.
Good. That's true. It's
Very
true.
on brand for Ray. Anyway,
Very-
say Merry Christmas. Did you just take a bite of that? All right, we gotta go. Merry Christmas. I'll
I
do
love
that,
it.
but she
I love
won't.
it. I get
Right,
it.
Rory.
Be.
There you go. That was her favorite part right there. No, that was a good scene though. It's a good scene with everybody and just
Speaking
I
of which,
can't-
his
that scene.
his death is one of those things where I'm like, I suspect in the R-rated director's cut that might
more
be
gory?
a little more.
rips
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, he reminded me of and I even though most of the film isn't like Star Wars, but that one, just Ray Porter's character like design really did remind me of the guy in the Phantom Menace with
Watto.
Guado. Was that his
Oh,
name?
that's funny.
Yeah, he just reminded me of him. I don't know if that was intentional, but
It was not. So that's cool.
Oh, there.
Speaking of,
What does it say
There are a
about
lot of
him?
things that are intentional, but that is not one of them. So
Yeah.
that's cool.
speaking of more extreme parts
But
in the
fair, I think fair, but not. Yeah.
yeah.
the tentacle
Oh yeah. That's good.
thing.
What's that about?
Yeah.
Well, which one though?
Yeah,
What are we
like
talking
that's
about?
just-
Bar?
That's just Noble's. You know.
No, Noble's.
Noble's.
Yeah, I know.
You're talking about Noble's friends.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to know.
that was one of the parts where I was like, oh yeah, that's one of those heavy metal things. That's very
Yeah, and really, again, in the R-rated version, it's very.
Oh, boy.
much-
Oh boy.
Yeah. It's all the way.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
He's
Interesting.
giving it to the
I don't
tentacles.
know.
Well,
Very.
because, I mean, with this version, I mean, he kind of like he reacts to it, and then it cuts, and you kind of go, "Huh, there might be something
Yeah.
else there.
Yeah.
Something else, a little
Yeah.
juicy, a little spicy, huh?"
Did we catch him finishing or starting?
No,
Well, actually, that's what I was going to ask. Like,
I think it's a
not
kind of a
necessarily-
combo. I think it's a finish and then a
Oh.
start.
well,
Ooh.
yeah, because I feel like when
I'm sorry I asked.
Yeah. Wow.
at the very beginning when they're talking about, basically the gods needing to basically
Yeah.
be paid, I was like, oh man, are we about to? And then I was like, oh no, never mind. I get it.
Well, again, you're gonna get a lot of blanks filled in. I think in the,
Yeah.
We're gonna get to see the celebration.
and even that scene, in the R-rated version, is he's like, "Fuck hard tonight, fuck to the gods." Like he just Corey did a great job with that because he just he's so hilarious. It's so intense because he just goes for it so hard. And then I'm like, okay, we have to do the other version, and he's like, oh right, make love tonight, and I'm like, okay.
Did he do the arm thing in the same one in both of them, or
Yes, he
Like-
does the arm thing about it. Yeah.
So basically, when you were shooting, it was like, all right, we got the R-rated version and then the PG version. You just kind of like, all right, now do this and then make it squeaky. It was like pretty much that's how the way it was shot the whole way through.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Nice.
We-
Okay.
And it wasn't, and then, look, there's a lot of things that are the same, but there's a lot of things that are different. But it's like, again, it's like I enjoy and I love the fact that, my kids can watch the movie and have the experience with it that is, like being taken to another world and taking it
Yeah.
seriously. And for them, it's,
Yeah.
they don't know. They don't know what's out there. They're just like, yeah, this is cool. And I think that's fun. And I think that, there, there's also a version of the movie that grew up, or at least understands what it is. So it's fun. I don't know if it grew up 100%. It grew up a little bit.
Yeah, there's a lot of parts that I'll say kind of leaves a lot to the imagination, and then the imagination starts working, and you're like, oh no.
It was one of them.
I know what's going on.
With the brutal scenes, like that, the war flashback, was that more violent, or was that? I mean,
No,
I'm just curious.
I mean, that in particular, that moment in particular is not that different, but there are a lot of other parts of the movie.
The barn scene.
Yeah, the barn scene in particular. Yeah.
Where there's a lot more,
blood,
it's just a lot more
blood splatter. Yeah,
visceral. Yes, exactly.
Let's just say that hatchet probably hit some head in the face.
Yeah, I feel like if you look at the trailer, there's a shot in the trailer, in the first trailer, where she throws the axe, right?
Yeah. There's a video of you talking about that, and I remember watching. I was like, oh, well,
yeah.
I guess. So that's what you're talking about when you're like,
which parts of the barn scene are more graphic, though?
I think all of it.
Oh,
well, I mean, I don't think that the lead up isn't really any more graphic. That's pretty much is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, the Sam interaction with the soldiers doesn't get any more.
Thank you.
Okay. The intent that was shown there was plenty too.
Yeah,
I
agree. I mean, it's nothing more. If anything more happened, then Cora fails, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's a moot point. Yeah, because it's.
I mean, it's trauma enough. I think.
Yeah, correct.
With her,
and some of your audience straight up can't watch that shit.
Yes,
if you do that shit.
Yeah, it's true.
The more version.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah.
Personally.
So, yeah. Well, there's, but the truth is, there is of course, there's always a balance that you have to strike with it, and that's the thing. Hopefully, that I like to think that I'm not insane.
No.
Well, I could say what was insane was not seeing enough Jimmy. That's for sure.
Well,
yeah.
But it was a good build-up. It was
gotta come to your throat like that, Garza. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, there is a ton more Jimmy in the.
Yes.
Are there more Jimmys?
No. Well, you see more Jimmys in movie 2, in that you understand, where you find out start to understand a little bit about, or see other ones, and sort of get a sense. I mean, we're doing this podcast, sort of dramatic podcast, that tells the origin story of where the Jimmys come from. Okay. And that, I think that's a fun thing,
And I wasn't cast as voice talent. It's fine.
I'm sorry.
Fine. No.
Well, we haven't recorded it yet, so.
No.
Oh.
Hey.
There's a
audition time. No, yeah, but the last time we see Jimmy before, of course, we see him at the end. I mean, both times when at obviously the premiere, and then of course at the screening at the Egyptian, both just applauding moment. I mean, it's such an intense moment, and then you're just going, what's gonna happen, really? Like, what is he gonna do? And then all of a sudden, it just that fire and just boom, it just that was just beautiful, absolutely beautiful, the way that he does.
Yeah, it's fun. It's a fun little.
Yeah,
I really love that.
Yeah,
that whole when we were in Brazil, we took the movie to Brazil for Tudum. I basically would show the movie from Sam and Jimmy at the water to the end of the granary, fight, because I feel like it's kind of, those scenes out of context are kind of hard to see, but it's a fun little short movie kind of together, like. From from him, from Jimmy landing in the poop to him blasting Faunus and running out. It's kind of a fun little. He kind of gets he goes full
arc
circle in those whatever those 3 scenes. So it's kind of fun.
My 7-year-old had a question about Jimmy.
Yeah.
He wondered if Jimmy's face dots lit up when Sam touched his face, if they lit up that color because the Jimmys, after their king and their queen and their princess died, they lost their peace. And so when Sam touched him, he found his peach.
His Princess Peach.
Oh,
Well, I mean, it was only the king and queen that said that got
Colored.
killed, but the princess.
Probably. I mean, yeah.
It's a 7-year-old.
I mean,
asking
he's
a
not
question,
wrong.
people.
He's absolutely not wrong. That's pretty much exactly what happens to him in the scene. I mean,
See,
so
the brilliance
the
of
answer
children,
is
people.
yes. I think.
Right.
Come on.
I know. See, he's
Yeah.
so smart.
And
then it was
smart.
Yeah, you're good, smart. And it was one of the things I remember that was talked about a lot too when it came to Charlie Hunnam and Kai was like, well, I mean, I'm sure you're kind of aware that when it came to the DC stuff, that he was fan cast a lot as Green Arrow, and we always wanted to see him as Green Arrow. And then you put him in a green hood in the movie. That had to be by accident, right?
That was by accident.
Okay. It was cool though, you know.
I mean, he looks good in a hood. So
He does. And his character, that slippery little fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, he is. It's funny. I was like, you know, I had some friends over that went with us to the premiere, and we came home, and they were like, you know, I really didn't see that Charlie thing coming. I probably should have, but I just really loved Charlie, and I really didn't want that to be true. And I was like, oh, that's cool. I'm glad that you gave him a pass because you like him. And even though you knew kind of in your heart of hearts that it might not work out, you really wanted it to be true. So I was like, that's good. That's probably right. That's how. That's what Cora does. That's what they all do.
Yeah, but that's what was good about his character was like you start liking the guy because he's he's a little goofy, he's a little just the way that he talks and the way that he just presents himself. You kind of like the character. Even Cora starts liking the character, and then right away, when he turned, I was like, shit, god damn it.
Yeah.
Well, actually, is there more?
Just the moment when she put her guard down, that's where
you kind of put her guard down with him.
Yeah, that's when the knife came in.
Yeah.
But is there? I would say, is there? Because I mean, clearly we understand why he did it, right? We understand why he says it. Is there more?
I think it's important that you understand why he did it, because I think
and that's what I was going to say. Is there more of that in that kind of extended version of kind of understanding a little bit more?
Especially with Titus, because Titus has a long history of working for them. So
Titus has a huit's there's a lot of Titus, not a lot, but there's an interesting, it's really about like these brushstrokes where you really start to just sort of fill in a little bit of the cracks of these characters that, I think is really the thing, I think that you'll, and Nemesis too, by the way. And then of course in movie 2, there's a lot more. Like movie 2, there's like a huge section of the movie where we flash back and learn all about where they come from.
Do Titus and Nemesis fall in love? I need them to fall in love. I need them to fall in love so bad. They coordinated at the LA premiere. I saw it, the color coordination, and I need it to happen badly. Revenge and justice. They color coordinated, Zach.
I know, they did.
It was like melon and cantaloupe. And then she showed up in this jacket that had melon and cantaloupe stripes. And I was like, if they are not teasing part 2, I'm going to.
Amanda was paying attention to wardrobes like crazy that day.
It was a lot.
Yeah,
that's good. That was a lot.
Now, Zach, you get an opportunity to play with a lot of different toys from DC, and you talked about the inspiration with Seven Samurai, Star Wars, and it being the outsider looking in and seeing reviews and seeing comments on your filmmaking, it seems like you talk about deconstructing these different kind of genres at that point, and some people interpret that as the people that aren't necessarily fans say like, oh, you're attacking it, you're going about it. And it just seems like you're one of the few filmmakers that has the courage to say, hey, this is my interpretation of what I want to see. And you're one of those that says that obviously a studio like Netflix, Warner Brothers at a time, that said, hey, we want to see that vision on screen. It seems like you bring out a lot of questions. And I like that how you as a director necessarily don't shy away from, hey, I might offend someone. It's not about, you're looking to not necessarily try to offend anyone, to get people to see in a different way. But I also like how during interviews when people try to say that, oh, you're trying to make Superman or zombie films in a different way. It's just like, no, this is just a different way to think about it. I just appreciate how you also honor what was done in the past and say, hey, this was good, but also let's try something different. But I don't know. It's just something that I appreciate you as a filmmaker doing.
Well, I appreciate that you appreciate that, because that's really what I've always, it's not a new thing, and I just find it interesting that, and I don't know if people, they really, those things aren't going anywhere. I'm not, like, if you're afraid that I'm going to somehow like subvert your hero to the point where it's destroyed, well, your hero isn't that fucking resilient, is he? If I can like destroy him, so I'm
or
like,
you can't deal with someone having it in a different way,
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's just is what it is. I mean, and also, in the end, it's not Star Wars, and it's really not Star Wars, this movie. I mean, you can, if you see Star Wars in it, maybe here and there, but I mean, by the time we went and made the movie, I had no idea. Like, Star Wars was a distant memory for me. I was so far away from it. Of course, it's more heavy metal than it is Star Wars, in my opinion. And even in its heavy metalness, it's sort of a vague tone more than like any specific reference. You know what I mean?
It felt more like history class.
Yeah.
TBH.
I said, like, before I even get to Star Wars, it's more like Frank Frazetta and
What's
Frank
happening over
Frazetta
there?
baby.
Sorry.
100%.
I mean, it's the only thing it shares really with Star Wars is the fact that it's in space. That's really
Space movie.
that was the only thing I really saw. I was like, nah,
Good
that
versus
really,
evil. Yeah.
yeah.
But people
Not
just
even.
latch onto that one thing and they can't let go of it. And it's just like, did you watch the movie, or did you just take that one soundbite and just use it over and over and over again to beat it into submission?
Yeah.
They can't. You got to be able to like use more than one lens to see the world.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or this movie.
Look, because the truth is, in the end, I'm just like, I want to do this. I wanted to make this sci-fi film because I really, I have explored genre my entire career. And to me, science fiction is kind of the like tip of the spear. It's the most, it's like, it's the umbrella, with which you can cover all of genre, horror, superhero, comic book, war, whatever. And so for me, that is super attractive. Fantasy, I'm super attracted by making a science fiction film because I felt like it is it's a place, of course, where anything's possible. And that means mythologically, that means from a discovery standpoint, we can go down the deepest rabbit holes and find out the entire universe can unravel by pulling a simple thread. And so I think that to me is the limitlessness of the potential is really, for me, the amazing thing that drew me to it. And the best movies that I enjoyed were those exact ones, the ones that made me feel that way,
Yeah, and even, speaking of like horror, I mean, like the scene with Harmata. I mean, I'm not a fan of spiders. I do not like spiders. It was funny too because during the premiere, my mom looked at me. Are you okay? I'm like, I'm good. Don't worry. It's I
Jeez.
could see it's Jenna Malone. I could see it's Jenna Malone. I could see her. I mean, and by the way, the makeup looked fantastic on her. I mean,
Yeah, she looks great in the makeup. Yeah, she did a great job.
Yeah, I
And
saw
by the
they
way,
posted
she's a
pictures.
trooper too, because she just, that was not an easy makeup. And she's such a good actor though that she just can just act straight through all the prosthetics, which is just a gift. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to ask because almost Steven brought it up, but he didn't. He kind of stayed silent about it. But when I heard the word lens, I said, wait, well, you know what? I remember watching the film and going, I'm pretty sure you use several different lenses than what you even use in Army. Is that correct?
The lenses that I used in this movie, I built again with Zero Optic, who are the guys that I built the Dream lenses with for Army. And these lenses, I knew I wanted to shoot the movie anamorphic because it was sort of my intention to deliver to your home the biggest sort of cinematic experience that I could. And I thought that would be an anamorphic movie. And so I tracked down these lenses called Cinevision lenses. They're these Japanese lenses, I think from the 1960s, late 1960s. I found 2 sets of them for sale that were really hard to get a hold of. It took me there was a year in between the purchases. And then what we did was my friends at Zero Optic and we did a series of tests with a bunch of sort of vintage glass. And we took the anamorphic fronts from the lens set that I bought, the Japanese anamorphic lenses, and we glued them to the That sounds good. So we attached them to a whole series of different vintage glass. We ended up settling on the Summilux and Noctilux Leica series of range-finding lenses. They're incredibly sharp. They also open to the 50 mil is a 0.95, just like the Dream lens, but the Noctilux is an incredible lens. It's the 50 mil Noctilux, Leica Noctilux is an incredible lens, and that's sort of the basic lens. That's the lens that we shot most of the movie with.
A lot more lens flare.
Again, if you saw it in its cinematic configuration when it was finally constructed, it's this beautiful, and Adam Foreman did the graphic design for the lenses because the lenses are each lens has a logo and each lens has a Japanese quote on it. And it has it's this sort of German Japanese collab, and just the graphics themselves. And we made t-shirts and all sorts of stuff just around the lenses because they were so freaky and cool. But yeah, it's really fun. And I just like doing that anyway because I'm a dork. So it's just
Zach, you had talked about how Rebel Moons is connected to the Armyverse.
Yeah.
And did we see some hints of it in this cut, or are we going to see more connections in your director's cut?
You see, there's a small hint in this cut where you see the Xanadite in the bar, the blue woman. I think there's only one shot of her.
Yeah.
But she has this kind of glowing rings on her.
Yeah.
And she, because basically what you learn I don't know if this, this, but I think I said it in an interview, but what you learn is in the Army prequel that we were working on, you learn that at Area 51, there's a portal, and the portal, they built Area 51 around this portal, basically. And the portal is this interdimensional sort of place where you can, if you go through the portal, there's also a time loop that's created by it. So there's a lot of the time loop stuff in Army is sort of generated by or reinforced by this portal time loop that happens when you travel through this portal because that's where the zombie plague came from. And so a team, of course, of
An ensemble, if you may. Yeah.
Yes, they travel through the portal to find an antidote, and they encounter a group of people. We call it Xanadu, and they're called Xanadites, but they were named by the people at Area 51 who loved the Olivia Newton-John film.
Xanadu.
That's why they're named that. I'm sure that's not their real name.
But it's good. I mean, I know that movie because my mom. Yeah.
Can I go on record saying if I had heard any of that, I would have known it. So I don't think it's out. But
oh yeah, well because I did. I said it. I probably said it in a couple of interviews with some people that
It was out.
And then we all
where it just washed over them, and they were like, I don't know what he's talking about. Anyway,
yeah.
So what was it like to work out on the set? Whatever. But anyway, that's the basic concept, and that's how that's where the overlap is. But where this Xanadite that we see in Rebel Moon, she's not on Xanadu or near. We don't know where. I don't know where Xanadu is in relationship to Mara, although I will say that it's got to be close enough for her to have gotten to that brothel.
It's interesting because I mean, like in that bar scene, I remember the bug that has it's wrapped around the dude. Then it's all, man, talk about a great design, creepy. I was like, hey, look, it's like a zombie, but obviously not anything connected to it. But that design was just freaky as all hell with the
that was fun, because we had this bunch of exposition, and I was like, well, let's have the bug tell him where to go. Probably more fun.
It was, because I remember with a behind the scenes featurette, I think there was a shot of you looking at that bug, and it was like, whoa, what the hell is that going to be? And then the fact that it was connected to a human being, and just the way that was, I just loved that. I mean, way to do exposition right there is, fantastic.
Great actor that was connected to.
He did a great job.
Yeah,
really great, a really great job, and it was hard. It's not easy,
No, at all.
And it's just like because those are just puppeteers puppeting this weird thing that between takes is just sitting there. It's like nothing, but it's good. Yeah, it was really fun, and Justin did a great job with the character design. Even the bartender, you get to see him talk in the director's cut, and he has this crazy mouth, and it's fun.
Yeah, because he had a bunch of candles,
he had a bunch of candles. Yeah.
That was cool. Yeah, the designs are.
I want to know when I can get the Zack Snyder interior design line where I get to buy the lights that are on the columns in that bar, and where I get to purchase the game that is laid out on the table that Cora turns over.
That game is playable.
I know it is. I know it, Zach, and I want it for Christmas.
Maybe next Christmas.
No.
Yeah, for sure.
No.
Christmas isn't over until January 6th.
There's a bunch of cool.
There's time.
There's two cool creatures that you don't see in this version of the movie that for sure are going to be amazing little plushies when you finally see, because they're just so damn cute.
Are we gonna see in the game though?
The game, I don't know. I could ask him where that damn game went.
Yeah. Oh man.
What the?
I remember we were in there, and then Brad, who's the prop guy, was like, "This is how you play. You throw these, and then you move those." And I was like, "Oh, that's cool." But yeah,
so Brad the prop guy, if you're watching.
Brad's great. By the way, he did he's imagine he had all those guns we had to build, and it's just a lot of work.
Yeah.
When we were on set talking to Brad, he said that there was a game where he would try to see if he could design a gun that was so big that you would say no. And I asked if he ever succeeded. He's like, well, we would do that one that was outrageously too big, and one that was medium, and one that was clearly too small. And he'd always pick the outrageously too big one. We couldn't find one that was
wait, like a Men in Black one, like a cricket,
the noisy cricket.
The noisy cricket, yes.
Yeah, there was a lot of little guns, and I was like, no. That's not a thing.
You also, can I ask a personal favor?
Except for like the dog face guy, he pulls out that little derringer. Right off his face.
Oh yeah.
You have to, like, please don't stop making the women heroes in your movies have really badass weapons, but also, can you stop? Because I want to get them all of the weapons tattooed on my body, and I'm like, there's not enough skin.
Just go scale. You're just smaller.
Yeah.
Scale it down.
Yeah,
okay. How do I scale down Cora's gun? The detail will be lost.
No, it's a good point.
There's a lot of detail in that
Actually,
gun.
what it says on the gun in Imperium, it says "My life for hers."
Yeah,
that's what it says. Because she was the bodyguard of Issa, so that's what the king gave her that gun to say, like, this is your job.
Okay.
Well, actually, that segues into a question I wanted to ask about Issa, because clearly there's some backstory, or at least some myth that's involved with her, where I was thinking that more or less it had more connection to do with Korra, but from what it looks like, it seems like no, that myth is actually tied to the king's daughter, who may or may not still be alive.
That's something you're gonna have to wait and find out.
You weren't gonna get it.
I gave the out. I know.
It's the right line of questioning, but yeah, you have to. That's funny. I can't help you with that. Not right now.
No, I know. I usually ask stupid questions that can't get answered.
No, that's a good question.
By the way,
Stop into something there.
It's just the spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm familiar with that. But.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's cool. Well, it looked like Christmas time for her.
Fail, and we can go backstage for a second.
Go backstage.
Just cut the stream so we can.
Oh yeah, so we could hear more. I was like, what?
Listen, you find out all that gets revealed in movie 2. A lot of it does.
Yeah.
So you guys can wait a couple months. It's not even that long.
I mean, that's like next day for you, though. So,
the thing is, Zach, I already know. I just want confirmation that I know.
Okay.
We can go through one of the portals, because I mean that's the time loop.
Well, actually, I was going to ask, how much does the novelization? How much does that at least relate to the movie we've seen, or the movie we're going to see?
It's very close to the movie. I mean, we did. I endeavored, and we tried really to make sure it was as close as possible. So, I mean, yes, the novelization is very close. It's based on the script, so it's
makes sense.
And then the comic books are, of course, in world. Max did an amazing job of like working with us to make sure that she understood, and we understood the relationship between Sashu and the like mother world, and also where the realm, the mother world, was right before the death of the king and queen, and then right after, and what was like the political switches that happened in the right after that, because there was a lot that went on.
And I could tell that there was that's left vague for a reason, because I was like, oh, okay, yeah. I mean, it makes sense. It doesn't pertain to the story, but an R-rated question I feel like would be, because I know it, only I don't know that much about it, but the priests that do the skin binding of like history, I was thinking we were going to see like somebody get their skin peeled and have something written down in history, but too graphic.
That's coming. I mean, I don't. Yeah, that's.
You went too far there, Garza.
No, I was just curious, because I thought
it's good to want.
I tried to stop him with the tentacle porn question. I tried. I saw it coming.
It's good to want.
It's good to want.
Well, yeah, because I thought that was common. I mean, that's out there. That's not like
I know. I've talked about it a lot. Yeah, that's kind of what the priests are. They're like, it's like their religion is information, and the manipulation of that is the practice.
So Stalin.
in a way, absolutely, or everybody. So yeah, it's a fun
Instagram.
Yeah, it's well, there you go.
Well, that's fine. I'll ask an actual question about the film then. Again,
Since they have a literal picture on their chest, it's Instagram.
What at the near the end, and of course this is obviously spoiler, but
spoiler discussion.
When Belisarius is talking to Noble during the embryo section, is that communication? Like, is that how they communicate, or is that like? Because I just wanted to. I was like, I'm reading.
Yeah, there's like the astral plane, which is that kind of that's kind of the realm of this. That's the realm basically that the scribes work in.
Okay.
And so for these kind of like, people that are like Belisarius or whatever, who are at a high level, they use it for communication or investigation. They do a lot of stuff inside that other world that you'll come to find out more about.
He prevents assassination, of course.
The crescent of the moon is the exact same as the original Rebel Moon logo.
What's that now? What did you say?
In the sky, in the astral plane, there's a moon,
yeah.
and the crescent of it is the exact same as the original.
Because we had
logo.
that piece of artwork, and when we were messing around in the, pre-production, we made that logo based on that piece of artwork.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, makes sense.
That's a good downplay.
So then, go on, Amanda. Go for it.
I have a question about so I'm writing a book about World War II. It's been a lot of research. I have a question about the Imperium's rank insignia.
Sure.
Do you have like any of that off the top of your head? You can let me know.
The uniforms are based slightly on Russian World War II uniforms, and the rank, a lot of the rank insignias are based though on the different logos. The different insignias are based a lot on, like, there's sort of the mythological base of the Mother World is that you have like the chalice, which is Isa. You have there's a sword, there's a worm, there's a branch. All these things they're all symbolic, and they all become sort of different orders of the military, fall under different sort of mythological symbols, and then that's kind of how we broke it up.
Like Air Force, Navy, Army, etc., falling under different. Okay.
Correct. But
so
it's like air.
I noticed that Admiral Noble has 4, what I'll call like arrows,
chevrons.
Thank you.
On his shoulder.
No, on his neck, on his collar.
Collar. Yeah.
And when he goes to see Belisarius. And I believe in the scene where Belisarius is behind the king, he also has 4, which would mean that at the time that he's behind the king, and when he when Cora is his daughter,
graduating,
he also has 4, so he's an admiral in that scene.
Correct.
Okay, she has 3 in that scene. So is there does that mean she's only 1 rank below an admiral in that scene?
No, because there's other because basically you have to combine 2.
Okay.
Because it levels. It levels based on, if you have an additional insignia, then it levels them. But
okay, that's what I was wondering. I was very confused. I was like, that seems like a jump.
No. Absolutely. Yeah, no, she's not.
All right, thank you.
She's top of her class, but she's not.
And also her lover is like way below her, but
that's
neither here nor there.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. That kind of answers it. Do we get more of that in the graphic novel?
In the graphic novel, do we find out more about the rank? A little bit, I do believe. A little bit.
Okay. All right. This is the kind of nerd I am. Thank you.
I like it. I have
good to be any kind of nerd.
Guys, I gotta jump. I hear
Yeah.
the babies in the other room, but thank you guys for chatting me up. And
Yeah. This was great, Zach.
I didn't mean to
Thank you.
jump in on your stream here, but
Oh yeah, how dare you interrupt this stream?
I
It's about your
apologize. I was
movie.
listening. I was listening to you guys right before I came on, and it was good stuff. So.
Yeah, I have one more question though. Have you seen Godzilla -1 yet?
I have not yet, but I'm
Oh,
going
you got
to.
it. Oh, so
Me
good.
too.
So good.
He's had a
Oh,
couple slow weeks, Dave.
Yeah, it's kind of busy.
Just saying, hey, you spend, you take a break, you go watch.
I really want to see it though.
Yeah, I know it's it's
TJ
fantastic.
TJ
All
was
right,
telling me
thanks,
how
Jack.
awesome it is. So I'm checking it out.
All right, thank you, Zach, for showing up. Appreciate it, man.
Merry
Take
All right,
care.
cheers,
Merry
guys.
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas.
Tell us where we can find you, Zach.
All right. Cheers, guys.
All right, all right, there was Zack
On all the
Snyder.
socials.
Everybody. Told you some special guests might be showing up. Oh.
All right, for that, I'm going to dox Ben. This is where Ben lives, everybody.
Not
What
anymore.
the really deep
You don't have
state?
new address?
I know where he is. I can coordinate that. I know that guy from the YouTube thing that takes the pictures and he figures out where people live.
Oh yeah, that guy from from TikTok.
I don't
Like
know.
you show him a corner and he knows exactly where you live
Yes.
at. Yeah, that guy's
He's
freaky.
like, oh, those telephone poles are only made in one part of Sweden.
Yeah. Oh, those grasses only grow on the north side of Jersey. So you must be like, what the fuck? Like, what
Those
the
nose jobs
fuck?
are only done by one doctor in the south side of Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real quick
How-
though,
how-
I guess I'll just
how
ask
poor.
you guys, since y'all aren't
Okay.
gonna know the fucking answer. I'm just
Oh,
kidding.
there we go.
shit.
I,
There we
'cause I
go.
have no idea. I was
Now we
confused.
can
we
guard
forgot
on
we
leech.
didn't
Now that
I was
Jack's
like-
gone.
No. I was just gonna ask if Noble was some form of Jimmy, but with skin, because he's a
Well,
robot.
I know. I was thinking about that question too. I'm like, well,
Sorry.
even like when it came to the
No, it's not. I mean, I don't even
No,
know
no.
if he'd be able to.
Sorry, guys.
I don't even know if he would be able to answer that. So
he
it
probably
doesn't-
wouldn't. He probably
Yeah.
wouldn't because, like, I mean, my first thought. I mean, even just seeing, well, and it was kind of, and it was one of those things too where we literally do see the last shot of the movie in the trailer, which I hate it when trailers do that, but it's such a cool shot that it's like, okay. I mean, when I saw that shot in the trailer, I went, man, is this like a little bit of a connection also to when we were talking about the Army of the Dead stuff?
Yeah.
Because we have a dude that has the same haircut as Zeus that that obviously is a cyborg type.
He
can
did
give it-
answer it.
I can
He
give an
did
answer
answer
to
it.
that based on what he said on the stream and something Ed Screen said when we interviewed him on set. Which he said that he's trying to appease his father and gain a seat in the Senate, which would imply he's
said that in the
human, was
movie.
born human.
Mhm.
But also the way that Zach described the astral plane, if it's something that like more elite, the priests and elite members of government or military can access to communicate or to do research and stuff, it suggests it's like a Matrix jack-in sort
Well,
of.
it could be, but Noble
he's-
didn't seem like he was surprised to be there. He was like,
That's
"Oh,
what I'm
yeah."
saying. It's an augmented, like once you achieve a certain rank or something, maybe they give you a they called it a neural link, I think, in the when the priests were setting him up. So I think my read
Well, I
on
mean,
it.
the guns clearly have some kind of Neuralink thing because you see it.
Right.
in the
But I think
screen.
that's my read on it is that he's a human.
Thank you. Our son does
Who-
not believe me.
Yeah, I mean, I was
think
kinda
he's an
like-
augmented human, Shep, and he was
Well-
like, "No, mom, he's clearly a robot with a flesh skin." I
Well,
was
like the first time I watched it, my brain immediately went to that, and then the second time I was like, well, I mean, they're talking about brain waves and all this stuff when they're looking at trying
Yeah.
to
watch it, the more-
bring
He has
it
a
back.
heartbeat.
Right.
The
It's
more it feels
like
like a Matrix
cyborg.
homage
Yeah.
also, which in that case
plug.
they're humans that are augmented. So
So he's kind of like he's a cyborg-esque, I guess you could say.
Lisa lives. Pass it on.
Well, I mean, some people are saying is that Sam? Essentially, kind of like some people are trying to make that connection. Like when she touches,
Raise your
Jimmy's
hand if
face.
it's Sam.
See, and that's the thing is like when she touches his face, and all of a sudden he's like, because he's telling the story, and then I don't know. It was like I know some people were trying to like make that connection, like Cora's
No,
still.
he was just telling the story because he needed to tell the story. I mean, it's Anthony
I know.
Hopkins.
I know,
So-
but it was saying because like when she touched I mean, obviously it's just when she touches his face, it's almost like he's like blushing like a little bit, like the
Mhm.
lights light up. I always took
No,
it like,
that's his
no.
peach. He's finding his inner peach.
Yeah. There's something like where he's just, but I know some people are like, is this her? Like, what's
Turning
happening
the
here?
corner of Ben's head.
If that was
Yeah.
her, then Cora would be acting completely different towards her.
Mhm.
Just
That's what I was
regardless.
like. But then I was like, man, I don't know. There's just so many questions when it comes to that, because it just seems like there is going to be something significant with her,
Can I lay out my theory?
Go ahead.
Finally. Then I can go and leave you guys all alone so you can talk your, I don't know, man.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about beer,
Man stuff.
chicks. Yeah.
Balls.
Power tools.
Pussy portals.
Yes. We're gonna dissect the
Can we
pussy
just-
portal.
Can I just say, I married the guy who came up with they can't find the clit, so they'll never
That
find
was good. That was good, Steven. That was good. Everybody
That was
got
good.
I saw the chat light up after that.
it. It was so good. I love you.
Yeah.
I love you.
I can find the
No,
other world.
no, I look.
Yes. That's why we've been married for 10 years, guys.
Okay, I gotta go now.
All right. I have no shame in his game. So, okay. So, my theory on Issa is this. There's things that we know have been established, right? We know that the king and the queen were slain. That's like the first thing that's said during the pussy portal scene, right? And then the second time that they talk about the king and the queen being slain, I think when they're talking about the Jimmies, they talk about Issa also being slain, right? Issa is the princess.
Well, he doesn't really say it. He actually says they're slain, and then the princess. He doesn't say that the princess is slain.
Right. The point being, thank you, Garza, there's ambiguity there. Like, that is very clear that the king and queen are slain, and then there's sort of like a about Princess Issa.
He explicitly says the second time that she died. I don't know that
He
believes she's dead.
Jimmy believes she's dead.
Yeah,
Jimmy believes that.
Yeah, well, he's a fucking AI, so he doesn't count. So sorry, he doesn't have a soul. Sorry.
I'm not arguing.
I'm
Just anti-AI.
AI
over here.
Listen, it's a joke. Westworld hosts were people. Okay, I'm just saying.
So then, here's some other stuff that we know. We know that Issa is called the life giver, and that Cora has seen things that she cannot explain. AKA, she has seen Issa use light, L-I-G-H-T, which if you study Gnosticism is like huge. There's a whole bunch of Gnostic symbols all up in this.
And in Kabbalah. Yeah.
But anyway, it's the symbol of the Holy Spirit. If you're going into like the Trinity, which there's a whole bunch of Trinity symbols in here. We also have the references to Rome, the Roman Empire, the Roman Catholic Church, the Colosseum. They call it the Colosseum. Where is that? Rome. Moving on. So, Issa, the light, aka the Holy Spirit, the life giver, who is known to be her own father considers her a messianic prophecy. When she comes into power, she will usher in a new age of compassion, unlike anything we've ever seen. Something like that. That's a messianic prophecy.
She's a space Jesus.
He says it about his own daughter. Okay. She is also known or believed to be a reincarnation or an incarnation of her own grandmother, who is also believed to be an incarnation of another woman of her own bloodline further back. Therefore, how does a bitch die?
Would you like to know what her name means?
Death, how can she even die at all?
Right.
Literally,
would you like to know what her name means in Arabic?
Garza. But anyway, so
because I feel like you should know it.
If she can't die, then how could she be dead?
What is her name, Garza?
What I'm saying is, did you see what her name means in Arabic?
No, what does it mean in Arabic?
It means Jesus.
There you go.
There you go.
So it's space Jesus.
Sit there and
space Jesus.
You could, but at the end of the day, that's all you really got to do. Is there's a reason why her name is Isa.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could just translate it. However, it's also like that's just
No,
one
I mean-
symbol. People could say that's
of
an
the sense
accident,
of
whatever.
If we're gonna go off based off of
let's
names, I mean,
Go 15,000 times deep. He's referencing the Roman Catholic Church. He's talking about, like he just said, it was the Russian uniforms.
Yeah, from
right.
World War II, yeah.
Scar Giver also is really interesting because I was just talking with someone earlier. I know I mentioned like I've done a bunch of research into World War II. The Nazis gave each other or themselves scars to make themselves appear more intimidating and terrifying. This is like widely known. You can look it up. A lot of Nazis had scars. They would do this like when they were in their little Nazi Boy Scouts. So, and then they would put horsehair inside the scars so that the scars wouldn't heal properly, so that they would be more gnarly. Look it up. A lot of them have the officers, the higher ranked guys. So for Cora to be called Scar Giver is really interesting to me. She doesn't have a scar, notice, but her lover did. Her lover had a scar that looked a lot like Joachim Piper, who was the leader of the 1st SS Panzer Division in World War II, German Nazi officer.
Well, Scar Giver is not going to have scars, I don't think. But
no, but I'm saying like they also gave them to themselves. Nazi reference. I'm saying
that she was part of the empire. The empire represents the Romans. The Romans, what they did is that they scar Jesus to death before he, so I was thinking about making that correlation. Her
Did
being,
you see the shoulder pad?
Yeah, that's where I make the connection. So that's where the name comes from.
Yes. The shoulder pads for the priest dudes are a skull with a crown of thorns on it.
Yeah.
They're epaulettes. I don't know what you would call them. They're like shoulder pads. Like shoulder guards. I don't know.
We got a little glimpse of those religious creatures that walked around all the time, but we only got a brief.
Religious creatures.
Yeah, those the guys that were dressed in red. We only got a little bit of them at the end, or the part that they play in this universe, because we saw them like they show up every single time. Yeah, they were following Noble everywhere, but we didn't see how they play a part in this universe, because they obviously they represent some type of church, and they are in charge of, I guess, planting the seed of superstition or religion, right?
Right.
So,
something.
Yeah. So but we don't know that until like the very end when we saw a glimpse of what they really do behind the scenes.
Steven said that, the one that has like a thing on his chest. Steven said there's a picture in the middle, and that picture is of the king and his daughter, or the king and the queen. His daughter. The king and Isa.
Well, I think if I'm not mistaken, religious figures.
Thank you, for letting me know Isa is Jesus.
Religious figures that couldn't go into the Solomon's temple unless they had certain plated some type of plate where it had specific stones. If they didn't have those plates and the specific stones, they couldn't go inside the temple.
And they had to have a rope tied around their ankle. Yes,
so that way they can pull them out because of whatever was going on in there. So yeah, so I think that the whole plate thing probably plays a little bit of that. I guess it's good to have a little bit of religion in your life.
I mean, even you don't even have to be you don't have to be a believer in this stuff.
No,
to research it.
Study, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just study it from like a perspective of like, what did these people believe in history? If you want to know specifically what to Google, like the search phrases, look up Gnosticism, Gnosticism, Gnosticism.
Okay.
That's where you're gonna find that shit.
Yeah. Interesting. But
or apparently Isa you said Arabic or Aramaic?
Arabic.
Arabic.
Okay. Jesus.
I'm just saying if not saying you, I'm talking about the royal you, because the reason why I even
you're talking to me personally, Garza,
is because I do the same thing in my story, that I don't just name somebody just something. I could either make up a name or I could have a name have meaning. Which one's going to be more dense? I feel like.
I think if you make up a name, you forget quick, and you don't. And
Not
you
only
don't
that,
give
it has
them
no
the
meaning.
attention.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything unless you're fucking pretty much Game of Thrones, George R. R. Martin. But even then, Daenerys doesn't mean anything. It just is a unique name. That's cool and that's great. But I mean, if I had my choice of making up a word or having meaning behind this to give you basically more in depth, if you wanted it,
Insight.
but if you wanted this more in depth about a character of who they could represent or what they could represent in just their name, that's a lot more different than just making it up, I think. So,
Well, especially with what she supposedly can do, too.
Right, exactly.
It fits exactly.
I mean, exactly. If she's all of it, well, not only that, but okay, well, if she's presumed dead by everybody, and all of a sudden she comes back, I mean, that is a messianic figure. If you know.
So who would then you ask yourself who would benefit the most from that? I have two theories. Obviously, I think the one you guys mentioned, Sam, a lot of people are like, I think Sam is her in hiding. Yeah. I think that's a valid theory. I can understand where that comes from. Totally. My theory is that Issa is, I don't know how to explain this or like how the details of this work, but I think that the Imperium has Issa imprisoned in some way and is harnessing her power very similar to the Matrix. Like she's a battery that is reviving the Imperium elite.
Because of the light.
Like she is what Noble is used to bring Noble back to life. Just let me get it out. Like,
just rubbing my
think about it this way, okay? The Imperium could be down to a skeleton crew, both from the wars that they've fought, where they've actually like lost Imperium soldiers, but also through the rebellion just splintering off like entire battalions. If General Titus was really that compelling of a leader, he would have fucking fractured that army, right? If the fucking royal family is killed, then why the fuck is the army going to stick around? They have no fucking purpose, and they don't have a Senate to defend anymore. So the government's a shell, then the army is going to too. So I feel like
you would think that obviously, unless the army was involved with the coup, which clearly it was.
But what I'm saying is like I don't think that they're as strong as they want to appear. I think there's an interesting, my nerd brain goes, what if she's being used as a battery to regenerate in some way, to regenerate these dead soldiers back and back and back and back and back again until they can get to enough planets, conquer enough new recruits like Eris, like the young dude who came to Velt, amass enough people, get rid of some of those key rebels like Titus, like Cora.
Well, Cora's not a rebel, though.
Cora knows that Issa's still alive, so get rid of her.
That's just it, though. Cora, why? That doesn't have anything to do with Cora, though.
No, but if Cora knows,
she has no idea. If she knew that the only thing she represented was to protect the life of Issa, right? She failed at that somehow or another. She believes she failed in that, right? Yeah. That's the only reason why she would have given up.
So if Cora knows that Issa's actually not dead, then her knowledge, which would counter the narrative that the government wants to run and wants people to believe in, that Issa's like represents the messianic figure and is backing the state, then Cora is a threat to the state, and Cora needs to be killed before the state can come back with an amassed army and the backing of Issa, who has been a puppet because Issa was taken in as was her parents, everyone who was sent to protect her, everyone who was sent to educate her and everything, insulate her from the politics of it, was killed. Yeah. And she was just a child.
But Cora was there. She had to have been involved. She was supposed to be her protector. Regardless
So
of what
anyway,
happened.
so that's my theory about, or a possible theory. There are several.
But
That's
you get
one
what I mean,
possible
though.
theory about like maybe Issa is being held captive because she was just a child when all of this shit went down. And children are like the most easily manipulated when we're talking about the transference of power among states, especially oppressive regimes.
So then, I mean, how would that make Cora a good person, though? She abandoned her.
I didn't
Well, we
say
don't know
she was.
exactly those details, right?
I know that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
we don't
Like,
know.
I
we
didn't
only
say
know.
that she was.
No,
We only know that
I
she
understand.
crashed on this on that near that farm, and then what's his name, that old dude that she was like
Yeah,
roommate
like we
found
don't know
her.
how she
No.
landed there yet.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean,
We know
Cora
that
could truly believe that Issa was captured, but that she had her best bet to capture Issa was to like bide her time. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know the
Belisarius put
answers
her
to all of
there.
that. I'm just saying, like,
if she
I
was that
very
important,
much believe
like,
Issa's
Well,
not.
from
if
what I
Cora
gather,
knew she was that
Belisarius
there-
put her there for he positioned her there so he can make his move. So
Correct.
when all the pieces came to play, that's when she realized she was just part of a larger
Right.
game that she didn't want to
She was
be
taken out.
part of, and that's when everything fell apart. And I guess that's where her story comes.
Right. And
starts.
she would have gotten
So
taken
she
out.
has to make a
with-
choice at that point. Do I
exactly,
play
and
the
then she
part
was
that
left.
Belisarius
Yeah.
wants to, or how the
Right.
fuck do I extricate myself from this without dying?
Mhm.
And since she's the only one left of her family, it's like, well, do I die a meaningless death and let Issa also die? Or
Yep.
do I get out, have the knowledge that Issa is alive and they have captured her, and I might be able to save her because I actually do believe, and I just
But
need
she
to
doesn't-
fucking bide my time until I can go back and get her? Or do I let them kill me because I let them know I'm onto how I was gonna fucking be used by them as a pawn? Like, do you get what I'm saying?
But, yeah,
At a
maybe.
certain
But
point,
Or
she wouldn't
maybe
be
the
thrown
Game
on
of
the throne
Thrones,
by
where
herself.
he married her and
Yeah.
he took control over the kingdom, and she didn't want any part of it. It could have been
Right.
it could be any of those things.
I mean, it could be anything, but I think if it was more about Issa being alive or like protecting her life, she wouldn't have.
Yeah.
Either she had no choice but to leave and say, "Well, fuck it, I got to make the hard decision. It's either my life or your life, and I'm not dying for
Yeah.
you. I don't really give a shit." Which doesn't look like that's the case. Looks like she got taken out, just like she assumes Issa got taken out, and so she escaped somehow, left, has no idea that Issa's even about anything alive wise, and because other than that, like, I feel like if she even had some semblance of Issa being alive, she wouldn't have sat there and been like, "Oh, I don't want to fight the fucking Imperium. Like, I don't give a fuck about that." No, she understood that shit. So she was like, no, I don't want to be involved. If she was a protector of Issa, as she's supposed to be, if she believed Issa was alive, I feel like she would have still been fighting to protect her or rescue her or something like that.
but
right?
if she's gonna die and she's the only one who understands that Issa really is, because only the people that would be close to Issa would truly understand and believe that that's who she really was. All the information around who Issa was would have been at that point controlled.
But they would know that
So
she's
at that
being
point,
tortured,
like,
right?
you have to choose: do I just fight for something that I believe in, but I'm the only one who really knows what the real fucking deal is?
You're talking
and
about King
die
Leonidas right
with
now.
that knowledge, or
Yeah.
do I
That's literally
bide my time so that I can try to rescue her from the people who are controlling the narrative about her?
But the thing is she wasn't really biding her time. She was sitting there on a farm, not giving a fuck about the Imperium, right? She sees the Imperium ship. She's like, "Fuck this! I'm out. I'm not."
I
I'm not
mean,
doing
was
shit."
she, or did she know that eventually they would come because that's what the Imperium does? Like, they had a bell set up for, like, to warn. She was the one who knew when the ships came, like, what they were gonna fucking do.
Yeah.
She was the one who, like,
She also had
also was
trouble,
born-
like she also had trouble,
she
like
didn't integrate into.
Yeah,
Yeah, she didn't
into it.
like
Yeah.
integrate.
remember she was
into the
looking at
village.
like, who should I, and then she
I mean,
But
well, and
not
also,
Mary.
Well, she obviously hiding.
yeah,
Yeah.
she's obviously in hiding. I'm not
And
I'm not
didn't
doubting
want
any
to
of that.
like join the village because knowing that
Thank
she
you.
was hiding, she also knew she might need to fucking leave and didn't really want to fully set down roots there. She just
All right, that's what I mean.
Well,
So
that's
as soon as
why
they-
at the end, remember at the end when like they're like, yeah, there's home, and she's like, I never had a place that I considered
well,
home.
also she had assembled the fucking rebels to fight back against the Imperium. Now she wasn't
You know what's
fucking
funny?
alone.
What's
She
funny
had
about
bided her time and now was beginning to actually assemble a reasonable chance
Yeah.
of being able to like fight back.
Yeah,
Against
what's funny about like that scene when, and then of course you see Jimmy, which again I'm like, all right, I part 2, I'm hoping we get that Jimmy, like, well, why did he get like the antlers and all this shit, and all of a sudden he's like looking like a badass, which is great. But it was just kind of funny because it was like you see the 6 of them riding towards the village, and then you see Jimmy, and you're like, oh, 7. Ah, shit. We should have realized that only 6 were going to be coming back here, because and, then, and we didn't get around to. I was like, I had it ready for Zach, but I wanted to talk about Blood Axe and working with Ray Fisher again and him sacrificing.
Can I say something that would have been legit where I would have been like, fuck. Clearly, I understood that Kai was not going to be faithful to. Like I was reading that from the get-go. But you know what would have fucking driven it home? That I was like, man, that would have been fucking dope, dude. So you remember when Kara is basically talking about her conquerors, the shit that she did? She plants that fucking flag, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember that scene, right? She plants that flag. It's all cinematic and all that shit.
Show him in the ground.
Guess what? You show him whenever he's like, I remember you. Whenever he turns on him, that's all he says is, I remember you. And you see a flashback of him being on the other side and watching her plant that fucking flag and him going, I know exactly. So I don't need to get told. Hey, I don't need to get told that, hey, my world got crushed by them. It's personal. I fucking recognized you as soon as you made a little bit of a scene. I recognized who you were, and now I'm getting my fucking vengeance. Because then,
you know what I think is actually really cool. One of the things that they talked about so much in Rebel Moon, like even in the lead up to it, they talked about how each person that was cast, they wanted to bring that person's culture of origin into the role, not like write a role about a certain person from a certain culture that had these customs, but like ask Charlie Hunnam, okay, you're from this part of Ireland, right?
Is he Irish? I don't know who he like.
Is
he English or Irish?
Because he doesn't have that accent.
He's English.
I thought he was English. Yeah.
So
it's English.
He was excited to try an Irish accent.
He was excited to try an Irish accent.
Okay, it's English.
Well,
but
there we go.
Can you imagine seeing that? Like that turn, because I saw the turn. I wasn't surprised about the turn. I enjoyed it because I was like, yeah, it's something. But dude, if you would have seen that, like him going, no, I've been waiting for this goddamn moment. Dude, it would have been, you would have seen, because at the end of the day, when she's planting that flag, sure, she looks heroic, and that's great that you're seeing it from that point of view.
But she was part of an evil empire.
Exactly. She was still part of an evil empire when she was doing that.
She was steamrolling over his people.
So you see his people, and you see him kind of looking up, fucking just angry as shit, going like, I'm going to fucking remember you. And then boom, all that shit connects to. That's why this fucker's decided to go against all this shit.
Yes.
And so beautifully done too. And I love it too at the when Noble is like, talking to Kara and saying all that, and then like, he just goes, well, I did all the work, like kind of like,
exactly.
I pulled the strings.
Yeah.
I love that.
The intention was to make you hate that individual. Showing that scene that you described, Garza would empathize with him. Like, oh, I get it now.
Technically, it would, but it would only be so small that you'd be like, oh, I understand.
No, but it will make you feel like, wait, okay, so he's a child of
no,
war.
It's not even that. It's the fact that Cora is meant to look heroic in that shot, right?
Yeah, right. No, I get that. But what I'm saying is that it will make us empathize with him on the why. Why did he betray her? Oh, it's because she was a piece of shit before all of this. You could be a nice person now, but now you're getting your comeuppance, and
exactly.
It will make you connect with him and not with her.
Can we let Chris talk? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
I'm sorry, Chris.
No. No, it's going back to kind of what Amanda was saying with Issa and what she represents at that point. we all know that Zack's one of his favorite films is Excalibur. Issa being the Holy Grail for the Imperium, for everyone at that point. Once Korra finds out if she is still alive, if they're using her at that point, that's a game changer for Korra in the sense of everything she thought that she didn't succeed in protecting at that point, that she's alive, she has a second chance to go after it at that point. So it's more than just taking down the Imperium, it's getting back her charge at that point that she was meant to protect.
Like she tells Titus.
Mm.
She's like, well, if you failed your men, then you can't go back and save those men, but what about revenge, bitch? Like,
right, exactly. Well, but that just means it's almost like if you were going to watch Kill Bill 3 and it was about, Vernetta Green's daughter going after, the bride, like you'd be like, I don't really agree with it because I like the bride's character, but you can understand. I mean, Vernetta Green's daughter, she watch that shit happen to her mom.
What I meant with Charlie Hunnam's not Charlie Hunnam specifically, but what I meant with the actors' cultural heritage informing their role. So like Charlie Hunnam being English, for example, right? He tells her, your people rolled over mine. When they did, they left not a man, woman, or child alive.
They tortured everybody.
Yeah. And he goes through this, and I'm sitting there going, holy shit. There are probably 15 different battles, wars that I can think of where that happened.
Absolutely. And I'm sure you've heard of.
We can go back through the Bronze Age.
Absolutely, and I'm sure you've heard these old adage of show don't tell, right? Can you imagine seeing that?
Yeah,
a glimpse of it, just going, oh fuck. Okay, I don't have to agree with him, dude. I don't agree with a lot of shit villains do. I didn't agree with Man of Steel's Zod. You know what I mean? Like, dude, I get it. I get where he's coming from. I don't have to agree with it, but hey, dude, I understand his side.
Yeah, I don't think there's a problem with having the little bit of scene of the empathy, because villains are the heroes of their own story.
Correct. Absolutely.
So in his case, seeing the little bit of you're right with what you're saying, Ben. It gives us a little bit of empathy with him, gives us a perspective of it. To your point, Garza, you don't have to agree with the methods he's going about it, in the sense of, you want revenge, but now you're going over the deep end of targeting everyone.
Absolutely, yeah.
That either is connected or even not connected, just by guilty by association.
Yeah, and he gets his comeuppance, and you're like, yeah, exactly. He overreached. He overplayed his hand. He tried getting revenge on this one person.
That was some No Country for Old Men shit. Gunnar went from I'm just a farmer to
okay, I wanted to bring this up. Do we think there's a little bit more to Gunnar? Do we think there's a little bit more to Gunnar than actually there is? Because the fact that he just went boom and just turn around and just fucking put that thing under his chin and say,
I'm sorry. I think he was.
I think he's at the point of breaking where
I don't know. I think there's a little bit more to him than just watching over the harvest. I don't know. I think there might be a little bit more back.
I fucking hated him at the beginning. I was like, you shut the fuck up, dude. You're not even running this town. Why are you talking?
I think there might be a little bit more to his character.
I was watching that. Yeah, because I'm like, why are you talking, dude? You're not even the fucking.
Get over here.
You're not even the sheriff for this fucking town. Why are you fucking talking?
See, that's the thing. That's why I believe.
But I like that though, because that's where you make you like. I want this motherfucker to continue to be in this fucking movie, because I want somebody to fucking punch him in the mouth, because he got the grandfather killed.
Right.
Yeah.
Dude, by the way, it took me until the second watch for Steven to turn to me and go, hey, that's the guy from House of Cards. And I went,
oh yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's a beefcake. And I would thrust my hips on that man. Yes, I would.
Okay. Well, there that is. Anybody else? Okay.
No, our pass. Pause.
I actually ran into that guy. When Steven and I were going to the bathroom at the premiere. And we walked out of the bathroom, and he was like talking to his girlfriend, wife, whatever.
Well,
and it was so funny because in front of the men's
I got
room,
to touch Cleopatra.
his poster was right in front of his character poster was right in front of the men's room. So I remember looking at him. He looked at me and went, "Hey, wait a minute!" And I was like, "Wait a minute!" And I'm like, "Hey, man, can't wait to watch the movie." It was like one of those and he went and then that was it.
Was he still like a freaking tank of a man?
No, he was normal height. He was
normal.
No,
I'm like.
Guy, but...
he doesn't know that who I'm talking about.
He's not Ray Fisher. I mean, Ray Fisher's like
I'm talking about Corey Stoll.
Oh,
yes. Oh,
no,
Corey Stoll.
Talking about Corey Stoll. I was talking.
I'm talking about Dad of the Town. I'm talking about.
I thought you were talking about the guy who played Gunner.
We got a deer.
No, I was talking about the guy who played Gunner.
Isn't he British also?
No,
I know. I saw him. He was in Bly Manor. House of.
He's been in a lot of things. He was in the first Ant-Man.
He was what?
No. I'm talking about Gunner.
Oh, Jesus.
He was MODOK in Ant-Man and the
He's
Wasp.
British. He's got an accent. I know that.
Right. Okay. So that's what I thought. Yeah.
Did you just
so confusing?
Do this?
Yeah.
Did you just do this?
Yeah.
I like. You know who I like? I like Nemesis. I like Nemesis when she fought the Jenna Malone character because
Hamada. I almost wanted to bring up the fact I'm like, hey, you added an R to a
name that we familiar.
It would have made more sense because I was paying attention to her dialogue when she said, you came in here and you cut it up, and I was like, well, I could relate to him, but not really. Yeah, maybe I don't know.
I don't think.
But I did like that interaction because she lost a child, and then the spider. Being lost her children, or she cannot even keep her children alive because of the the people that are there contaminating everything. So it's kind of her revenge to kill.
There's way more to that scene.
Yeah, there's more to it, and then she had to go and kill that individual that kind of mirror her. That's not the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, the opposite. Yeah, like a.
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
there's a duality between those two characters, and I was like, oh, this is pretty. That was a pretty cool scene.
One thing I didn't get though, I will say this though, there was a point when I'm pretty sure 3 out of the 4 people that were just watching that shit had a firearm that. As they're watching it, they had a clear shot. Taken her out.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering.
It was like
my OCD kicked in too. I was like, why nobody?
I was like, why is nobody taking a shot? Clearly, she's trying.
And I think that's going to get cleared up in the extended cut. That was a weird to me too because it was like, why is nobody else doing anything? There's got to be something where maybe it's like a ritual thing where it's like, no, because remember how she says don't celebrate this.
I get that, and that's why I was assuming. I was like, well, if somebody would have killed them, that line actually would have made more sense for her to be saying it hey, don't celebrate this because there's
way more. I think when it comes to that second act, when everybody's all the characters are being found and built up, that's the most that gets cut from this. It's got to be. I think we're gonna get more blood.
I think the character introduction gets cut the most because Zack has said many times whenever he introduces a new character, he got to give that character at least 30 minutes of exposure so that way you connect with that character. So I noticed that all these characters didn't get 30 minutes of of screen time.
It was very quick.
And this is what I think why this and I know I might be alone in this, who cares, but this technically would have killed it as a series because if you're talking about Seven Samurai or even Magnificent Seven, I get it. Both of those are classics, but here's the thing that they all have in common as far as all the 7 that are involved. They all are either samurai or they're gunslingers, right? There is nothing unique about one samurai over another samurai. They're just samurai, right? Like you could make them more unique, and I get that. That's fine. Kurosawa did not do that, and it still is almost a 4-hour movie, right? We don't need to get introduced to these samurai and their backstory. But when the more unique you make individuals, you need to kind of give us more of a backstory and history of why these people are even doing this shit. Because at the end of the day, it's like, dude, I mean, a samurai, you can watch the one samurai that you're watching and you understand because of his code and his ethics why the other samurai are going to join him, right? Or maybe even the gunslingers, you understand why that, but I wouldn't know why, and I'm not saying that this is a negative about it. It's just, why would Nemesis join Korra if, I mean, Korra has no beef with the fucking Imperium, as far as I know. What's in the film, there is no instance of Korra.
Wait, did you legitimately just say Korra has no beef with the Imperium?
No, I did not. I said Nemesis has no beef with the Imperium.
He just said Korra has no beef with the Imperium, right?
Oh, I said, why would Nemesis and Korra be going after the same thing? Because Nemesis has no beef.
Nemesis doesn't have any beef. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
That's what,
I'm sorry. I might have misheard. I might have misheard.
No. I get
you now.
I understand. You might have misheard. I know you misheard. That's me on my end. I know. Right? There's no way that I would have said.
I'm following now. I'm following now.
Absolutely.
He will agree with you, but then both of you be
wrong. I'd be both be wrong. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you. But what I'm saying,
we got somebody else joining right now.
Scott.
There he is.
Hey, Scott.
And so I completely understand the concept of these characters, but when you have them as individualized as they are, you need to be able to, I mean, at least each one of them could have been an episode, right? Like of who these people are and what are they doing.
I can tell you why she has a beef with the Imperium.
Who, Nemesis?
Yes.
From the film?
Yes.
Okay.
I also think it answers the question of why no one was firing guns. Maybe, but I don't, like, this is maybe a guess. I don't know, a speculation.
But you say you know.
Okay.
So yeah, you said you know, so from the film, but okay.
Yeah.
Yes, from the film. Not from him.
Why you said you know? No,
you say you know, and then you say maybe. What is it?
I can tell you.
It's got pineapple on it, doesn't it?
Speculation. Nice.
This is why nobody was using guns on
speculation. Hold on. Wait, let me speculate first, and then you can answer.
Speculate
on why no one was using guns on Armada, and answer why Nemesis most definitely has an issue with that. So first, or what I would say, I mean in the film though. Speculating why no one has guns. The whole planet has been strip mined, and when you strip mine things, you tend to make the air toxic. And when you fire guns, that creates ignition in the air, in the toxic air.
Okay.
And then people die. So that's not a good idea. So electric blades safer than ignition.
I was thinking something more derivative.
No fire gunny gun. People die in closed spaces.
But elevators and
but I was thinking something more derivative, like finding out, can she really fight?
To me, that's what it was. I think Nemesis has beef with the Imperium because the Imperium turned her fucking planet into an uninhabitable fucking wasteland by raping it for its resources. That's why I think she has a fucking problem. Because instead of just, I don't know, peaceably living out the rest of her life, now she is a fucking merc who has to go around killing innocent fucking spider bitches are just pissed off that all of their
and I'm reading a comment in here that talks about Nemesis
raped it.
That talks about Nemesis killing 16 fucking Imperial officers, and I get that. What that reminded me of is in Inglourious Bastards, when it's everybody in the German army's heard of Hugo Stiglitz, and we get that little fucking narrative. Like, dude, I was like, oh. With Nemesis, I was like, okay, well, we heard that, but I was like, but I mean, was there? I guess yes, there is a reason. I'm not saying that there's not a reason. I'm just saying in the film that we have that I have to watch, there is it's very. I know that needs to be explained, which is the reason why I'm saying, dude, give me an episode of that because I would love to see that. Right? I mean, to get introduced to that kind of.
I want them each to have their own fucking graphic novel. Yes.
No, I think 20 minutes for each character should suffice.
Suffice. All right. Well, let's say hi to Scott since he just joined us.
Scott.
And pineapple pizza.
I know.
Rose.
Why would you put that stuff on your pizza?
Actually, it was Liam that put it on his pizza. I'm just eating the leftovers.
This almost feels circa 2018.
That's what I was saying. We got the gang back together.
I know.
Who women?
Chris.
Chris.
Yeah.
Oh, we got the wrong Chris.
The one newbie. The one newbie. I love it.
No offense, buddy. I'm just
If only
I
Kwame
accept it.
Marks. If only Shane or
I
Shane.
know.
would've
I
shown
know,
up.
but man,
Yeah.
those guys disappeared, man. They did.
Chris, what were you doing in 2018?
That's a loaded question.
Yeah, where were you January 6th, Chris? No.
Watching the first Aquaman.
Not at the Capitol.
No, but yeah, thank you for coming on, Scott. Like I said, it was a lot of things happen. I mean, yeah, we had Zach on for a little bit, which was cool, and but I do want to get because we were all talking about thoughts on certain things when it came to Rebel Moon. What are your initial thoughts of the movie?
I had a fun time with it. I think any of my criticisms of the PG-13 cut are not original. I think the beginning of the film is really nice. Right when you get into the second act,
Especially the pussy portal.
I wish there was more things that we could talk about this movie that would get traction rather than that, but okay.
It's hard to miss, but
I don't think you're supposed to get traction.
Well, when it's right in your face like that, you got to do
supposed-
something. You know what I
It's
mean?
supposed to slide in.
Yeah.
No,
You either lick it or you fucking do
I know
something.
all of us. Yeah. Well,
Believe me.
imagine being in the second row at the Chinese theater. You kind of go.
And I'm like, oh shit, it's shaved. Fuck. Okay.
Even though,
Sorry.
besides that,
If you need
point, though,
assistance.
I gotta go.
Oh, it's been yeah. We're it's, anyways, go ahead, Scott.
This just went left quick.
We're talking about movies, Scott.
it's nothing
Yeah.
worse than the
Bring back your wife,
animated
dude.
episode last Sunday.
Oh yeah,
Dave and I went really bad, really fast.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I still gotta get a clip of that up. That's gonna be fun. Anyways,
When
go
you
ahead.
get into the second act and the recruitment of the team, I jumped in about with Garza's comments here, and I don't disagree with Garza on this. When I watched the trailer for Scargiver, there was a lot of clips of the backstories that I honestly thought were going to be in part 1 that apparently going to be in part 2.
Or the R-rated cut too.
Yeah.
So, well,
I think Steven said one time that a trailer was like it was a trailer for the whole thing. So that way it can give you
I'm talking about the specific teaser, the one that was supposed to be attached to the
this
credits of this one, and got shared online afterwards.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because it's on there after you watch it. It's there.
Well, but it wasn't last night for some reason.
No, I technically it was because I saw it and I was like, oh wait, is that a new? Oh shit.
No, I'm saying like when I watched it, I watched it to the end and I didn't get it. But
no, it was like it
got posted
had to
online.
stop.
Yeah,
you had to stop and let it like pull up your previews or whatever.
Yeah,
that was how I saw it.
Well,
when I watched it last night, it did not auto start, but then I rewatched today and it auto starts in the credits. So they must have had like it wasn't like attached to the movie. It was like their watch the next episode kind of autoplay thing. And so I suspect there's something
I get it. Okay.
In the but Ben don't know what this means. I believe in the CMS they probably got like some kind of a tag that will flag
coding,
what media
it
autoplays at the end, and they just hadn't applied it until sometime after the premiere.
So that teaser for Scargiver showed a lot of the backstory scenes for several of the team members that I'm going to be honest, I thought was either going to be in part 1 or been, like you said, I thought would be then part of the R-rated director's cut of part 1. Even if you don't get the complete backstory flashback stuff, I agree that Act 2 moves way too fast, and you were just touched upon with these different characters with no real introduction or
genuity
exposition
with them. So I really felt that with Nemesis. a lot because some of them just in
Oh
the
yeah,
elevator.
we were just talking
Yeah.
about that before you showed up. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's more meat on that bone for sure.
you can tell. You can tell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that, and then you get to the third act, and then it's cool. It's an action. It's a great.
It kind of just comes out of nowhere. Did anybody feel like it was like, oh, we're actually here in the final battle? I don't know. To me,
there were a lot of things like that happened for me, and I'm not going to say this a lot, but every single my expectations for kind of what we're going to get or assumptions about where it was going to go at different times, I loved it the first time, but there were those moments where I was like, oh, I bet there's more that goes there, or I wasn't expecting that to happen so fast or whatever. On each rewatch I've done, those all are. I mean, I watched it
that's true.
I know what you're saying.
Those are less and less, and I find because not to say that like obviously there's more to it, but I'm getting more and more appreciative of there's a lot of, and people did this with BVS too, where people are really quick to throw the first edit under the bus, to appease critics of it, to be like, well, that's not the real one anyway. But the more I watch this, it's a good cut.
It is.
I will defend is it's a solid. Compare it beat for beat to even Star Wars or anything like that. Han Solo had an abrupt introduction too. He was just sitting at the bar. What the fuck is his backstory?
Yeah, I get all of that, and I understand everything you're saying, because when I watched this cut, I went, the story makes sense. I remember when I watched BVS in the theater, I fell in love with the film. It changed everything about everything, right? I remember seeing that film going, I can't believe there's another 30 minutes in this fucking film, right? Because it just felt so different to me. Well, when I watched this film, even though the fact that I knew that there was an extra hour of it, I watched this film going, I mean, it makes sense why they cut it this way. I get it.
Or stuff like Jimmy. I'd love to see Jimmy, but man, imagine seeing Hermata and then be meanwhile, back on Vel,
right,
Jimmy
exactly.
finds some
You wouldn't be able to. So one of the things that I feel like I wish it's weird to look at, because I wasn't comparing it to Star Wars when I was watching it. I was like, okay, this is its own thing, but it was its own thing in a way that was. It didn't, and I hate to do this. I fucking hated myself, and I'm not joking when I say I hated myself for doing this. But every time I was watching it, something would happen, and I would think, man, I remember some kind of shot like that with Dune, and it looked way fucking different. And I'm not saying that I'm trying to compare the two. I'm just saying that, Dune didn't really do anything new when it comes to the sci-fi genre or anything like that. It's just the way Dune was made. It just fucking made such a difference. And so I was not that's not what I was expecting when it comes to Rebel Moon, because I'm not trying to say I compare the two, but at the same time, there's a lot of instances where I was like, well, I know technically what Dune could be like, and I'm saying that as in I didn't know what 300 could look like on film, right? I didn't know what Watchmen could look like on film. That shit was fucking invigorating to me, just like Dune was. And so that's kind of the same aspect that I kind of went into with Rebel Moon, thinking, I'm not thinking it's going to be like Star Wars. I'm thinking it's going to be its own thing, but there was, I don't know if it's the cut that I'm,
it's compression.
That
Netflix needs to do physical releases for these.
I saw people complaining about that too, because, especially when you see when she, does her laser, the swords, you see it just gets a little, and it does. It's kind of interesting because I watched it, obviously the LA premiere, Chinese theater, and it was it was a digital projection. Then I watched the 70 millimeter. The 70 millimeter I enjoyed much more because it just gave that grain, that film grain that kind of can hide the imperfections, I guess you could say. Well, I've always said stuff like that. Yeah.
Can I just say this, and I hope I don't get crucified for saying this, because I don't mean it this way. But Scott, I want to see if you're going to agree with me, because I feel like you might. Listen, I love Zack. I love everything that Zack has ever done. Okay, believe me, I'm a Zack Snyder fucking fan. I get it. I will do everything I can to make sure people know his fucking name and his films. That being said, when it comes to presentation of the way the film looks, right? When you go back to 300 and when you go back to Watchmen, and even when you go back to Man of Steel and BVS, there was something that was ingrained in all of those films that has been missing from Army of the Dead to now Rebel Moon. Scott, would you say do you have an idea of what it could potentially be that's kind of missing? And it has nothing to do with anything else other than, listen, man, I think it does make a difference.
Well, I know where you're going with this, and I will say to a level I agree with you with Rebel Moon. Army of the Dead with the Dream Lens gave it a different quality, and I know you didn't like that, but for Army,
I was all right with it. I was okay with it.
But so Army of the Dead had a uniqueness with the camera that helped it. But where I think you're going, I want you to finish where you're going, but I'm going to say that maybe I'm not going to disagree with you. So,
well, no, you were going there. There's a key component to somebody that's missing that's there, which is Larry Fong.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's obvious where you're going. I would say that the thing with this movie is that that's all still there. Like aesthetically, there's some difference in the way that the movie's designed, in the same way that like I would never compare Army of the Dead to like 300. I would compare it to like Dawn of the Dead. Right. And it kind of stands up on the kind of like the sort of scale that they've got. Like there's not Army of the Dead has got some more of those epic shots, but like this, there's plenty of that stuff in there. I think that the stuff that has been out for a while, when you see it for the first time on the big screen, that makes a huge difference on the iconography of some of the big shots, stuff like 300. Leonidas's Charge, you will always remember how it felt on the big screen when you see it on the small screen.
I can't even remember how I saw it on the big screen though. That's just it.
Your body remembers though. The dopamine.
Maybe I'm sure it does.
Your brain remembers.
I have my fucking ticket. Believe me, I still
literally
your nipples got hard.
Every time you see it again. That's
nipple pound.
Yeah, goosebumps all the way to your nipples.
And that's kind of what I was hoping that he was gonna. I was hoping literally, and I know I said this even with Army of the Dead, but I was hoping with Korra, I was like, oh man, are we gonna get this? So when the battle of the fighters of the war or whatever happening, remember I said I was hoping this would happen in Army, but I was like, maybe he'll do it this time. I don't fucking know. But basically a speed ramp, but it's behind the shot. So you're seeing her basically going slow motion and then, going around corners and shit. She doesn't know if there's an enemy there, and then it's speed. It's just something like that. And I mean, not saying that the shots weren't bad. I'm just saying that like, with 300, it felt different. It looked different, and that was 2006.
Yeah, I was going to say the other thing is, especially with Zack, is a lot of his movies, we remember a lot of that stuff now from the context of seeing lots of high res GIFs and images that have been cut and reposted from them, like stuff like the comedian going out the window and all that stuff. And not to say that like those those are all timers. We have an image of a highlight reel, and so what we're doing, like if you watch, sport, like we'll watch an NFL game and be like, oh, this is nearly as exciting as the highlight reel is, and it's like, well, of course it's not, is it? Like that's why they got red zone or whatever, right? Like it's not.
Oh yeah, that's why I know what football is. Believe me, it ain't the same thing.
Yeah, and so I
go watch a game. I go watch a Cowboys game. It ain't the same fucking thing.
Yeah, and so with this movie, once again, and you notice this more and more on rewatch, or as stuff starts to hit social media, like there's plenty of those shots in there. That's just that we're comparing it to movies that we've already poured over and identified the favorite shots on. And I think that stuff in Rebel Moon, the more like stuff shows up, and I'm like, I don't even remember that being in there. Shots of Jimmy and stuff, because it just kind of happens in passing. And it's one of those ones where like the more that I've kind of gone back and rewatched and gone back to take pictures and stuff myself, the more I'm like, oh damn, this is like there's way more in here than I would appreciate just from kind of a single watch.
Sorry, I had to unmute my microphone.
No, I was going to say also though, in addition to that.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Go on, Scott.
I also have to qualify what I'm, my opinion about the film right now is also that just the unbelievable level of expectation that I had going into this film, plus prior knowledge about mythology and ideas of the movie that Garza, you were mentioning it right when I was backstage, but I was still watching the stream. And there's a lot that I know about the universe that I wasn't told in this movie and or this cut of the movie.
Correct. And
So-
in BVS, that wasn't the case. I didn't know different arcs in BVS. It just added more flesh to it.
But I still will defend because there's some people who, for some reason, in the past week went ape shit over complaining about there being two different cuts of this film. But when I watched this movie, and I think Steven, I heard you, like I said, I don't know what discussions you guys have already had before I jumped in because I've been at work.
No, you discuss
But it
whatever.
doesn't matter. It's your opinion, though. So that's all that matters.
But I was watching the film last night going, like this PG-13 cut
makes sense. Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Like I can show that like Heather would probably watch this and be fine.
Well, Zach said that before, like when he was on here. He
We showed our kids.
could show my kids.
Yeah.
He could show my
It
kids.
makes sense.
We showed our kids.
I get that. I get it. But if you're going to have world building that is not for kids, well, then there's
we
got
are
to be a
not
certain
showing
point.
them the longer cut. We literally already talked. We were
Well,
like,
right,
we're
but-
not showing them the longer.
What I'm saying though is that if that
More-
doesn't add any world building, then why is it necessarily technically
Well,
there? Cut.
But I'll be interested. But once again, I'm not making any judgments about that until I actually see
Right.
the R-rated cut. Like I am making a lot of assumptions right now, and that can be very dangerous. But I'm saying
A lot of people are. Yeah.
the PG-13 cut I watched was enjoyable.
Correct.
Yes.
I was it still surprised me at times. Some characters made some turns at times that I was not expecting. I felt but I don't know if prior knowledge of the fact that there's an R-rated that there's an additional cut that's going to be R-rated and 2 is going to be an hour longer.
Right.
That I have to assume that my brain that has affected my viewing of this movie because
absolutely has.
I'm
Yes.
watching it. I'm watching
What
it
else
going,
is there?
what else is there? Like
Mhm.
there is something going on with that tentacle thing
Yeah.
that's going to be really disgusting. I
And-
just
Zach
and-
said
know
that.
it.
Zach
Yeah.
said that.
And the
I
thing
think-
is that BVS, when it came out, we didn't know about the R-rated cut
No.
until that weekend, until
Correct.
after we had seen it. Because at the end of the day,
No,
I
it
saw
was,
one
it was
movie-
longer than
Yeah,
that.
because even if you love the movie and you are watching it, like Scott says, even if there's a scene where you are like not too overwhelmingly a fan of, then you start thinking about maybe it's better than the other cut. So and I
right,
think that
exactly.
takes away
There's
from the
a lot of
experience
damage,
because
too,
you're
from
constantly
the
going
context.
back and forward. Do I love this movie or do I wait or am I still thinking about what else is going to be there?
The context of the Snyder cut, I think, really poisons the well in a lot of ways, especially for fans, but really for everybody, because BVS was a little bit of a studio struggle, especially the Snyder cut was a big struggle. What people totally forget is you go back to the Dawn of the Dead. The extended cut of Dawn of the Dead was a DVD bonus. That was not the true
A real
version that
cut.
they didn't want you to
Mhm.
see, right? That was Zach saying, here's something extra for the fans.
Mhm.
Yep.
Right.
And Sucker Punch, there's a lot of stuff going on with that. But like Watchmen, the theatrical cut was what it was because of
IMAX.
because of
Runtime.
IMAX.
And
right?
IMAX and
and then
runtime.
he released the director's cut on home media, which was the plan. That was not a
Yep.
studio struggle. That was not them destroying his creative vision. And then the ultimate cut was a bonus for the fans. And so he's a big fan of this home media era of let's do something extra. And so everybody's coming into this thinking, oh, the shorter version is the bastardized version. Whereas you have to remember, Zach is coming
No.
at this from the he cut his teeth on like the media he cut his teeth on was like, and Scott, Scott will appreciate this also, and maybe Ben. But like the HBO era or the home TV era of like Superman the movie and all of those having all sorts of extra stuff on home.
Yeah.
On the TV releases, that was just like kind of treated as bonus.
Well,
and for anyone who consumed media in that era, that was like all like bonus material. And so don't think of this as like there's the true version and the cut down.
That's my point.
I don't think anybody's watching it that way. I'm thinking about.
Well, I don't think maybe no one here. Like there are
right. And I'm not saying that we are, but
sure.
a lot of the discussion that I see.
Here's
what
I'm this is what I'm referring to. When I watched Watchmen in theaters, I saw the theatrical cut. It fucking changed me. Okay, it affected me. And that was a theatrical cut. Okay. So when I saw the director's cut, I was like, holy shit. Okay, got it.
Yep.
When I saw BVS, it affected me. It changed me, right? And then I saw the ultimate cut and I was like, oh fuck. It just made it more enriching. With this film, if I was using the same kind of foundation of if this cut is really that cut, doesn't matter if it's PG-13 or not, because at the end of the day, Watchmen and BVS is technically PG-13, and it worked for me.
To be fair, those are different. Those are two different intentions, John. Because the thing is that those two movies that you mentioned, two of them were modified for specific reasons, and they were.
You're right. You're absolutely.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. One was for viewing. BBS was because they wanted more time and more screens and whatnot. And same goes for Watchmen. This one was intentionally done because they wanted more viewers or a certain age to go to be accessible to them.
You're absolutely right. I get that.
And I think
that makes my point even more.
No, I think the comparison is not a fair one because the intention is completely different in this.
But look at it this way also. When fans are so combative with like the critics and the reception that there's this, when something happens that critics don't like, fans need to defend it, and so they'll be like, oh well, it's the brain goes to, oh well, there's the other version that's going to fix that, right? There's a longer version, there's the better version, that's whatever, and they're so ready to throw it under the bus. Whereas when you don't know that that's there, and you
doing ASL,
she's doing the sign language. I understand.
When you don't know that that's there, and you're engaging with the material, you have to actually grapple with it. If something happens, you're like, ooh, I don't like that. You actually, instead of just saying, oh well, I'll punt it to the other version.
Jesus Christ, you almost killed me. It's fine.
Right. That's what I'm. That is literally what I'm
sure it'll be better than the other version. You actually have to say
that goes in line with what John is saying.
That is absolutely what I'm saying. That's why I'm
when
saying.
You know the alternate version is there, people are just saying like, oh well, this was the bad version. That's going to be the good version.
Right.
And I think that people need to rewatch this and actually engage with it and think like, oh wait, is there an explanation for this? And often there is. Like there's really good.
Would that conversation be happening if the great majority of those people who review it and gave it a bad review gave it a bad review?
I mean, I don't know. BVS got fucking hammered, and I still was like,
"That is true." That's true.
I was so confused about BVS and why I liked that film so much. I literally had to go online, and that is exactly.
There's a difference. There's
a
difference in how BVS gets slammed in the sense of you have characters that people have been attached to for years and years versus what's going on right now. At that, there's two differences.
You're absolutely correct. I had no idea. Who Watchmen was. I had no idea about any of those fucking characters. I went in and watched it, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
Well, I've always said with BVS that. Once again, people are always so quick to say, "Oh, the director's cut fixes everything," and like, I think the theatrical cut is great. Director's cut's better, but there's a big thing with that. People say, "Oh, when they rewatch the director's cut, they always say it's better." But there's two things going on that people never properly account for. They're not just watching the director's cut; they're also watching the movie again. Right. The movies always improve on the second watch. If people rewatch the theatrical cut, it will also improve from watching the theatrical cut.
I watched it, and I watched the theatrical cut 3 times.
3 times in theaters. Yeah, so here.
So I did it of BVS is better, but people attribute a lot of the reappraisal solely to the director's cut. When yes, the director's cut does help, but a lot of what people say when they say it's better, is not solely attributed to the extra scenes
but Steven,
Steven,
you're making a great point that I was hinting at earlier, which is I have watched the movie one time, and that was last night, literally at 9:00 Central when it dropped on Netflix. And like I said, I brought way too much expectation and baggage and anticipation and prior knowledge of the universe that because of who we are and my connections to you guys and, listening, reading articles, listening to Rebel Moon by the minute, once again, having way too it's like going to see Star Wars for the first time and you've read the Star Wars encyclopedia and then you watch the first Star Wars movie going, this movie explains fuck all about any of this stuff.
Good comparison. That's good comparison.
And can I ask this? Because I know Dave's going to ask this question, but I'm going to ask it in a different way. Would you rather? Because I remember before we even realized what was, because we know kind of the story based off of, right? Like some of us do. And I remember asking the question of, do we think we're going to see some kind of big battle at the very end of part 1, or is that going to be part 2? So now, after watching part 1, I feel like, and maybe I'm alone, maybe I don't know, because I would have preferred more character. I would have rather we gotten all that backstory for everybody, and at the very end, it ends with that first arrival of, or not the first arrival, but like that big arrival of Noble and his crew and all that shit. Like,
creative choices.
You get what I mean? Like, all the fucking fighters now. You know why Tarek's in his position. You know why Titus is in his position. You know why all of this shit matters and why they have beef with this fucking, the Imperium. And now we get to wait and see them fucking duke it out.
Okay, now John,
I do like the mystery. I'm not gonna lie. Sorry.
Can I? I want to play devil's advocate for that because John, I understand where you're going with this because I wanted more, I wanted more character. I mean, I'm there with you. However, this is me speaking in the Netflix brain and not in the Scott brain, going, but
not Scott Stuber. Sorry,
not Scott Stuber. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm summoning Scott Stuber because we are Scots. It's the multiverse of Scots. But Zach had an interview talking about the movie, and I mentioned this briefly last week when I was on the Vodka stream, that Zach realized that when you make a movie for streaming, you have to understand that there's a low threshold for entry, but there's also a low threshold for exit. And so
that's right.
While the character development that nerds like us would just eat up like a freaking bowl of ice cream, that's not Joe Blow Netflix subscriber.
But it could have if it's Stranger Things, right? Stranger Things is not action.
But Stranger Things also gave you all of it. But Stranger Things has the binge model that you got all the episodes at one time. Where this is, we're getting a movie, and I know this is, Garza, I get that you're kind of going back to your series idea, which once again, the Vanity Fair article back in last June said that they toyed with the idea of with a series. So someone else had that idea at some point. I don't remember if it was Zach or if it was Netflix. Or it was a combination of the two talking. But so I get that. However, I will say that I still enjoy getting to watch, a movie as it were. And like I said, it was a fun time. I think it's almost a compliment to say the film, I just want more.
Right, because it works. It works, and it's what it does. Yes, absolutely.
Right.
A lot of people are
also really curious about watching.
It didn't give me enough, but no, I want more. It's not a bad thing.
Right. I know. I want more. Is not a bad thing, but because looking at those kills, going, I want to know how gnarly that looks in the R-rated version, and also, I mean, and you guys were kind of talking about, like you said, you can't just cut away from Harmada to go say what's Jimmy up to, but. Fuck it, I wonder what Jimmy's up to. Because I was sitting there watching the movie going,
Where's
Jimmy?
Yeah.
No, I mean it was that was disappointing. Like after the first watch, but then I'm like, well, we're gonna probably get a lot of Jimmy and a lot of the backstory in the second
I know,
part.
but here's the
I
thing,
was
though.
gonna ask
You
this.
gotta treat it like Dune 1. That's how I'm treating it, right? Like Dune, I hadn't
True.
read the book. I watched Dune
Yeah.
1 and I was like, what the fuck? There was so much in that first part that I was like, dude, you know what I mean? Like I was.
Well, and Garza, I get it, because also when you watch Dune Part 1, it's because you're literally watching half a book.
The first half of the
I
book.
know, yeah. And that's just it, though.
Yeah, the story's not over yet, just like Rebel Moon, where it's like, the
dude,
story's
all
not
this shit
over
is
yet.
great.
But I was gonna ask,
I
like
know.
when it came to what if they decided to, like when we're talking about the fact that we already know that there's going to be this R-rated extended cut, if they did not like say that, if there was no mention of that, and it was like, hey, here it is right here, yeah, PG-13, blah blah blah, and then all of a sudden it like they talked about it later, like, oh yeah, by the way, we do have another. Would that have changed anybody's like?
I think he made it harsher. I think he gave it a lifeline,
Chris.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
I think that.
What'd you say, Chris? I didn't hear it.
It would be a lot harsher. I think.
Absolutely.
You think it'd be a lot harsher? Okay.
Yep.
See,
because it'd be too because the story works. It's a simple story. It is clear cut, and there's nothing, and that's why I'm saying it. With Dune, same thing. Story is clear cut. There's no like.
I think comparing it to Dune it's really rough, because one thing is that Dune has specific characters. This one you have like.
But that's just it, though. That's the biggest fucking difference is character, and that's why I'm saying it sucks, because not the movie. I'm just saying it sucks because I don't want to compare it to Dune. But at the end of the day, it's like, well, I mean, there's still so many. There's not similarities necessarily, but it's still a part one of something. And the way part one ended of Dune, I was like, oh my god, I just can't fucking wait. Whereas with this one, it felt like, okay, there's a little bit of an ending. You know what I mean? Like, even though it's not the biggest ending, it's still there.
But Garza, I would actually compliment the film on that, because
it's complete. I know.
Because it's complete, right? Because
I know.
Part 1 is an arc unto itself. Even though I will admit, what shocked me about Part 1 was the fact that the actual defense of the village is happening in Part 2.
I know.
Because when I think of Magnificent Seven, when I think of Seven Samurai, the whole point is, the defense of the village. I thought that was all going to happen. I thought that was the story of Part 1, and Part 2 is going to be
the global thing. Yeah, absolutely. Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like it works as a complete film, and I can appreciate that. But at the same time, with Dune, I was kind of like, I know it's not complete, but I was still like, damn. You know what I mean? Like, oof.
But I still have you read Dune?
No, I haven't, but I haven't read it.
Because that's another funny thing about this in terms of like expectations. I liked Dune, but I was really let down by the ending, because they chose like one of the most lackluster places to end it. Like they could have ended it.
The way they ended it, you're right.
You're absolutely right.
Ended it like a chapter earlier and had a better cliffhanger, or a chapter later and had a better cliffhanger. But instead, they gave like a reasonably solid third act, and then we're like, and then here's like a boring kind of addendum.
And that's the beautiful thing, right?
But then,
I didn't know that.
But to your point, Steven, the way that it starts from that point on is just like all fucking hell breaks loose.
True, but like imagine if they did it at the time jump from the book. Like, why not just break? I don't know. We don't need to get an argument about Dune.
Right, but that's just it, though. I have no idea. I have no idea that exists, right? Because where it ends, I go, dude, this is about to start some shit, right? Because I'm a casual fan.
Probably ending in the time jump wouldn't be having smarter than
cliffhanger in the world for anyone who doesn't know the story. But then also, literally from that point on, it's just like an acid trip of the biggest war movie ever. Like it's so
right. But my whole thing though is at the end of the day, I wasn't looking at Dune 1 going, man, this shit is missing so much. Like, I don't know what's kind of going, you know what I mean? Like, I need more character depth on.
It's funny because I read the book.
Yeah, I know. Because you had read the book.
There's like a whole scene, there's a whole dining scene, dinner scene that I was like looking forward to that didn't show up.
I understand.
That goes back to the question of of knowing there's an extended cut. You're kind of looking for where those scenes are missing.
I know
Yes,
that's
exactly.
my whole point.
Very true.
So
Very
as-
true.
However,
as me
and also
knowing-
when something doesn't work, instead of asking, am I understanding this, or is there an explanation for this, or did he screw up? Your brain has the easy button of like, oh, it's obviously because there's something missing.
And I'm trying to avoid the easy button because I
I
don't
don't
know.
mean button, like we're not doing that. I'm just saying our brain has an answer already.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
because
no,
it
no,
takes
but
us out.
that's my point, though, is that I'm trying to look at this PG-13 cut
for what it
as
is.
its own thing. Yes,
as its own thing, and not think about
There's something else.
There's something else. The what ifs, it's like the grass is greener kind of crap, which is going to be interesting because I want to. If people haven't been following on Twitter to realize this, V. Castro, who is a sci-fi fantasy author, is writing the novelization of both part 1 and part 2.
Well,
the
I asked him that.
novelization,
He said it's more or less to this film. So, just so
it,
you know.
it's the R-rated cut that she's novelizing.
No, he said it was this film.
He
said the PG-13 says
no. She said she's tweeted twice.
I know
now.
she said that, but Zach said it because I asked him.
Look, you got balloons. Yeah, we're trying to figure out why Scott's.
No,
you're right, Garza. He did.
Am I misrepresenting what Zach said? Or
he didn't understand what you were saying.
You did say that, but I wasn't sure if it meant this cut or the.
Because we weren't talking about the extended cut. We were talking about this film. Because
Well,
I
okay,
asked him.
maybe he was. Maybe he was.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I asked him if the novelization is based on the R-rated cut because that's out now. So technically, I'd be able to fully understand
Jack
what
he was getting tired. I could tell he was getting tired towards the end. And
so you're saying my question was confusing. It was too confusing for me.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe just I don't know. I don't know. I have to go back and look.
Okay, all I can say is this: V. Castro has tweeted twice now as part of a selling for the novelization. She has stated straight up, my novelization is based on the R-rated cut. ... has lots of extra.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, maybe. Again, I'm just saying. That was the reason. That was literally the purpose of my question for Zach was, hey, this PG-13 that we saw is the novelization. If I were to read that next week when it comes out or whatever,
you might have misunderstood. Yeah.
Am I getting that R-rated version in novelization form? Basically, is what I was asking.
Because it would make more sense that it would be the raw R-rated version. Yeah,
that's what I was thinking.
He probably misunderstood. Like I said,
he could have. He could have. I don't know.
That's what happens. I think that's what. That's probably what happened.
Because I say that the author has herself been saying.
Yeah. So let me ask you this question because this is kind of how I feel. Like again, I'm only relating it to Zack Snyder and his cuts, right? Do you think, Scott, because this film works? It's not like this film isn't like.
Oh no, this film works.
It's not like I was watching this film going like, man, that doesn't make sense, or why are they doing that? It was just like, no, it makes sense. Oh, that works. Do you think an hour extra is going to turn people versus like people will say like, oh well, if you watch the theatrical cut and now you can watch BVS Ultimate Edition, it'll turn people. Do you think this extra hour will turn people?
Okay. I guess, Garza, if I'm going to be honest, it depends on which people you're referring to.
Yeah.
Because there's
it's not going to be us. It's going to be everybody, right? Like, is an extra hour worth it? That's what I mean.
Worth their time?
Worth this film? I mean, because at the end of the day, we saw the film. It's not like we didn't know what was happening in the film, right?
Well, I mean, I can only answer for myself to say I think another hour is going to be worth it because, like I said, I liked what I got. I just want more of it.
I've noticed he's been using very similar, and this is why I talked about Watchmen. He uses very similar language to talk about the R-rated cut that he uses to talk about the Black Freighter cut of Watchmen, which he says is, ironically, actually, he says it's not his preferred cut. Although I don't think that's the case here.
Yeah, because that was 4 hours 20 minutes.
Right, but the way
I love every minute of it.
The way that he describes the ultimate cut of Watchmen, though, is like the ultimate fan experience. Because he's like, that's just like if you want to do Watchmen, like you want to do it all the way, that's what that is. And so the way that he talks about this is also very much like, like, do we really need to see whatever happens with the tentacles? I don't know, but like that is like the full like if you're gonna take this universe to like its logical conclusion, that's the kind of stuff that ends up in this, right? And so that's more, and so that's why he talks about it not just as like, and once again, people are all shoving this into the like the Snyder cut paradigm of there's a true cut and there's a butchered cut. He's saying no, there's just two different versions of this story. Like there is like, I don't know, like people have to break out of the Snyder cut mindset of like, oh, the butchered cut, and then there's a story, and there's
because I'm not in
balls to the walls version, and there's a not version, like
right. Because I said this before. I can't remember if I've said this. I tried to say this, and I think we get interrupted because I was talking to Travis. It's like because it took me, Stephen, to your point, rewatches help. It took me 2 watches of the Watchmen theatrical cut to really sort of because I saw it the first time and I was disappointed by the theatrical cut because of how much of the graphic novel was missing. I took my dad to go see it the second time and had a much better appreciation of the film. And then, of course, the next time I watch is when I'm watching the ultimate cut, and I get everything, and like I get everything. So this doesn't disappoint me. It's like say my first experience with Watchmen was, but I will appreciate a deeper dive into the universe because that's what Rebel Moon represented for me was, oh cool, a brand new fresh sci-fi universe. I love that. I mean, this is my genre. This is my jam. And so let me roll around and revel in it. It's like I'm a pig in slop. Let me just go.
Well, I mean,
enjoy myself.
One of the things that's like Steven and I were talking about, like after the premiere, was like we'd never seen, and we brought this up last week and stuff. We've never seen Zack really go for like the war, like guns back and forth. It's always been hand-to-hand combat with him. It's superheroes versus gods. It's a lot of just like punching and all that stuff. But the fact that we got like a Zack Snyder film, I mean, when I watched it last
classic gunfight.
When I watched it last night, I was going, "Fuck!" And I wish I would have brought it up when Zack was here. It was like, man, how many John Woo movies did you watch? I mean, because how many times?
I asked him about the war thing, about if there's more extension to that.
Yeah, but I mean, even like in the bar scene, when when I was watching it again, I was like, God damn, I'm getting Wooisms here. Like the fact that you just have like somebody, and then it's just slow, and as she's like pulling up and to shoot, and it goes into slow motion as she's firing, and it's like just stuff like that. And it's like we haven't really seen Zack.
Okay. By the way, did anyone ask about the blue alien in the bar with the tentacles?
Yes, I did.
Is that Army of the Dead? Please tell me that was
We did, yeah.
No, I try to reference the. Oh no!
Yeah.
I was
it was a different
Dave.
I was asking the bug about the bug guy.
I asked about Army of the Dead.
Yeah, you asked about that. Yeah. But we kind of we did a whole thing where we were trying to ask about Army of the Dead, and we talked about that, and he said in the extended cut we get more of like the what is it, the Xanadu thing or whatever.
Area 51.
Yeah, and then I brought it back. I was like, well, even like the bug that was wrapped around the dude, I'm like, that reminded me of like, is that a zombie kind of thing? But that wasn't really associated with it at all.
I talked to him about this at an event in August, and they made us put our recorder away, and nobody else published this part of it, so I don't have the exact phrasing. But this is one of those like I don't know, people are gonna have their theories about this and run with it anyway. In the way that I understand it, and the way that I've been treating it, and I could end up being wrong, is that it's an Easter egg. Like he used the word shared universe once, and that's just going to dominate the conversation about this. But he's not setting up like a Rebel Moon Army of the Dead crossover.
Right. Yeah. I'm not thinking I'm going to
see like the Snyder cut in Army of the Dead, right?
In Area 51, there is a portal they call the Red Door that goes to planet Xanadu, and that's how the alien species got to Earth through that portal. And then tonight he said something about Xanadu is somewhere in that region. However, we're not just talking like a straight portal. We're also talking like different timelines here. And so if like in Rebel Moon, Korra were to like run to that portal and hop through, she's going to end up at Earth like thousands of years after the events of Army of the Dead, right? So we're not talking about like some sort of interlinked story where the like, and who knows though, he's got the mechanism to.
There's a ton of difference between the stories.
Yeah, he's got the tool, like the hooks in there if he does decide to bring it in. So I could be totally wrong about this down the road, but the way that I've always heard it referenced and when he brings it up is more of a like, oh, that's a cool kind of backdoor connection. But people are there's a lot of fan theories and stuff where people are like trying to link the zombies to Rebel Moon and stuff, and I don't know if that's fun. I guess I don't want to ruin anybody's fun, but I would not anticipate any kind of like a direct crossover like that. Now
I wasn't doing that, but the dude looked like the zombie. Looked like one of the zombies.
That's
it did. So I was having fun with that.
Mean, there's so many things that you can do that, and I think he enjoys that. He enjoys the fact that people are, I think like even though when we did the Army of the Dead spoiler discussion when that came out and he joined, I think he just enjoys like when we have these theories and fans are making up theories, because that means he's doing his job as a storyteller. And the fact that it's like, hey, we can make these connections. I mean, even like when I brought up the whole, because obviously there was a thing when like Charlie Hunnam and he put him in a green hood. Was that on purpose? Obviously it wasn't. And I was like, hey, I want to bring that up. And he was like, oh yeah. But at the same time, it was like a thing where it's like fans just doing what fans do. And I think he appreciates that, even though it's, oh yeah, that wasn't intentional, but he likes the theories. I mean, there was numerous times when he was here and even times before when we bring up theories that he goes, ha, and he kind of goes, that's cool. And even times where, like, for instance, when it came to General Swanwick and Man of Steel, they had no intention for him to be Martian Manhunter, but that kind of turned into something.
Worked out.
I think that moment where Amanda told him about Shep and his theory about Jimmy is a really good illustration of the way that a lot of fan theories kind of end up with him. Because he said, Scott, if that Shep watched it and he said, oh, I know what Jimmy's face lighting up means. It's because after the princess died, the robots lost their peace. And when she touches his face, it lights up with peach colors on his face to show his peach coming back. Sort of combining the word peace and it's got frozen.
All right.
Oh no, there you go.
What about the red and blue whenever we see him do those fairy light things?
Right. But so Shep was mixing the word. But Zach was like, oh yeah, that's actually that's true. He wasn't saying like, oh, when I made it, I did peach for the lights because I was connecting it to the word peace. No, but still the theory tracks thematically. And so Zach was like giving it a thumbs up, and like, not that all fan theories are that bad, because there's, some good ones. There's a lot of stuff that gets a thumbs up from Zach as like, yeah, that thematically works. And people run with it as like, oh, he wrote that into the thing. It's like, no, he's just saying like, yeah, that's fun. Go with it. That's a functional theory. And
there's nothing. I mean, he enjoys that. He just loves that. Yeah. Sorry, Chris. Go ahead.
No, I was just. It was gonna be going back to what Stephen and Garza were talking about, the cuts and how. So you finish your thought.
My thought.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just saying, like,
Dave doesn't have any thought. He doesn't have
any thought. Okay? I'm three. I'm my third fucking eggnog in. No, I was just gonna Anyways, go ahead. If you had more, say it.
So,
are you really drinking eggnog?
Yes, I am, with rum. Jesus Christ. Anyways, and this one I made very strong. That's why if you see my face
on the vodka stream.
Yeah. It's an eggnog stream tonight. Anyways, go ahead.
Nobody's fucking drinking to that? Okay, fuck all.
No. We got
this fucking beer. I love this fucking beer, and they don't have it in this fucking state.
Look, there's my egg. It's eggnog.
I have to get it shipped into my state.
It's a lot of eggnog.
Yeah.
Go on, Chris.
the idea of the cuts, to your point, Steven, it's completely different in the sense of like it's not a studio cut. It's Zach's getting with Netflix saying, hey, we need you to do a PG-13 cut. You know, you do it the way you see a PG-13 cut. This is still his version of a PG-13 cut, just like the rated R version is going to be his version. It's two separate things. But what you're asking, Garza, about, you know, are people going to come back for it? It's all going to be how it's marketed. You know, this is marketed to what Scott is saying is a sci-fi epic at that point. It works as a simple sci-fi epic. You know, we notice saying, oh, we know there's another cut. We can pick out the places that they're missing some stuff. General audience.
But we can also understand that but we can also see the story, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think there's a danger to that because, like, if in the court of public opinion, it's a bad movie, like to us it isn't. Like if in the court of public opinion it's a bad movie, those people go back and say, "Do I want to see a longer version of a bad movie?" You see what I'm saying? Like,
especially when it's streaming, it's different if it's in theaters.
Exactly.
Well,
like,
remember also, there's several things. First of all, is that like go look at like the Netflix top 10 and take a look at the Rotten Tomatoes scores on those movies that have done like, you know,
they don't
insane numbers.
Sure, but I've watched things on Netflix that I'm like, I don't even know how the fuck I got this.
Yeah. Look at the thing that this is going to pay off with this movie is that, like, unlike Army of the Dead, which, by the way, Army of the Dead, I don't even know how that's in like the Netflix. It's not top 10 anymore. It's like top 12 or whatever. It doesn't have like The Rock in it, right? It doesn't have any of that major star pool. But
I haven't seen any of those films on Netflix that have The Rock in it. So,
but it's an R-rated zombie movie, which, you know, has its audience, but is not it actually actively repels certain parts of their subscriber base. Not repels, maybe the wrong word, but like it's not for everybody, right? Unlike, you know, Red Notice is like 4-quadrant entertainment. Bird Box is like 4-quadrant entertainment, right? Like a lot of or is that what it's called, Bird Box?
Yeah. Sandra Bullock. Yeah.
And you know, so a lot of these movies are like way more broad appeal than that, and it still did well. The difference with this, especially releasing a PG-13 cut, what was that movie that came out on Amazon that was like the sci-fi movie with Chris Pratt?
The Tomorrow War.
Tomorrow War.
Releasing a PG-13 cut of this accesses that like dad movie market where they're gonna watch like people like look. The Netflix audience, like the audience that they like buy with their Adam Sandler massive deals, are going to watch this, and like none of this conversation is going to enter their minds. They're going to see a cool thumbnail.
How many times are they going to watch it again?
It's like Netflix thumbnail bait. You're going to see so many things.
I mean, maybe, but how many? But are they going to also click on that same movie again? Right? Like, are they going to watch it once, maybe, or not finish it?
It's bonus. That's the point. There's 4 releases. Even if, like yes, I think they're going to get people to do it again, but also they don't even have to, right? Because
but how do you market that? That's not marketed.
They already marketed this one.
I think they can.
What's the threshold for success on bonus content?
Right. You're absolutely right. So how do you market that to people?
Why do you have to?
You don't have.
Why would you have to announce that there's going to be another R-rated cut then?
Why? I'm saying, like, you market the one version, and the other version, like,
you're absolutely right. Why would they market the second version before it even came out?
Huh?
Why would they market another version before it came out?
They built in the Snyder cut.
Right? I mean, dude, I get that, but
they announced the Snyder cut before the
I understand that, but at the end of the day, the only people that really know about the Snyder cut and that zeitgeist of Snyder cut are the people that know about it, right? But
I'll take it for instance right here, because I saw somebody who was like, "I'm going to wait until the extended cut comes out."
Right.
But that
didn't help.
But this said person that I follow, and this is just one person I said follow, ended up watching it anyways because of all of.
Conversation.
Yeah, of all the conversation. You're absolutely right. That's what I'm saying. So if you're going to market another cut versus not, like, let's say they waited, a week later and they're like, yeah, it's going to be R-rated version. All right, cool. And then now all of a sudden we're getting the the Rebel Moon Part 2, but right before Part 2 comes out, we get that R-rated version, which I know is not happening clearly because they're still working on both of them. Okay, well, if we got the R-rated version right before the part 2 comes out, now I understand how you market that R-rated version. But if that R-rated version ain't coming before part 2, I don't know how you market that to where it's like beneficial to like even mention it.
Well, because there's
right
going to
now.
be a part 3 on the way also at that. This isn't a 1 and 2.
You're absolutely.
Yeah, but
absolutely
talking
right.
about the
99% of the people who are going to watch this aren't going to have any knowledge of the fact that he ever said there's an R-rated.
You're absolutely right.
So
But if they don't like that version,
it's somebody who watched this movie and feels like, okay, this is an okay movie. I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to sit here and watch it again. And then there's an extended cut. How likely is for that person to sit there and watch an additional hour of that movie that person felt that it was okay, but I'm not going to watch it again.
The thing about Netflix is 99% of the audience is an open mouth, and Netflix just has to decide what they're going to put in front of that mouth.
Yeah, but they're not doing that between part 1 and part 2. They're doing it afterwards.
No, yeah, they do. They pop up the thumbnail, and there's going to be an image on the thumbnail the person hasn't seen before, and they click on it. How do you think 99% of this like unheard of stuff gets popular on there? They put up a thumbnail where people are like, "Oh, what's this?" and they check it out.
I think this is like. I mean, I saw this earlier, or like earlier this week. You know, because it was a screenshot that somebody posted. It was like it said that Reacher season 2, which I'm looking forward to because I watched season 1 and
it's good.
Really,
It's really good.
Yeah, I know it's good. But somebody went, "Who is watching this?" And I immediately went, "Not everybody lives on the fucking internet." Like obviously there are like so many people that will enjoy that,
Absolutely.
enjoy that series that are not talking on the internet. And that's the thing. I think we kind of like get into this, like, okay, we're looking at the internet and we're just looking at our feed and we're thinking this is what we're like gauging.
Nobody asked for this.
I know. Well, and that's why I'm saying, like, I watched Rebel Moon going,
I hate it when people say who asked for this.
Yeah. I watched it going, no, this film works. It works for everything that was presented for this cut. I understood the plot. I understood the motives of all the. I didn't get more in depth, but I understood why they were doing it. That's, you know what I mean? It wasn't a difficult, like, telling of why they're doing all these things. So that's why
somebody's gonna get motivated to watch an additional hour of a movie.
Right? Yeah, it's like it worked for me, but again, I'm not trying to compare it to Watchmen.
What's our standard for success on? Like,
it's only my entertainment. That's all. That's all I have to judge.
So what does the viewership have to be for you to be set? Like I don't
nothing.
understand.
Absolutely nothing. Not a single person has to watch it. I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks.
But it's just in the general sense. I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about in the general sense. Like if you're an individual who watch a movie, I'm not saying us. We're looking forward to seeing the extended cut. But what I'm saying is, like, if a random person watches this movie and said, "Okay, this was mid," just for argument's sake, right? And then they give them an additional hour. Are they gonna say, "Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna give this mid movie that I didn't really like to begin with another additional hour"?
Yeah, they're gonna click on it,
watch it again with an additional hour.
Let me just give you an example.
Well, how likely is that to happen, though?
100%.
I'm gonna go different. If Netflix right now announced that there was another fucking episode unreleased from Stranger Things from season 4. They're like, hey, this is coming out.
Right.
This is more in depth. I'd have been like, well, I don't give a fuck about Stranger Things. I don't care.
So going back to the era of the DVD bonus extended cut. We're not talking director's cuts. We're talking about like road trip unrated edition, right? Why do people?
Euro trip, absolutely.
Right,
but you gotta love the movie to begin with. Go and get the extended the DVD with extended.
Okay, so Ben. So let's say you watched. Tell me a movie that you watched that you were like wanted it to be good and were disappointed and wouldn't watch it again.
Matrix.
Rebel. No, I'm just kidding.
Matrix.
No, like a streaming
movie. Matrix Revolution. Let's go with Matrix Revolution. Not the first Matrix. That movie was amazing.
So then,
I was about to reach through your screen and be like, really?
Yeah. No, Matrix Revolution is
okay.
The third one, right?
So you would not click on Matrix Revolutions if you saw it in your feed on Netflix.
No, Listen. This.
Well,
What
I'm trying to find a movie
I-
that you would scroll past in your feed because
No, but
you've
this
seen
is
it and you don't wanna watch it.
but those are different two scenarios. I'm saying this is a movie that I like,
So name
and I
a
wish it
movie
was
that you would scroll
better.
past. I just need you to name a movie that you would scroll past because you don't want to watch it again.
I will scroll past. I want to watch it again. Hold on one second. Give me.
Oh, you know what?
I gotta think about this. Hold on.
Star Wars, Force Awakens.
Oh, The
Okay.
Force Awakens, definitely. Yeah.
Force
So
Awakens.
No.
you're scrolling through your
I
feed
really like that
and then
fucking
you
movie.
see Star
Wait.
Wars: The Force Awakens, and it says,
Yeah.
but there's boobs in it this time.
Black Adam. Let's go with
I'd be
Black
like,
Adam.
All right, would you
I'd
click
be like,
on it?
okay.
Would you
Let's
click
go
on
with Black
it
Adam.
to scrub through it? To
But we
find
got boobs. The boobs version.
Would I
Yeah.
care about that version of that Star
No,
Wars?
I'm not
Force
saying no. You would
Awakens
not go get your popcorn and sit down and watch it. You
Right.
would fucking click on it.
No. Maybe I would. I don't know.
No,
Why
yes,
would
you
I?
would.
I don't think
I
I
wish Zach was
would.
still here. I mean, yeah, he would be
No,
like,
I don't think I would.
Why do you
Boob
think there was a
version.
market? I'm not saying like you specific. I'm saying like why do you think there was a market for the unrated cuts in home media? People were buying extra like
Well,
they
that
would.
was the only version they would
80%
release.
of the ultimate cut. Remember, he said,
99% of the time, those didn't even have anything substantially extra in it. It was just like a couple boring deleted scenes that they added on. They would market it as unrated cut, and
This
people,
is like a-
people bought it.
Because that was the amount that we could get, right? But
What
when
was
it
the
comes
amount
to
of
substitute-
purchases of
people were actually
Justice
paying
League?
out of pocket for more, not just clicking an extra thumbnail on the feed.
You're
But
right.
hey, we got somebody who wants to join right now, Mr. Andrew Dice. Hey,
Hey.
Dice, what's going on?
Ooh, Steven Burson backup.
Yeah, there are times I wonder if I hitched my wagon to the right horse and then he spouts some
Yeah.
genius.
At least I know he does. Yeah, maybe.
Like,
but
what if
not
it had
for me.
boobs in it?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You came in at
Hey,
the
hey,
right
guess what?
moment.
And here's the thing. I've seen enough boobs to be like, yeah, it ain't gonna make fucking Force Awakens gonna be fucking better. Sorry.
I'm not-
Unfortunately.
Hey, but
No, no,
hey,
no,
hold on,
It
hold on,
would.
John.
I really like that
John.
movie. I don't know what's the fucking big deal.
John, simple
So did
question
I.
for
So
you.
did I.
What?
Would you want to see two more?
Boobs?
Yeah.
I mean, if I saw
click it,
Ray,
buddy.
if there was a nude scene with Ray and maybe
I mean, Ray's
That's
not
the
not
back
mystery.
in
You
the
don't know
rag.
whose boobs they're going to be. You don't know whose blood you're going to see spraying around here.
as long as there's boobs involved, maybe I might be a Mr. Skinamax or whatever, but it'd be all right. I've seen him
Much
enough. You know
more
what I mean?
of that hour. Yeah. I think
Yeah.
like there's,
I mean,
there's
I'm being
points
hyperbolic
being
with
made all over the place.
The point is that the tease of there's more in this that you haven't seen, especially if it's more extreme, always gets that click from people. Now, it might not get the I'm going to get my popcorn and sit down for 3 hours and watch this click, but people click it to go see like, oh, what's with the tentacle scene or what's with the whatever that I made out before.
But it would work better. Technically, for me, it would work better if I was watching Rebel Moon and I was like, man, this just doesn't feel right. Like shit feels like it's like overly like missing. Where I'm like, dude, why the fuck did that happen? Why is this shit like? No, but I was watching it going, oh, I understand why all this shit's happening. I get it. Like I saw all this shit.
And when you watched Star Wars, did you think like, man, it really feels like he's supposed to have a conversation with Jabba the Hutt here, but nothing.
But what if the director would have said it's a longer version? Would you feel that? Would you
right
think that way?
Would you give a fuck? What if they said, hey, guess what? George comes out and says, hey, actually, you know what? You remember
That's
how
a longer version.
You know how like Obi-Wan gets sliced in half just like that, and that's it. That's the only fucking
No, it doesn't
fighting that they
happen.
do. Guess what? I actually filmed 15 fucking minutes of
That
battle.
interesting you bring this up though, because I was thinking about this because as I'm anticipating the novelization coming out on Tuesday, I remember reading the novelization of Star Wars that it's credited to George Lucas. It was actually ghostwritten by somebody else, and reading the scene, like even the scenes that don't end up in the special edition. And like with like Biggs on Tatooine and all of that going, getting more of the story. Like, who is Biggs? Why does it matter when he shows up at Yavin?
Right.
So I don't know. I like that parallel because I was thinking about that with, reading the book to get a little bit more info of what you didn't see in the movie.
But it doesn't take away from the movie. That's just
it doesn't take away from the movie at all.
And that's
right.
the thing. And that's why I'm saying, like, if they were to say, hey, well, but we filmed that, it's not like you'd be like, hey, dude, I need to see that in Star Wars right now. I need to see the Biggs fucking backstory. I'm not comparing the two, but I'm just saying you wouldn't be dying to go like, hey, I need me some fucking Biggs in my Star Wars, or it's a shit fucking film. No, you would not be saying that because the Star Wars
really
film,
what it is.
you hope, works. It just works. Like, you're like, yeah, I get it. I'm not sitting there asking about backstory, about all this other shit. It just fucking works, right? And I'm not saying that that's the case with Rebel Moon. I'm just saying that that's what I mean, right? Like, you're not, at least the way I was watching it is like, yes, I wanted more, but as I'm watching it, I'm not necessarily in the need of going, but I really need to fucking know. You get what I mean? Like, there was no earning of, well, why is all this shit happening the way it's happening? It was just like, no, it makes sense. You get what I mean?
I don't think that's the only reason why people ask, though. I think a lot of people ask now because of just, it made me realize how rote so much of this kind of movie making is, where when she says, you know, the great general, and you turned on your troops, and I'm sitting there going, that's weird. Why isn't the audio fading in from that sequence as we switch over and see that happen?
Oh, there were several scenes that should have been like that. Absolutely.
No, I'm not saying it should. That's me sitting there going, why did I know the exact cut that I was just expecting? Purely based on just other movies I've seen. It doesn't mean that it's going to be a good.
It's like when Obi-Wan says, like, I knew your father in the Clone Wars.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
but people didn't ask because they weren't being fulfilled. They didn't ask because they didn't know to.
There was a difference, though, in that situation, right? Because that is talking about a long time ago, right? And I know General Titus is not that far long, but at the end of the day, Obi-Wan is seeking Luke out. Luke's not seeking him out, technically, right? So Luke's not asking him, hey, I know that you fought with my father in the Clone Wars. No. Obi-Wan is just stating that because at the end of the day, he's just telling him, hey, look, listen, I fought with him in the Clone Wars. That's just a little history so that you know, hey, I know what I'm talking about. But when it comes to like Titus, I mean, she knows his fucking history, right? Like, we as an audience don't know his history. I mean, we could convey it, but if we would have seen that at that point, that's completely different than a Clone Wars type situation, because Obi-Wan is saying that in passing. She is saying that specifically to try to convince him who he is and why he's important.
I mean, there were a couple in this that were said totally in passing, like the Nemesis.
Yep.
And that's
absolutely
like, that's the kind of stuff where I was kind of sitting there and thinking, you know, like, oh man, do I just turn this part of my brain off when I watch anime? And like some cool character says, you know, like, he murdered my family. I won't rest until he's dead. And I'm like, that's cool. Checks out. Let's do it. Add him to the team and let's move on.
That's my point. That's exactly. You don't need to understand anything else. You don't need to see that origin, right? Like, you're just like, no, I get it. Like, yeah, sure. But
yeah,
at the end of the day, they still get the built on that from that point of view, as far as that point is concerned, right?
Nemesis and Jimmy were like the two characters that I was like the most anticipating in this film, and then they were also the two characters that I felt like
the least.
Yeah, right.
Jimmy,
because I wanted more Jimmy, because obviously when they come back to Velt and he's got like the
you're wondering where I got my red arm. Yeah,
I'm watching it going,
how about these cool antlers I have?
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
you want to know about these?
Shit.
Yeah. Notice
and then you get Nemesis, and obviously she's got the robotic arms, and she's got these cool swords that glow, and there's like,
and we've seen the trailers where we've seen some shit in the trailers where we see her backstory,
right? Which apparently is going to be in part 2.
Yeah,
so exactly. That's my whole thing, right? Like, dude, you keep that in part 1, and now we understand how she is and what she's doing and all that shit. But whatever, it doesn't matter. I get it.
It's a tough thing there too, right?
Go ahead, Dice.
Like, maybe it's more potent in the second part, right? Maybe
maybe
it could be saying, I want to show you that when we get to the point of resolving it, or when it matters.
You're absolutely right, but at the end of the day, like the way I'm using Dune as the kind of difference of, I'm watching Dune Part 1 going, I don't need to know all these other big significance. I'm looking at that film going, I'm excited to see what happens and continues. I don't need to see, you know, the Duke's history or the Harkonnens and the Atreides like battle and conflict anymore, because I already understand all that shit because it's in part 1. You get what I mean? Like,
which is funny, because actually when you read the book, they don't explain any of that to you. Like, Frank Herbert kind of goes roll with it.
Not until later.
Or the Krypton, you know, you don't get the backstory on who that council is or anything. It's just kind of like, I get it. The movie isn't about that, sure.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that if we would have seen more character development with these characters and spent more time with them, I don't think that I don't think.
Oh, we got a little glitch in the matrix over there in
Yeah.
Texas.
I think.
Well, there you go. Continue.
I want to give Garza his flowers here. I think there's a valid part of what he's saying.
Of course, my shit fucking freezes.
Yeah.
When I was in the middle.
Guys was about to give you.
I know.
Even the internet gets
talk.
All I was going to say
Even
was
you-
I didn't necessarily need to see, like, if I would have seen their development, and then all of a sudden we get to the climactic point of they all have to join together and fight. That would have made it more enticing for me to go, fuck, I need to see this next part because I care about these characters. I want to see who lives and who, I want to see their reasons for doing what they're about to get into. Right. Like, because at the end of the day, I know that it's a part one, just like with Dune. I knew that it was a part one, but I mean, I still was like,
John, the thing is that I don't think if you're gonna go and watch a movie hoping that it's shot the way that you hope that it's gonna be shot, then
I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know what to expect. That's why I was saying I don't know.
You're saying that if it was XYZ, then I don't think that's
no. All I'm saying
the right
is
approach to watch the film.
With this cut as being a character development versus action at the very end. That's all I'm saying. Like, I would have felt it would have been more of a, hey, it's like, it's more intriguing. It's not a bad thing. I'm not saying that it was a bad, decision. I'm just saying if they would have saved the action for part 2 and used the world building and all that shit in part 1, then you have a reason to care about the what happens to these characters in this next part. Whereas we've already seen them now fight.
I think I get what you're saying. Like, the movie, when I watched The Predator, I'm not wondering, why aren't we finding out more about who these guys are?
Right?
Because the movie
where
is
the
saying,
Predator
like,
comes from.
that's not what the movie is about. The movie is not about you being emotionally invested in these characters. And Rebel Moon, when it got to the third act, I was like, this really is counting on me being emotionally invested in all of these people being here.
You're supposed to care about everybody fighting.
Yes,
that's a good point.
I think
like, if they would have died, would you give a fuck about all of them?
Well,
if they all would have died, would you?
Spoiler alert! When Blood Axe dies, I was like, okay, I guess.
Okay. I mean, it's a cool way to die, but at the same time,
but there was no.
You don't go fuck. I mean, you just go fuck because you're like, I like Ray Fisher. That's about it, Maybe.
Well, and I was thinking, like, this is going to really drive his
sister's going to get revenge. That's the only thing that I thought about. It was about his sister getting revenge in the sequel. That's the only thing I thought about. It's like, it didn't impact me emotionally when he died. Spoiler alert.
I think what John's saying is like a totally valid, if the way we talked about this kind of stuff and the way film, discussion talked about it, I think that the point of this movie is, in this cut, is asking me to care about these people based on what they're telling me. Mm-hmm. And that didn't work for me, and that's like a fine thing to say. I think that where it crosses into it and where we see the like mind numbing review scores is where people say, well, I didn't see that. And it's not that I needed to, I'm just, you need to show me that now, because that's how it's done. So if you tell me that this person is someone interesting and you don't show me it, then Zack Snyder doesn't know how to make a movie.
Well, right. And that's kind of what I was, and no bullshit. I literally said that to Ben. I was like, it's not that I'm worried, but I'm watching this film going, it made sense to me. Everything that happened in the film made sense to me. Yep. Is another hour going to make me care about what happens at the end? Because that's how the film ends. It ends with a big climactic, battle. And I'm supposed to care about these people. Is another hour going to make me care about all of these people in this situation? Because I already know how it ends, right?
Like, especially when you look at what was what was given to us in the PG-13
Correct.
cut. You know, we I think we're all saying the same thing. The one thing we all wish it had was more character development for this. But when you look at what the cut was giving us, it was more action heavy.
Correct.
Introduce us, just give us a little bit of piece of this with the idea of saying, oh, you want to know more? There's part two, but this was very action heavy in those moments, and they focused on that. It works for that. It works for the audience they're trying to go for with that, but that is the biggest thing lacking.
That's where I think that the rewatch changed that significantly for me too, because I was, after my first watch, was in a very similar spot where I was like, that was fine. I would have liked more. This felt, I was calling it like, oh, this is like a teaser for the full thing, and also sets up for part 2. But like, whatever. And then I watched the or I rewatched it, and I was surprised by how much more resonance with each of the characters I felt, and how much more I was into it at that third act. And of the number of things going on, one is just rewatching it and being familiar with the characters, but another is that with movies, we don't always appreciate how much. I mean, very much like to Dice and Garza's point, where there's subconscious cues about what you're kind of expecting to happen, just because we're trained. And there's musical cues, there's structural stuff that we're not even always aware of, that our brain is paying attention to. And so one of those things that is being kind of prepared or primed for, like, oh, this is the moment where I'm supposed to feel this way about this character. And because of the awareness of how much bigger the story is, like, I was surprised when it got to the end of the third act. I thought that like, I didn't realize that was gonna be like the end battle until like the music shifted.
Right.
Started to do this slow pan.
I think
out.
a lot of us thought that.
And that's why I'm saying,
the moment that happened, my heart was like, oh wait, it's not gonna get more exciting from here.
Yeah.
Well, but
it's a little jarring at first.
And
when
so I don't have it all on rewatches, because going into that third act, I know like, oh, this is the third, and I'm actually then appreciate it as a third act.
But let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question. Would it have mattered if any of them died? At that point, would it have mattered?
Kai died, and
no. I'm saying, would it have mattered?
I think we said that it wouldn't have made any difference if any of them died.
Like,
are you talking about
Gunnar died, or if Nemesis died, or would any of them, if any of them died, would you have been like, oh shit, what the fuck is going to happen now?
Yeah, I mean, I think that like Blood Axe dying, well, like it there wasn't enough there to.
There was absolutely no reason
there, but I felt more like surprised that there wasn't going to be more of him. But to me, that was like a big, like, there's a little bit of emotional payoff, but almost more so. There's a kind of a big swing
dying,
like, oh,
man.
nobody is safe. Like, to me, Blood Axe dying says no one is safe.
Well, no, I mean, maybe, but that's not what I felt. Well, I was like, okay.
Like, who's going to survive part 2? If they're going to kill off Blood Axe at the end of the first one,
yeah, but there's two of them. That makes sense.
Yeah.
There is two of them, and we're gonna get, and I think we're gonna get a pretty significant backstory in part
on the second. Yeah, that's the same thing I thought. It's like, okay, she's gonna come back for revenge.
I hate it when all the people are like, Jesus Christ, they did Ray Fisher bad. He's only in it for 5 minutes. Like, well, first off, we got an R-rated cut. He's probably in it longer, and then we're gonna get more of him in part 2.
He could be in it, but the story is really it's Korra's story, though, right? Like, why am I looking at Blood Axe and their revolution when it's all about Korra?
It is,
but we also got to remember that Blood Axe is going to be the focus of the comic book series that's coming.
Exactly, which makes sense of why he wouldn't be a prominent figure in the film. Because why would you need a comic on? Why would you? I mean, it's a different thing, but like, why would you need a comic on fucking Kite Man if you're having a Superman character? You know what I mean? Like, if he just shows up,
hell yeah,
exactly. But you need a comic book about Kite Man because he's not a prominent character. You know what I mean?
Or like, maybe he will be. I don't know. Well, they will, or at least
a lot of they have cloning.
I also feel like, man, like someone has to say, like, on behalf of filmmakers everywhere, that when the comment is, I went into this movie, make me care about these characters. Like, go fuck yourself. You don't pick up a book and say
one word,
make me care.
Yeah. Like, I wasn't trying. I wasn't even going in saying I need to love every single one of these 7 characters. I was watching it going, well, let me just see what it is. Like, I don't know. Like,
At
how am I
least
supposed
be
to feel about this?
invested.
You know what I mean?
But,
Like,
but there's a
yeah, I hear
difference
you.
in what you're saying, Dyson. That instead of, I know you're not saying this, it's presumptuous to say make me care, but in the sense of what Garza's saying at that point, do I care? It's not because
Right.
he didn't make me care. It's just, do I care based on what you've given me?
Yeah,
It's not,
and
you're not
I hear
criticizing
ya, yeah.
necessarily.
I think it's like growth as a human. If you sit there and say, wait, do I? Why don't I?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
Why, let me ask you this question. Why do I even give a fuck that the king was assassinated? Why do I give a fuck?
Yeah, you know what? For me, I immediately thought of the Russian royal family, Tsar Nicholas, and attached all of my emotion to that.
There's a key significance between that because that started World War One. So I get that if that's what we're talking about.
No, that was the Archduke Ferdinand.
Yeah.
No,
I thought
killing
of
of Tsar Nicholas was part of the Bolshevik
yeah.
Revolution in Russia.
But you get what I mean, though, right? Like, those deaths had a big fucking significance in the world view of things. Now, granted, I'm not saying that we don't have that yet because we don't know yet. But in this film, why do I give a fuck that the king was assassinated? Why am I supposed to care about the king at all? Period. Right?
Well, yeah. I mean, why do you care that these farmers are going to get killed?
Yeah. Exactly. Why do I care about the farmers getting taken advantage of?
Are we saying? What's the?
Why bother?
Did you care about the people of Alderaan?
No, that's not it. And no, I didn't give a fuck about Alderaan, which is why I wasn't so fucking heartbroken like Leia was. But at the same time, I wasn't watching it going, oh, you know what? All those people in Alderaan got fucking blown to bits. I was going, oh no, that's Darth Vader. He's evil. He don't give a fuck.
Garza was like, at least it was a quick death.
Yeah, it was a fucking done, dude.
A million voices
right?
cried out in terror.
All I'm saying,
exactly. It was just like pure terror for 2.5 seconds, and then that's it.
Yeah, like what? I'm not. It's not a criticism. I'm just saying from this fucking cut, why was I supposed to care about these characters dying in this third battle? Because that's essentially what we're coming to. You cannot tell me that I'm not supposed to care about these characters in this third battle, because right, like that's not how storytelling works.
Yeah.
So
if somebody dies, you're supposed to care that person.
It's a serving a purpose, right? Well, in order for it to serve a purpose, I have to be invested as a viewer, not just as a fan. I need to understand. Oh, dude, that's a big fucking loss for them. For that person to die, that's critical for whatever is happening here, right? Like Matt, there was a split second, and I know it was crazy because I was like, well, I know it's not that because we've seen the trailer, but I was like, well, what if he killed Korra? Like, that'd be fucking ballsy if he was like, yeah, Korra dies because she's our fucking main point of view, the whole fucking story, right? That could be the only way that would change how I viewed what happens from here on out, because now, well, shit, Velt is literally about to get overtaken. None of the people that she's gathered really give a fuck about Velt. The guy that lived on Velt that took her around everywhere, he just died. So why the fuck is Velt going to get taken care of? Oh, it's because Korra inspired all these other people to fucking defend it, right? Like, that shit makes sense. But, well, shit, Blood Axe dies. Well, fuck, I don't really know anything about Blood Axe. So it's those little things that I'm just looking at story-wise. It has nothing to do with Zack. It has nothing to do with what my expectations were.
And that's something that I've been
thinking. Blood Axe can be also
also
interpreted as anybody's fair game to die. Like, if this big guy can die, anybody else.
An actual suicide squad. An actual suicide
So don't become too fucking attached to anybody.
Right.
Yeah, he was an important figure on a galactic level, and this guy just got.
Well, he was. We didn't,
well, and
we didn't
also
see that.
let me float also, if we're talking about the homages and the inspirations. Let's also remember, if you watch Seven Samurai, how many of the samurai actually don't make it to the end of that movie?
Chris Pratt, man. Chris Pratt with the stick of TNT.
Scott, I don't know if you heard me when I said this. There is a difference between what Kurosawa did.
Reference.
There's a difference between what Kurosawa did and what Magnificent Seven did on.
No, I heard you say they're all gunslingers and they're all samurai.
I don't need to know a different kind of samurai. But dude, you introduce somebody that has metal fucking arms and blades that light up and molten lava. Well, fuck, dude, you better tell me about what she's doing, because.
Well, we're gonna get that now. That's the thing. It's like
that's what I'm saying. They did it. They said exactly what they needed to. But does that make me care about anything that she's doing?
So
No.
let me introduce
Oh,
a
man.
different and let me introduce a different topic that's connected to this then, because when we think about the fact that originally Rebel Moon was written as one script, and Zach even said in the pre-show interview, that IGN Live thing that was streaming on Twitter, that he this battle that happens at this, I don't remember the name of the planet. Like I said, I've only watched the movie once. Was in the original script, and he said, okay, this would make a great break point.
Mhm.
And so I think it's interesting to also structurally look at part 1 and part 2, as in this was originally written and conceived as one
like an
long-ass movie.
Act 1, Act 2 kind of thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. With it, with an intermission. The only difference is that this intermission is going to be 4 months long.
I mean, it makes sense if you think about like how like all of a sudden like when they go to this planet, and then all of a sudden it's like you realize, oh, we're in the final battle right now. It's like it's a little jarring, maybe.
Well, but here's the other thing too, is that if Noble and all them, let's just assume, because he already knows that she's on Velt and he recognized her and all that shit, why are they gonna even stage a battle on Velt? Why wouldn't they just fucking destroy it right away? Like, why even show up? Right? Because they did that to that planet with the tentacle guy.
Because they have to get her alive.
Because that's what
I know. I understand that, but right now I'm talking about they could fucking destroy it. He knows who she is, so destroy it.
The protocol is they recall the dreadnought first.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. So because it was destroyed, technically, he has
the
no means
dreadnought wasn't
of-
destroyed.
Or
Because
the King's
they
Gaze.
suffered a loss, they have to like regroup before they go out again.
Yeah,
they
what is it? Titus calls it out, saying they're not meant to be here. They're not meant to be heroic at that point. They're meant to go back.
Yeah. Like their soldiers will like are not don't have the discipline to like to rile themselves up to jump straight into battle. They need to send them back like for programming or some shit before.
Okay, well, I don't know if I missed this, but I mean, I feel like the soldiers that were placed there on Velt, they would have some sort of communication correspondence back and forth, and the fact that they're all dead, they would pretty much assume as soon as a week goes by and they're like, "Yo, we haven't heard anything. Like, how about we go and send somebody up?" You know what I mean? Like, it's little things like that.
I mean, this is not established necessarily in the movie, at least in this version of the movie. But they don't have long range communications like that. They've got to build like a comm tower in order to beam communications into. It's not like Star Wars where you can just pull a comm link out of your pocket and
don't. Well, no, it's not even that. It's, I saw something that can plug into somebody, and it was like a fucking okay. So
well, yeah, you gotta have the thing to plug them into.
I mean,
gotta have your
I get that, but
cerebro thing.
Well, I don't know.
That's what I liked. That's what I liked about this is the fact that it's like, yeah, you have there's some like technology up there, but you also have like very primitive. You have primitive shit that's also happening too.
The piece of technology that really like kind of was like that's cool was the box that became like the handcuffs. Like, the thing that like transported them.
Yeah.
I was like, cool. when it comes to science fiction, I was like,
paralyzed them.
It paralyzes you. It also allows you to execute them immediately. It restrains them and transports them. I'm like, okay, that's some cool shit.
That's really cool.
They called those the Beetlejuice chairs.
Yeah. No, totally Beetlejuice. I was thinking, totally yes. The sculpture that what's her name makes when like you see the one with the square hammer thing on it. Yeah, that's what it reminded me of. No, but I mean, but again, I'm just going Gunner. I mean, the fact that it's like it's just to me, I'm just going. There's something more here with this guy.
Well, right, but even then though, it's also like kind of like like why would Kai be so like if this was his big goal or his thing, like why would he just be like, hey, randomly, hey, you know what? I'm gonna make you fucking do. He doesn't have any personal attachment.
Wouldn't that be another twist too? If like somehow there was like Kai and Gunnar were like actually.
That's
like,
what I'm saying.
together.
You would think
like he didn't actually shoot him. Like he like just did because
you're absolutely right.
Yeah, but the thing is like because when I watched it for the third time, I'm like, all right, Gunnar knew to like twist it and do like a certain thing where he could just pull it out, and then he just turned around and fucking put it up against Kai's chin and went boom. Like I'm like,
well, we don't see it go through. We just
when it
see
goes
it
off,
happen.
yeah.
I don't know if that's due to the
screen.
I kind of hope that there's a little twist there that like they were working together and this is like a whole thing. But
and he's also the only one not to be put up in the torture device.
Exactly, he's the only one not in the Beetlejuice chair. Yeah,
yeah, not the Beetlejuice
but
chair.
He's
but
not,
also,
but he's also not.
He's
also not valuable. He's not
valuable.
Yeah,
he's not valuable to Kai.
He's not a
Right.
guy.
But that's
only possibilities, man.
That's my whole point, though, right? Like, let's assume nothing ever happens and transpires from that. Let's assume Kai is dead because at the end of the day, we saw him get fucking blasted. That wasn't a thing. It's just we didn't see anything else happen.
I didn't see any blood come out, so he's okay.
Exactly. I didn't see any blood come out.
We see the R-rated cut.
Exactly.
I didn't see the spike
and like his
come out
whole
to the
face
top of his
ripped off.
head.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly. So you kind of go, well, that would have been cool, but no, well, if it's nothing, all right, cool. Like that's what I mean by like, all right, well, everything that works in this film works. There's no situation where I'm like, man, what is this telling me? Or why am I feeling this way about this film? It was just, okay, I understand the film. I feel like
it's impossible now. This is just another rally of like how Marvel ruined us. It's plot
ruined
first.
You, not me.
So like,
but
people, the one thing they want to know is what happens.
Like,
what are the things that happen? And this like, it's like TV where it only airs once. When that's not how films used to be, and it's definitely not how Zack makes them. Where I made this movie. And it's now going to
compare this to Hallmark movies. Watch out.
No, please. Now, wow, that would get an extended cut. Anyway, with the there's so much hype and so much pressure, and I feel like now you're watching the movie and and I know because I do this where I'm sitting here thinking like, oh, is this great character intro? Is this line of dialogue good? Is this line of dialogue good? Is this scene good? I'm focusing on that, and you can't, when you are doing that and wondering what's going to happen or asking those questions as you're watching it, you cannot absorb how is this being presented to me. And that is like, I mean, Zack's entire thing is the significance is how this is presented to you. It's not just the line that they're saying or the plot that they're communicating. Like I watched this through one time and I'm always, I said beforehand, well, I'll have to watch it again because I never know how I feel about it. And as I was kind of doing around, cleaning up, folding laundry, I put the movie on to replay with no sound because I had a podcast in, and I found myself continually just drawn back to watch the screen. People are talking. I can't see or hear what they're saying, but I was just looking at the things that the shots are lingering on, the way that things are pieced together. And it made me realize like, oh yeah, right. This is a visual thing that I'm actually supposed to absorb. And in the time since then, there's been sequences and scenes and shots that I've continued to think about. And it is that sort of, oh, right. Cause that's what this is. This is a movie now that you just go and interact with. And maybe it won't matter to you as much this time, but maybe when you're on another day where you're feeling in a great mood, you'll read totally different things into this because you're not watching it to find out what happens, or you're not watching it to know if it hits all the beats. You're watching it because, as like Zack says all the time, right? Like it's what the person brings to it. And we don't talk about movies that way. We don't talk about these kind of movies that way anymore at all. It's just, is it good? How good is it? What does it compare to? Rather than,
how much,
because that is
the box office. Yeah,
exactly. And I'm looking at this now and thinking like, we're in an age where I want to know what the goal of this cut was, because normally
you're absolutely
or previously, right. if you have a director's cut, it's everything that the studio thought wasn't crucial to satisfy an audience and make them feel like it was a good job spending their ticket or runtime. Yeah, we want to make sure that the audience feels like
Correct.
they got their money's worth. So if it isn't
The
now,
intentions were different.
is it like, is Netflix like, we just need the 2 hours that people can clip on TikTok? Like, that is what
Right.
we need from the first initial version of it. And then the longer one will be, Zach's vision because we respect him. But we're talking about this. We have no idea what Netflix needs for this first one to be a success to them.
Because at the
like
end of the day,
Steven
it doesn't
said, right?
matter. Yeah,
No,
there's
it's
nothing
there.
on.
People will watch it.
Yeah, you're right. People are going to see it in the top 10, but all of a sudden, another
Oh,
cut
it totally
comes out.
will be.
My
It will
dad will
be.
watch it and love it.
Yeah, absolutely. But
See?
another cut comes out, and it's like, well, didn't I already see that movie?
Well,
I mean,
look,
if I speak
and
for
to
my
your
dad,
point-
he
and-
will rewatch it.
Well, and to your point, Dice, because I've been talking this up to my dad because once again, my dad and I have watched all of Zach's movies
Yeah.
together, except for Dawn of the Dead and Army of the Dead, because to an earlier point, zombies aren't his thing. So zombies immediately was like a no go for my dad. So that's why he's not seen Army of the Dead. But when Zach made that comment at the 70mm screening last week, and Joey was tweeting to us, and he says like, "Oh yeah, the R-rated version is really freaky because I gave 0 fucks." I'll admit, there's a part of me that goes, "I don't think my dad's gonna be watching that version." Like
I don't know if you want to watch it with your dad.
Right.
I've watched some things with my dad that I didn't.
Yeah,
want to
I mean
watch
it's a
with my
little
dad.
different. It's not like watching with your mom. I mean, I don't know if I want to watch the R-rated cut with Mama Film Junkie. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, especially with what we know about the tentacle scene now.
Oh God, I'm definitely not
yeah.
gonna watch it with her.
I mean, you could have her on and then give her the, see her opinion on live. at
Oh
that
yeah,
point.
it could be a whole thing. It's like, hey mom, what'd you think about the R-rated, and we could have a fun conversation. Awkward.
I think what the major thing is that whether a director's cut adds anything to the film itself, right? Because that's any other director. I mean, those director cuts had little fucking bloopers and missing shit that was like, that didn't mean anything.
Well, I mean,
no.
did you watch the Abyss, the director's cut? I'm just
No,
saying.
I
that
haven't
just came
seen-
out
I haven't
recently.
Oh, it's so good.
It's so much better. I mean, there's like a whole subplot that they completely removed from that movie.
I said
That's a great
most
sales
directors. I
pitch,
didn't say-
Dave.
So
That's a great sales
that
pitch.
additional footage made the movie better.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
and-
extended
and
one,
if
man.
that
The movie is so much better.
Yeah,
Okay,
it has
okay.
a subplot
Okay.
that is completely
right.
removed from it.
And if
Yeah.
that's the
Noted.
case, and if that's the case, did you judge the first film based off of knowing that second cut was going to be better? You had no idea, right?
because
So
I
you were
can
like,
still, it's different because I still very much enjoy the original cut of
The
Abyss,
original cut.
but, yeah.
exactly, it worked
The
for you, right?
subplot.
You're
Well,
like, dude,
what
I
if you
really-
if you have hated it, you have gone and watched this?
Yeah, like you
Because
have no
everybody
idea.
says
You would
it's
have been
better.
like, no, well,
That's the thing, right? I mean,
that's
Yeah.
that's
a
the-
director's
that's
cut that massively improves is a sales pitch. Like that is
Yeah, it
that
is.
gets attention that
Sales
nothing else
pitch,
does.
yeah.
It is a sales pitch to a DVD fucking sales, but not for Netflix. Netflix is streaming. It's just
I know,
there.
but that's the point though. Is there's DVD that you gotta buy it. Like the barrier
to
to
physically
entry,
go
all they gotta
somewhere.
get people to do is people who are already. If you're scrolling, you don't know what you want, right? You're already just like, what am I gonna watch now? And someone says, oh, that thing you watched is another version. Oh, I'll click on it. I can click. Like
yeah,
the barrier to
and-
exit is so easy. Oh, I don't like this. I'll click out. Like.
You say that, man, but there's
Yeah,
I know there's
I
a
think
bunch
you
of
do
I mean,
it.
it's my
I've
job to
watched-
get people to click on stuff. Like I'm.
I've watched once. Exactly. I've watched once, and I'm not sitting here going, man. you
Yeah,
know
if
what?
I don't like
they
it, I
released
don't gonna
a
watch an
motherfucking version,
extended version of
Yeah,
something I don't
I'll
like.
fucking watch it. Like, no,
would be
dude, I'm not
interesting
sitting
to
there
see
thinking
it,
about
yeah.
the
I have a
shit.
question for Steven.
Well,
Okay.
you
I
get
have
to
a
talk
question.
to
I
him all the
want
fucking
just to
time,
give
so
Steven an
whatever.
opportunity to talk
Finally, fuck, I guess talk to him.
because
Sorry,
Steven is very deep into the streaming reality. So I will ask, is Netflix successful if they get people to watch something or if they just get everybody talking about Netflix?
Ooh.
I mean, it doesn't matter what people do or don't watch so long as they're subscribed.
Okay, so let me ask you this question: does that
So how
matter
do you-
if
But that
Anything if you
benefits,
subscribe.
that benefits
Is it-
only.
is it-
Who does that benefits only though?
Yeah.
Well, wait,
Does
I
it
think
matter
Dice
if
was
it's
leading that
good?
somewhere.
is
that
there
only
a quality?
benefits Netflix, right?
Yeah, is there a quality for that? Does it matter if it's good or not? Then If anybody's talking about it,
I mean,
that's all that
Netflix
matters,
needs
right?
to be relevant,
Yeah.
right?
It
I mean,
does,
Netflix
but
needs to be
that's-
seen
but
to
that's
be
not a-
relevant.
that's not
They
a
are
quality.
the
Like,
story.
Like the fact that we've been talking about this for 2 hours, I think alone is
That's good for
evidence a little
Netflix.
bit about like that they're doing something interesting.
For us,
Right?
absolutely.
There's
We
a-
know about that shit. As a common person, no. That
And
does
you're like
not
so
fucking do
concerned
anything.
about all these
The
other
amount of
hypothetical people
people-
that might not have an experience.
If I were to ask my
I mean,
sister, who
yeah.
is a massive fucking fan of Dawn of the Dead, if I were to say, hey, do you know who the director was of Dawn of the Dead? Even though I fucking have told her numerous times who the fucking director was of Dawn of the Dead, she'd be like, nah, I don't remember. Dude, Dawn of the Dead is her favorite fucking film. She's only a couple years younger than I am.
Well, obviously not.
I mean, she sounds like a
My whole-
fair weather fan.
Yeah, exactly. My whole point is she is a normal. She does. It's not like she's like going, yo, I've watched Dawn of the Dead 80 million times. No, it's just her fucking favorite film. Like that's all. It doesn't mean that she's watched it multiple times. It's just she remembers that film for her because I don't know, for whatever reason. But dude, she's not gonna digest and go, I need to know who that director was. Oh, it's Zack Snyder. Oh, he made 300. Oh, he made Watchmen. Oh, I got to watch fucking Rebel Moon. Now I got to watch this fucking regular. No, dude. She's just going, yeah, I like Dawn of the Dead.
But
You know what I mean?
I'm confused. I feel like we're beating around a bush on like what's the actual argument here? Like what?
The argument is Rebel Moon good enough as is right now?
Yeah.
No.
Exactly. That's my point. That's what I'm saying. That the fact that I'm going,
but it's hard to say that when we know there's another
I know,
cut.
but that's just it.
Sullied the waters.
The whole point though is that I don't know what that extra hour is going to give me with Rebel Moon. I know that watching Rebel Moon for the 2 hours and 15 minutes I watched it was good. It was good enough. Right?
Okay.
Like I mean, it
Are
wasn't
you
a
saying
bad
that
film.
knowing that there's a longer version muddy the waters? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying that in the sense of it's hard for us to say is it good enough at that point because we know there's another cut.
we
We're
want
making
more.
an
Well,
assumption.
and we / like the public discourse is trained to talk about this phenomenon that we're talking about now in a sense of like which one is better, does it fix things, whatever, not just like my question is like, oh, that's cool, what else am I gonna get? Like I'm really excited. I'm not worried about will it fix my issues with the film. I'm excited about like this is a cool universe and I'm gonna see a bunch of extra stuff. And like that's exciting and that's what it should be. Anyone who's like invested in, is it going to make it better, is it going to be worse, is it worth watching, is it going to fix plot holes or whatever, is like I don't think that any of that's the point.
But there really wasn't any plot holes, was there? I mean,
No,
there
that's
wasn't.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, no.
Everyone's there to fix. There's stuff to flesh out, sure. There's lots of stuff that can be more
No,
of.
they did a good job with like, telling the story. But like I said, there's just like missing, backstories and more.
But I can guarantee you, though,
fleshing out
after
the
it comes out, Twitter's going to be covered with like, how dare they cut this scene?
Well, they're
This
already
fixes
doing that
all
right
this
now.
stuff."
They're already doing that now. That's the sad part. It's like, but at the same time, it's keeping the conversation going. Like it's keeping the trends going on social media. And I was like, immediately when I see stuff like that, and I, somebody sends me like, oh yeah, so and so was like not impressed by this, and I'm like, yeah, because when that R-rated cut, guess what? They're gonna be watching that, and then they're gonna be like, oh man, so much better. And I'm like, yeah, all part of the plan, I guess you could say. I mean, I'm always looking at it as a marketing,
No, it is.
point.
I mean,
is the fact that it's like they're doing like they're already building in the Snyder cut thing, and I mean maybe it's a trial run because we really haven't seen this. And I mean, we saw James Cameron. I mean, when talking to Danae, was talking about like, hey, if I can make like a 6-hour movie and then I can make a 2-hour version for theaters, but on streaming, I put it for 6 hours. It's like, yeah, that's a interesting concept. And now we have this kind of doing a trial run a little bit.
Well, hold on. Well, let me just ask this question, Scott. When you saw 300 in theaters,
I didn't
how
see
was that
300 in
experience?
theaters.
Okay, well, when you saw 300,
Oh, you
what was your
should have.
experience?
So many dudes with their hairy chests out.
Right. What was your experience with 300?
Men in bikinis and
hairy.
sandals. Oof.
I remember renting 300 and watching it with my dad at his house on his
Over
TV.
and over.
What did you think about it as far as a film was concerned?
I thought it looked stunning. Like
Okay.
I knew, I
There was
remember
something
when
different
I
about it,
remember when
essentially.
when the movie came out,
Mhm.
everything suddenly, because I was working at Barnes and Noble at the time, everything was about the Battle of Thermopylae. Like there was a Stephen Press, like basically, if there was a book about the Battle of Thermopylae, whether it was historical fiction or if it was historical
Retelling.
nonfiction about those events, I mean, it was a phenomenon. Like everyone was talking about it. Like even if you hadn't seen the movie, people were talking about the Spartans. People were talking about the 300. It
Yeah.
was conversation.
Okay. What was your thought? So, and I'm using that as a basis because as we watched that film, it completely looked. It was just such a fucking genre changing, like game changing fucking film. And yet it's still 2 hours. So it's not like the runtime is a big difference, right? It was still shot on a green screen. It's not, I mean, you could definitely tell that it's not realistic.
Yeah, but at the same
here,
time,
Mac,
it's not building a universe, though. That's
I
the
know
thing.
it's not building a universe. You're absolutely right. It's not building a universe, and yet still, I would love to. People are still talking about. They want to see the Alexander and fucking Great film. That's the prequel to it, right? Okay, well, I mean, shit, that's a universe if we're gonna say it. But at the same time, the only thing I'm specifically stating is that movie was different. Can you, and I'm asking as a genuine question. It's a genuine. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong for me to ask this. I'm not saying that you're right or wrong for even having a difference of opinion. I'm saying, was there anything game changing in Rebel Moon that you saw today or in the last few days?
I mean, the whole war sequence and the war and the shooting and the fact that he basically brought in his own version of wooisms. I would say, like, see, the point I was actually thinking about right now is like what I appreciate about Zack Snyder is the fact that he tries different things. Like when you look at Man of Steel, one of the things that bugged me the first time I watched it, but now I love, is the whole like handheld camera zoom in thing. I didn't like that at first. When I first watched it, I was like, I enjoyed the movie, but I was like, what the fuck was going on with the cinematography when it came to that? But now when I watched it, I'm like, God damn it, I see what they were doing right there. He tries different things with all his movies. It's like similar to like bands that I like when they try different like they're not like a consistent sound. Like if you
I'm
I'm
not saying that he needed to be the same. I'm not saying he needed to do anything similar to what he's done before. What I'm asking though is, did he do anything game changing or genre changing with this film?
I think the integration of so many different genres into one cohesive story is something I've never seen on this stage. There's usually some kind of compromise made where like, well, it all has to be sci-fi, not fantasy, or we can't have animals that might actually literally understand the things that a person is saying to them. There's like actual magic
character designs that popped up in this that I was like, oh wow, how did that happen in live action?
That's in here too. Yeah.
Like, what do you mean?
I mean, dumb stuff, but like this is a random one, but what's Sigrid? Is that his name? We were talking about
father, the father of the village.
Yeah.
His overalls.
He's wearing the overalls and he's wearing the newsboy cap. It's like
but
beautiful.
But is that genre changing?
Oh no, I'm just talking about like as an overall aesthetic, it does things.
And I hate to say that because at the end of the day, I shouldn't be putting that kind of pressure on Zach. Not that he gives a fuck about my opinion. But what I'm saying though is that each film that Zach has ever done has changed a lot of shit in cinema.
But
that's all
I think that we are kind of retroactively looking at some pre-digested stuff here. Because like Star Wars was the same thing when that came out. People said like, "Oh,
but nothing had come out like Star Wars. Huh? Like nothing had been like Star Wars."
But are you looking for a good story, or are you looking for a game changer?
What is it that you're looking for? All the stuff it ripped off. They said it's all.
You're absolutely right.
My Twitter, I posted a bunch of.
You're right, but nothing. It ripped off a lot of shit from Dune, but when was Dune come out in the 1960s?
Time, people criticized it for being a boring rehash of stuff they'd already said. It brings nothing new to the genre, all sorts of stuff like that. Star Wars is the genre to the point where people
no. That's because nothing came out before Star Wars, right? Like there was nothing like Star Wars. Is there anything like Rebel Moon?
No, but you're saying that in 2023, in 1977, that's not how people were talking about it.
But I understand that, but in 2006, there was Sin City came out in 2005. So I thought that's what a comic book film was supposed to be.
I see your point.
What you're trying to say, Garza, it's hard for me to say yes or no yet without me seeing kind of part two and understanding. Right now in this film alone, I can't.
That's how we have to judge it, though. Is this film alone?
If this film alone,
to be fair, only time will tell if it's a game changer. Only time will tell whether it's a game changer or not, because we only realize. Wait, hold on 1 second. We only realize Zack Snyder's greatness with time. We don't see it right away.
That's an incorrect statement, because Sin City came out in 2005. And I remember seeing that, and I was like, oh, I guess that's what a comic book film is supposed to look like. And 2007 comes out, Zack Snyder releases 300, and I was like, oh, shit, never mind. That's what a fucking comic book movie should look like. You know what I mean?
Okay, for the general audience who saw, let's say, Zack Snyder, not Zack Snyder, what BBS. Right, the automatic response was, "This is a bad movie. This is not what superhero movies are supposed to be like." Was the movie top 5? It is a top 5 of all times. So it took people some time to understand.
Was it top 5 when you first saw it? When you first saw it,
to me. Exactly. But what I'm saying it is to us.
I'm talking about for us.
It is to us.
I'm not talking about general fans. I'm talking about us. Just us 7 people on this panel. Was it to you as personal game changing? That's what I'm asking. Because I'm not trying to pretend that Rebel Moon, what I saw, was some 300 or Watchmen. I'm not judging it that way, but I am saying that when I saw those films, they had an impact on me. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
if you're asking game changer, are you asking if there's something that we saw there that we never seen before? Is that what you're asking?
I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if
Garza needs some of those tentacles. That's what happens.
Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I need that.
Tentacles, that's the first.
Yeah. I could think, you know what I mean? Like, this hour that's missing out of this film, I don't know what's in that hour. I don't know if it's going to improve the story.
That is one of those areas where I'll say the experience that, especially the way he outlined it today, but the way that the big difference with the director's cut, and I try to avoid going here because my whole thing is like to avoid saying like the director's cut will fix this, but like I think the type of experience that you're talking about is the part of the movie. Like, this is just like Zach always makes 2 movies, right? He'll deconstruct something and he tries to deliver. I don't mean 2 separate movies, but I mean he'll try to deliver on the thing while commenting on the thing at the same time, right? Like, he'll say like violence is bad, isn't this cool, right? Like violence is not cool, but it looks really good on screen. Like, he'll do that, like, and that's his whole thing is kind of providing that dichotomy. And the struggle with the studio is always like they're interested in the show this being cool, but don't provide the commentary along with it. And so, based on what he was saying, it really sounds to me like this is him kind of saying like, oh yeah, people just want the pure genre movie. So like, let's give a version of the movie that is just here's your straight up, straightforward sci-fi building a team movie, and the version of it that's going to be like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if we fucking twisted that genre trope that you know from wouldn't it be funny if you go into the bar and, oh, it's not just a Mos Eisley, it's Mos Eisley, but this other fucked up thing happens.
You're right.
That kind of experience where you're like, I will never watch a sci-fi movie the same again because of that fucking tentacle scene in Rebel Moon. Like, that is what you're going to get from the director's cut. But that's it.
And that's, I hope, and that's what I'm saying. I don't feel, it's not like I'm sitting there saying that Rebel Moon, what I just saw, is a bad film. Like, I want to see something that's, that stays with me, that I
Right.
goes
Well,
like, God damn.
I
You know what I
don't
mean?
think you can discount Zach from trying to make a little bit of a point as well. And I think maybe that is kind of the point. His intent here is to deliver something that says like, here, I can deliver that movie that everybody wants me to make. And then also show like, by the way, here's that act. Like, this is him saying like, could he have done WB's version of Justice League and the Snyder Cut as a single experience?
He was basically saying, and I kind of understood what he was saying when he said this, when he was like, listen, I mean, if we had watched, Seven Samurai and, in that fight where there's two samurai and they're dueling for whatever fucking reason, and, he slices them and that's really it. Like, dude, what if we saw that, but in real life, like fucking dude gets sliced, blood fucking squirts out and you see that shit. That's what I was thinking he was talking about when he was like, yeah, like that's what would happen in that fucking film. Like, that's how it should happen. And okay, like, and at the end of the day, even with Seven Samurai, yes, I know 4 of them die, but it's not like all 4 of them are like, oh my God, that was heartbreaking, like that they died. That's just because
you're saying that it was a simple story then. So because it is a simple story.
I know that. I understand that. That's what I'm saying. But Seven Samurai came out in the 50s, right? Okay,
right.
Well, if we're gonna have a film that's based off Seven Samurai in 2023, and instead of them all being samurai, they're all gonna be each individual fucking people. Well, okay, well, shit, they're not. I need to know about them.
Then inspired by it, but
yeah, well, you know what I mean.
I mean,
right?
I think
I know, I get it.
If you're giving credit to Zack Snyder, I think the credit is in saying like.
The fact that he pulled it off in this film, I'm telling you, it works.
Yeah, I mean, like he makes Sucker Punch, and then the statement is this can be in movies now. Like this kind of stuff is what movies can be like. And then he makes 300, and you're like, comic book movies can look like this. Like men, actors,
genre changing.
Like and then you go forward. I feel like with Batman v Superman, comic book movies can be this now too. Yeah. Now with Rebel Moon, it's like to all of these Star Wars and Star Treks and sci-fi fantasy of the last 15 years that have been like retreading the same Warhammer stuff. It is fantasy can be this. You can have all of this stuff in one movie. Like that's the overwhelming thing that it took away is like
you could get that from Foundation. I mean, have you watched Foundation?
No, I have not, but
yeah. Foundation does a very good job at that. So yeah,
Foundation is a good example because it's fantastic. Like it's incredible hard sci-fi, but there is a seriousness and there is an internal like it has to make sense. It has to fit the logic of us watching it. And Rebel Moon is like he is talking to this bird. This bird is attending a funeral. Like it can be all of this insane stuff
about that.
Because you just, and again, as I say to Steven all the time, I will quote Black Sails again. People will say it can't be done. It won't work until you do it. And then they'll say it was inevitable. It had to have happened. He wasn't that much of a groundbreaker. He was just it evolved and he was the guy who did it. When in reality, he was the only guy crazy enough and to convince the studio to give him enough money to do it.
And he suffers from that too.
Well, like everything that Henry Cavill's Warhammer, like everything that could be in Henry Cavill's Warhammer was just changed by the stuff that was on screen in this.
Yeah.
Because it's now not as crazy.
And Zach suffers from that in a big way too, that he doesn't get enough credit for, as always, is when people criticize his stuff for looking like a video game, nobody ever asks, why the fuck do video games look like that? The guys that make like the cinematic trailers for video games saw fucking 300 and Sucker Punch, and that then influenced the way that all the video games look and the way they make those cinematic trailers and stuff for video games. And now people say that Zack Snyder's movies look like that, but no, they look like that because of Zack Snyder.
Yeah. But they didn't exist this way before
video games look like Zack Snyder movies.
You're saying that they didn't
do that.
Are you saying that those cutaway scenes didn't exist before 300?
No, I'm not saying cutscenes didn't exist. I'm saying cinematics in video games changed
the way
because of Snyder's like cinematics and go look at a cutscene or a cinematic from a video game in 2001 versus after Sucker Punch or 300. Like they started the aesthetic changed after Zack Snyder showed what could be done with these movies, because what Zack was doing with a camera is way easier to do in those environments. And so it didn't influence movies as much because it's way harder to recreate in movies. But when someone's designing a cinematic for a video game, well, you can put the camera wherever you want, right? So they're going to play with that kind of style a lot.
Make it look like Lawrence of Arabia or something.
Yeah. So they were game changers. Is that what you're saying?
Well, he gets criticized for looking like a video game, but the video games that he's getting criticized for looking like look that way because of him.
I mean, you literally have James Cameron, or was it James Cameron that said that?
It was James Cameron praising him.
That he said that like he created a signature that everybody tried to replicate with the whole like fast.
You're absolutely right.
Flow,
You're right.
The fast
Absolutely.
flow. Yeah, I mean, like he created that signature, and everybody's trying to replicate it. And when you see it, it's like, yeah, good try. You tried, but it didn't look as good. You know, that's the thing.
It's like in the way that people like.
I mean, just the fact that it was visual language was what he said, right?
Yeah, visual language.
Like Wachowskis did it in Matrix with bullet time, but we point to those when we say you had to call it bullet time, right? You had to say, oh, the Matrix used bullet time because we're all thinking about Neo leaning back is the one that everyone remembers. Whereas with Zack Snyder, it was like, I mean, I can't really think of one because he uses it all the time, all over the place.
Well, and that's why he's
almost like it's just in his bag of tricks.
He's slow motion and rampant,
as if he invented it.
Yeah.
When like no, he just he used it and with speed ramping.
He did it in a different, unique, specific way that changed how you looked at things. I know that.
Like him and his crew created that rig for 300.
I know they did. That is
the multi-camera.
That is literally the basis of my question for what Rebel Moon
so
was.
Larry Fong.
That's why I'm asking.
We got that guard like 3 hours ago.
That all relates to Larry Fong. I mean, I really do say that. I mean that with all respect. Larry Fong, there is a difference between how Larry Fong shoots Zack Snyder's films and how Zack Snyder shoots his films. It's clear. From here on out, I've seen 2 films, Army of the Dead and Rebel Moon, and I've seen several more other films, Larry Fong and Zack Snyder. There is a difference. I mean, is anybody going to tell me different?
I'm not going to debate that.
Did you see the Predator?
No,
the one in Hulu.
The one on the one that Larry Fong was
prior to Prey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
No.
You're talking about the Predator that came out. That
the Predator. Yes.
Yeah.
The Predator. That was before Prey came out. Which was
no, I didn't see it. Why do you ask?
The one that almost killed Prey.
Why did
Larry Fong was the franchise?
Yeah, I mean Larry Fong was the director of photography on that, and it was like a very
generic.
Right. Exactly. You're absolutely you're proving my fucking point right now. Exactly.
Well, the thing
Larry Fong by himself, maybe he's not the greatest, right?
But working with Zack,
but all of a sudden when
I agree. When
he is linked with Zack. Fuck, dude, they make some gold goddamn films. Like, I don't know. There's a difference in how that shit is done. I don't know why.
I mean, there's also like the asterisk here, right? Is like Larry Fong and Zack Snyder have produced like some of the most strikingly beautiful cinematic images that have ever been made ever.
Mm-hmm.
So like,
right.
Well, also you're judging
like when
Larry Fong and Zack Snyder have made some of the highest budget movies made for IMAX ever.
No. Watchmen was made for $185,000 or for $185 million. Okay, Rebel Moon parts 1 and 2, 179 fucking million.
And Hachi was 300.
And 300 was like
50 million.
No, but Rebel Moon is like 80 something million per movie.
Exactly. 160. And so Watchmen was 185 million, and it was a 4.5 hour cut. Okay, because I'm going to go with that because at the end of the day, that's 4.5 hours. That is a cut. If Rebel Moon's going to be 3 hours, give or take, and the next film's going to be 3 hours, the R-rated cut. At the end of the day, that's only 2 more hours of footage, right? I know for a fact that Larry Fong does not cost 20 million extra
but my point is that it's not an apples to apples. Like look at Snow Steam Iron. Why doesn't Rebel Moon look like Snow Steam Iron? He shot that with an iPhone.
It does.
I don't think aesthetically it's totally different.
There is similar shots into that. It's not like I'm sitting there going, dude, Snow Steam Iron is
right, like what do you think a cinematographer, like Larry just points to the camera, whereas Zach, like a cinematographer is not like someone who like has these killer angles.
So
that's
then,
like what they do.
I get what you're saying. So
sets up
explain to me
lighting
why
the way that the director tells them to set it up.
So explain to me why.
So you're saying that 300. Wait, hold on a second. You're saying that 300, Watchmen, BBS, and Zack Snyder Justice League would I'm sorry, not Zack Snyder Justice League.
BBS.
But BBS. All those three movies would still look just as good without Larry.
No, I'm saying that your people, these are not all supposed to look like that.
They're not supposed to look.
Yeah.
Dude, 300 does not look like Watchmen. They don't look anything similar. What I'm saying is they look unique. They look
because of the work that they do together.
You like them more, right? Like you like that collaboration.
Absolutely,
more.
I like them more. But I'm talking about technicalities. I'm talking about how it looks, dude. I have no sure, I love the story, but dude, I can look at something and go, well, that looks beautiful. Well, maybe that doesn't. I don't know.
Well, I mean, we're getting dangerously close talking about like how much cinematography is in this, right? And that's like
I know
more of a visual.
That is
right, but I mean, in my mind, I like the way that
this
Rebel Moon looks.
Visually,
I'm not saying that it looks bad
in it.
It's visually pleasing. It's visually pleasing.
I'm not saying Rebel Moon is shot bad or anything like that. What I'm saying is that at a certain point, though, with this kind of film, like, I don't know if that's the factor that made 300 look different, or BVS look different, or Watchmen look different. Was
the point that I'm trying to make about making comparisons to those is, like, for example, especially those collaborations, is that they are like especially Watchmen, 300, BVS. They're comic book movies, and so they are intentionally creating that comic book style. It's not they're not always ripping off panels, even though people claim that they're it's different, but they're creating these iconic moments that are of the comic book genre. Zach is always playing with genre. Go look at like Sucker Punch, for example, and that's overly stylized, but it does a very similar genre commentary that Zach is doing with this. And
would you say Sucker Punch looks like Rebel Moon?
What?
No.
Would you say Sucker Punch looks like Rebel Moon?
Yeah, I'd say those are probably the two most visually similar in terms of like, if you're gonna say what does this look the most like in his filmography?
Well, I don't know. I'm asking because Dave just said no, so I'm just curious.
I didn't think it would look exactly like.
Yeah,
I don't feel like I don't feel they at all.
There's no similarity between how. Specifically, even in the
but that's what I love about the fact that it's like he changes it up with each movie. He's not trying to.
I guess I don't know what we're comparing. Then are you talking about like shots that you want to use for wallpaper and which one has the most of those
visuals,
stylistically?
I'm just talking about aesthetically pleasing to the eye. That's all. I
don't understand the way we're.
Sucker Punch looked like a bad fucking film.
I like that Rebel Moon was like it was naturalistic at times and then very cold at other times, and then you would get those pronounced shots like Jimmy under the bridge or obviously like the silhouette at the beginning where it is like, oh, it's a reminder of like the place we're in is massive, but the story is not supposed to be about that. Like I think they're all, I mean, obviously, this is kind of like dumb to say on some level, but all of these movies are pursuing very different goals in terms of like the vibe and the tone and the style.
Yes. Well, like you put that scene under the bridge in Sucker Punch or 300 or even BVS, and you're like, what the fuck is this doing in this movie? But like,
it would be different.
It's visually like iconic. I think the way that it's
maybe Man of Steel is closer.
Jimmy looks flawless.
Even the lensing is.
I remember that, man. When I was in Man of Steel and there was a shot of a seagull coasting on the wind and then water pouring into a bucket, I was like, is this a Zack Snyder movie? Is like, going to the heartland of America? And again,
that wasn't Zack Snyder cinematographer. That was Malik. I forgot his last name.
Amir Mokri.
Yeah.
Well, right. But I'm assuming the cinematographer wasn't like, I'm gonna go film this seagull, or I'm gonna.
Right, but
this water in this bucket seems important to me. I hope Zach puts this in.
But that's just kind of what
maybe
I
it was.
mean.
I don't know.
it's not a dig.
A lot of that
at
was Zach holding the camera too.
I understand,
right?
but what I'm trying to do is separate our conception of why we're blaming this on the cinematographer, because
But I'm not blaming.
No,
anything.
it's not blaming.
I'm not blaming anything.
I'm not saying blame, but I'm saying attributing to, because we're talking about like shots and like shot setup and all that. And
yeah, I'm asking if there was a difference in how this looks, and if this is like game changing. That's all I'm asking. Like, are you really going to tell me? And I'm asking. It's a genuine question. I'm not sitting there talking shit. I'm saying, are you really going to tell me that Rebel Moon is fucking? I mean, the way it's shot, like, and I hate to say this, but like Dune. When I saw Dune, I was like, God damn!
All right.
I'm in a different.
I think it's fair to say that we haven't seen the full movie because it's a it's.
I was just about to bring that up too, Ben.
So so we don't know if it's a game changer until we see the
but I'm not
second
going to cop out on like
but that's
I'm not going to punt on.
Yeah.
But it's not fair. I mean, like,
well, if somebody's never seen heavy metal or anime, this movie will blow their goddamn minds apart.
Yeah, that's true.
But if you have, it won't as much.
Because there is some, and that's the thing is like, I remember when like when I went to the second showing and I got that poster and I was like, oh my God, this is like just the cover of heavy metal. I'm like, man, it got me thinking, because my dad was a big fan of heavy metal. Of course, he didn't show me when I was a kid, but then when I, grew up and I did watch it, and there is something about animation that is very hard to capture on film. And I think like the Wachowskis did a fantastic job. Obviously, when it came to the Matrix, trilogy, they were like, hey, we can do something here. And I think Zach has done, a level of that when it came to certain visuals and certain stuff like that. And yeah, maybe when it comes to Rebel Moon, it's not like I don't know. To me, it's almost, it's hard to be like, all right, is there something here that's going to blow people's minds? I mean, us nerds who love what he does with visuals, we could pick that out. But maybe some, in Garza's point, it's like, hey, maybe the general audience can't really see that. Is that where you're trying to get at? Like Garza is like,
listen, let me just say this. Zack Snyder is my favorite director. He has influenced so much of my life, just in general, in my stories and everything that I'm doing.
Especially your writing.
Especially my writing. I fucking love the dude with all my heart. Okay. That is not a dig on anything. I also am a human being, and I can go, well, I'm not saying that I expected a fucking game-changing fucking film whatsoever. I'm just saying that I've now seen a couple more films of his where he's doing certain things on his own, and I'm going, well, maybe, when it came to having separate departments of people that were involved with certain things, maybe it worked better for him, because I don't fucking know. I have no idea, because I didn't live through those. I'm just saying that the experience that I've experienced with, again, 300, Watchmen, fucking Sucker Punch, then Man of Steel, BVS, like there was a lot of shit that I was like, God damn, dude, it was influential for me. And so when I was watching Rebel Moon, it's not that I was expecting so many things, but I was like, am I going to see something unique or something different? And it felt, from the cut that I've seen so far, it felt like, okay, I get the story. Okay, it makes sense. There was nothing where I was like, oh my God, I can't believe that shit just happened. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, regardless, it doesn't matter.
I get it, but I think like unique to Zack Snyder, there was some uniqueness to Zack Snyder. Like again, Steve and I were talking about this after premiere. Is like the war sequence. Like we've never seen Zack just have like the.
But we didn't see the other side of it. So
I know, but at the same time, even like when it came to the bar sequence, where the Cora just starts like effing up dudes, and there's like a bunch of other goons around. We've never seen Zack Snyder do something like that.
I've never seen Zack Snyder do that, but I've seen
one thing that I want to mention.
I know, but that's the thing. It's like he's not like. It's not like it's like, okay, it's not something new, because again, to me, it was like, oh, he summoned some wooisms, and I actually wanted to bring that up when he was here. It was like, did you watch some John Woo movies when you watch this? Because it gave me a sense of like, because I love John Woo movies, and the fact that when he could do like those slow motion like slides and shooting and stuff like that, that very much reminded me of John Woo. And I was like, I should have brought that up when he was here, but sadly I didn't. But it's like, okay, so yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, guys. Is like nothing like super wowed. It's like, but at the same time, he still did something that was out.
I mean,
like
but he's
before.
When he did the 300 fucking Leonidas thing, nobody had done that.
I know,
no.
I know, but that was 2006.
That's what I was saying. That's the only thing I'm saying. Like, it sucks because he did that, right? Like, so
yeah.
I'm going, well, dude, what else are you gonna give me? You know what I mean? Like, it's almost a shitty thing for me to sit there and think. Like, I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. I'm just going, I was expecting like, hey, dude, you have free reign. Like, dude, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Yeah, but I think it's unfair to make that judgment on a film that is not even.
It's unfair. I agree that it's unfair. I'm not even complaining. I think I'm a shitty person for
so
saying
what the fuck
that's
you talking
the
then?
I'm trying to get I'm trying to get you guys to convince me that I'm in the wrong for.
Well, yes, you are in the wrong.
I haven't gotten
to watch the second part to ask this question.
Or the R-rated cut.
Yeah. No, because you keep fucking saying, not you, but Royal, y'all keep saying, oh, we'll do this. We'll wait till this. No, dude, I'm fucking saying, just give me. I just saw something.
But it's not a complete film,
dude. Neither was BVS.
You've been talking about doing all fucking night. Do you think that
neither was BVS?
Do you think Villeneuve made a game changer movie?
As far as Dune was concerned, absolutely. I haven't seen a fucking film like his.
Fucking game changer. I love that fucking movie. Don't get me fucking wrong. What is game changer about that movie?
That shows worms being that fucking big of a deal, or sand being that big of a deal. Please.
Beetlejuice.
A giant worms, CGI worms. That's a game changer.
That big of a deal, like in that kind of a way, right?
I mean,
no. I'm being facetious. That sounds like bullshit, right? Exactly. Right. What fucking difference does that make, dude? It's not game changer. I didn't say anything. I didn't say Dune was game changing. I said for me it felt like crazy. I hadn't read the book. Right?
So
good. So
okay,
tell me
so you want to know if it was game changer to one of us?
Who?
Oh, so you want to know if it was game changer to one of us?
I want to know what was game changer for you guys. I don't fucking know. That's what I've been asking.
I think okay. So if we say, listen, we cannot give you an answer until we watch either the extended cut or the second version. Will that suffice?
No, because we saw a cut. That's it.
I think you're trying to make people make an argument that nobody's trying to make, as if it's an objective for what this movie is supposed to be. And
no. I'm trying to find out what makes you think that this is not made you, but just what's. We can all say that the fucking Leonidas scene is a unique fucking scene to 300.
Yeah, but
right?
that's a complete.
You're talking about something that changed cinema. Though.
I fucking know that, man. I'm not saying that that's the case. I'm just saying. Is there something like that in Rebel Moon? That's all.
No, there's not going to be something that's going to be like Leonidas kicking the dude into the fucking pit. There's not going to be something like that. There's not going to be. I mean, that's the thing is like you have moments in cinema that are game changers, and sadly, we're getting to the point where technology and everything where it's at right now, it's harder and harder to even do the whole game changer thing. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm surprised that James Cameron pulled off Avatar 2 just because like it was an experience and the visual effects were like some of the best visual effects we've ever seen. But it's like even him, when it comes to Avatar 3, he goes, when it comes to Avatar 3, it's more about the story and, pushing the characters. We can't really do too much more. And it's like you get to a peak. That's the thing. You get to a peak. And that's the thing. It's like, Zack helped craft cinema. He put his signature on it when it came to 300, and everybody's been trying to replicate that since, and they don't exactly match his quality for sure. I get that. I get what you're saying, Garza. It's like at the same time, it's like, but what's like at the same time, it's like, what the fuck else could he actually do? It's like he just wants to make. He's a kid in a candy store trying to make his, just be like, hey, this is what I love. And I want to just put it out there. And I don't think he's trying to reinvent the wheel. when it comes to stuff, but he can still have his signature visuals in it, but it's not going to be anything that's going to like, go, oh my God, did you see this part right here?
You know
what? But then again, who knows when it comes to
I think those movies are too different for you to make those, to try to make those comparison, because even 300 has so many shots that were like, holy fuck, have you seen 300? And the same thing goes for Watchmen, but the only thing that I still, I'm on the side of Garza on this one, is that I wish I would have gotten the full-fledged whatever version of this one was, because maybe there we would have seen something like, holy shit, did you see that? And this is something that I said last week, that we have been enamored with the idea of having this more, not grotesque, but more adult content that's been given to us, as far as The Boys or Invincible. So and even Andor to a degree. So if we would have gotten this adult version of his not Star Wars version. I don't know why I keep saying that, but his version of this galactic story, then probably would have felt a little bit different. Well, not me. Well, Garza will feel a little bit different, but I think once we get that, probably we'll have this conversation again. I think having this conversation about this film here, I don't think I think it's an unfair. Try to make an unfair assessment, because we don't have the full version and we don't have the second part either. So,
well, and we're functionally, like, what is the movie trying to do? We're holding Zack up against movies that we're doing something visually that I don't think, like, he's not playing with things visually in this one the same way he does in others. What he's playing with here is genre. He's like the things that he is doing that are outside of what other cinemas are, like other movies are doing, is with the way that it's treating genre tropes and combining different genres together, and once again in the same way that Star Wars did. Now today, that seems like Star Wars always existed. That's a genre that was created by George Lucas, right? He combined a bunch of other stuff, other influence into one new thing, and it became a new thing. And now it's just Star Wars, and we think of it as this new. But like at the time, it was actually a time where that sci-fi fantasy blend from George Lucas's greatest hits had never existed before. And that's what this brings onto the screen. And it feels, what we're talking about now is, oh, there's a lot of familiar stuff here. But bringing it all together and putting stuff on this, blending aesthetics, putting them on the screen at the same time, no, there's no moment where it's like, holy shit, there's a hole opening up in reality and cinema's changed. But there are things that are going to happen that are changed because of that. We're down the road. There are genre influences that are going to you'll see the impact of it down the road in how it influences other people and the way they continue to play.
Can I tell you how what's game changing?
Yeah.
Can I tell you what's game changing in Rebel Moon is it's because of who he is as much as what he did, which is he took a Norse farming community, a spacefaring fascist regime, a griffin riding rancher, an alien populated Asian city. What else is in there? A crazy monster spider lady being fought with superheated katanas. And he made all of it slick as shit. No winking to the audience. No, this is goofy. Isn't this funny? We got a Gungan king who's also slick as shit. Star Wars is not slick as shit. There's some cool stuff in there.
Goofy. You're right.
Luke Besson with Valerian and Fifth Element and all of that. That stuff has to be goofy because they build that in. And the people that try to make it slick end up falling short because that's their goal. Whereas with Zack, that's just his style, man. Like that's just how he's going to do it, how he does it.
And you're
I love the Fifth Element, but there's a lot of humor.
You're absolutely right about all the things that he's kind of incorporated into it, and that could also be my problem. I mean, as far as me is concerned, because visually, I haven't seen something like that, but thematically, story wise, I mean, it to me it makes sense and why all this shit happens and all that stuff. But again, it goes back to like, you know, with Kai, if we would just something small, like if we would have seen him, you know, looking up at Korra fucking planting that flag, you'd be like, oh shit, that's the reason why he's fucking going at it. Okay, cool, makes sense. Like there's that fucking that tying of things together, whereas everything.
That's your question in creative choices, though.
Right? No, absolutely, you're right. Because at the end of the day, I wasn't expecting that. It's not like I went in going, no, I need Kai if he's going to betray them, because that's what I feel like. I need him to have a reason. Well, no, I didn't need that until he actually said, hey, this is what happened to my planet and my world. And I was like, oh, well, shit. I mean, if you would have just shown that and you saw, and all of a sudden it just went, well, if you would have just shown her fucking planting that flag from his point of view, dude, I mean, that's meat right there. And I would have been, either way, I still accepted it. But it's those little things where I don't know. And it's fucked up for me to say this because I don't want to feel this way about it. It's just like that's character development. That's where you could say, like, dude, I don't have to agree with Kai. I don't give a fuck about Kai and his demise and all that shit, but you'd show me why he did what he did. Okay. Him telling me why he did what he did. Okay, I guess that gets it, but I don't feel anything for it. Does that make sense?
There was that line. Yeah, there was the line, and it crystallized like what the movie was about, where Darian Bloodaxe said, I'm in. Yeah, because and even because we're responsible now.
Exactly.
And he said,
it's like, dude, like at the end of the day, like I don't need to believe that Kai is a good person. I don't need to believe any of that shit. And in fact, when he turns, I don't need really an understanding of why that. But if you're going to say why he turned like they did, well, instead of saying it, why don't you just show me that why he did? I don't.
And I didn't even need him because he says, like, why is it, you know, that Bloodaxe, why on earth would he switch? Like, why would he think this is noble at all? And Korra says, because guilt is a powerful thing. And he said, oh, guilt, the underbelly of honor. Which for me was like, oh, that's the big idea. All of these people are all honor. And he's saying, like, it's because of guilt. Like this entire thing is just how you're dealing with guilt. So when he turned, it was like, oh yeah, because this guy doesn't believe in honor in the first place.
Exactly. He didn't give a fuck. He was like, dude, he had
I didn't even need his, you know.
He didn't need to say that. I know. There was no reason for us to hear him and his reason on why he turned, right? Because at the end of the day, shit, I mean, he's whatever he is. That's cool. But you show me why he turned or why he even did this shit, right? At the end of the day, why did he fucking do it? I don't need to know. If you're going to tell me why, okay, cool. But I'd rather you show me why. And if you're going to show me why, well, show me that fucking Korra planting that flag.
Tell me why.
Yeah. Sorry. He's like, fuck this. I recognize her. I'm going to get her and I'm going to do what I need to do to get, you know, whatever revenge or whatever the fuck ever. Who cares? But I'm just, again, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, I thought that was a fun payoff.
You know what's funny? You're selling the director. You're selling the Snyder.
I know, and I shouldn't be though, right? Like
I know, this is part of it. It's built into this. That's the thing. It really is. I mean,
the only person that can tell me I'm right or wrong is Stephen Colbert. So he's fucking staying quiet. So
I think he's going to agree that this is built in, right, Stephen?
I mean, I don't think I think that it's designed for you to want more.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's nothing wrong with, like, that's where the previous Snyder, especially the Justice League Snyder cut, really makes it difficult to process this in the way that like the zeitgeist handles the conversation, because this is not like competing cuts. This is not a good one and a bad one. It's just, this was the straight up, oh, here's the straightforward sci-fi fantasy thing you wanted. You know, everyone wanted a normal Zack Snyder movie. Here's a normal Zack Snyder movie. It's fine.
Can I put words in your mouth, Steven?
Huh?
Can I put some words in your mouth?
Yeah.
It's really going to be hilarious for us when people watch the extended edition, because people are talking about it and they haven't seen this one in like half a year. and then, like you said, the extended edition will get all the credit when they say like, "This is better than I remember it."
Mm-hmm.
This really works the second time. It must be all this new stuff.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, Dice. I asked this question: do you think this extra hour is going to make you care about the characters at the very end of the climax? Exactly. That's my fucking point. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
But I already do. You can't ask me, is this going to make me care more about Jimon Hunsu's character? I'm already at a 10.
I know. But other than him?
I mean, honestly, the longer I look at that Staz guy's face, I start caring about whatever he's selling.
He's very pretty. I looked at it. He was there at the, I actually met him in person. He's a very pretty dude. Very tan.
I get it, man. I'm just asking questions, man. I'm not saying you're wrong for any of that, and that's what I'm saying.
But I will say, Staz, like his character, Tarak, like where was he in that final act? We didn't really see much of him doing anything.
He was chained up for most of it.
Was he chained up? Oh yeah, he was on the thing, but I thought they all kind of escaped because I know, like,
yeah, but I mean, when they got into the gunfight on the platform, then it was basically just kind of there was the Korra fight. Everyone else just was kind of shooting back and forth. Korra and Blood Axe did something, but everyone else was just kind of.
Because I was kind of wondering about, because like the second time I watched, I was like, "Where's Turek during this?" And then even the third time, I'm like, "Where's Turek during this?" So like, is there more? I mean, obviously, like. After everything's said and done, he's talking to one of Blood Axe's like soldiers. What's her name? I can't remember her name
or whatever.
But, yeah, and he like basically like tells her like, hey, you know, honor them every time you fight and blah blah blah. He gives good advice, which I like. I'm like, okay, this guy knows some shit. And I'm curious to know about the backstory of him being a prince and all that shit, and I'm kind of curious about his ab routine too. But anyways, but
at the same time, though, that doesn't mean anything for that ending of that film. You know what I mean? You're just interested. You're like, yeah, I want to know more about him. You know what I mean?
Well, we'll see what happens.
Cool. That's a cool thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying,
I feel like we don't have enough part ones of movies like this to. Even like, is this just what part one movies are? Because if I didn't care if any of them died, like that's probably why they didn't.
The biggest,
right? No, you're right. That could absolutely be the part. And Andrew, thank you for saying that because that's it. At least that's the first. That could literally be the reason why none of it felt like, am I supposed to care about these people dying? Because at this point, it's not the big battle. It's not the big thing, right? So in the second part, all of a sudden we get that backstory. We've seen them already fight and we know how they do it. So now we get this backstory and now we care at the very end of part two. Well, who lives and who dies? You get what I mean? Like that could very well be it. I'm not saying that that's not the case. So thank you, Andrew, for at least sparking an interest in my thoughts. I appreciate that.
Sparking an interest. I think this is a good spot to stop the stream right here. We're going 5 hours now. So
remember the first time we went 3 hours and we were like,
holy shit. Yeah.
And the first time we went 4 hours, we were like, what?
And is it not surprising that 5 hours later I can finally have a change of thought, at least just a sliver? 5 hours. And
I love it. We're not surprised that you're still talking 5 hours later. We're not surprised at all.
No, it's great. It's great. It's crazy. And it's great that everybody, came here. And of course, thank you to Zack Snyder for gracing his presence with us earlier today. That was great. Appreciate that. And we could pick his brain a little bit. So thank you to him. Thank you to Steven. Thank you to Garza. Thank you to Scott. Thank you to Ben. Thank you to Chris. Thank you to Dice. Andrew Dice. But let's go around the horn and let's go ahead and plug. And and again, Ben, good with the joke where you said, "Hey Zach, where we could find you." I think we all got it, and a lot of people got it. But it was like, oh, it was one of those things. But that was a funny joke when you said that, Zach. I was like, and I knew that was like he didn't understand it. He totally didn't, but everybody else did. And it was like that was a funny.
It's like
joke.
My fucking name, dude. You don't know.
It's like what?
Put some respect on my name.
Yeah. No, that was funny. That was a good one right there. I was like, oh shit. was like, that was good. Anyways, we'll go around the horn. Steven, go first.
Yeah, I'm Steven. You can find me on social media at SM Colbert. You can find my writing at screenrant.com. And Dice and I will be talking more about Snyder stuff at snyderminute.com.
There it is. Garza.
Let's hope you could change my mind like your partner fucking did, okay? Because if at the end of Rebel Moon Part 2, if I care about any of those motherfuckers living, Andrew Dice will have said it first 5 hours into this fucking thing where I go, that makes sense.
That whole time we were waiting for maybe the whole time all you needed was for someone to say maybe you'll feel different at the end of the story.
Yes, because at the end of the day, everybody. Because how many times were people saying, "Hey, no, actually, you know what? We need another R cut. We need another hour." No, dude. At the end of the day, that hour is not going to make me feel any different at the end of the part 1. You get what I mean? And maybe that's the case. Maybe that's the point. I don't need to care about who lives and who dies at part 1, but part 2, well, fuck. I mean, maybe that's the reason why the backstory is there. You get what I mean? Like that makes sense. And Andrew is the first person to say that. So I'm going, oh yeah, you know what? Now I could watch it again going, that make sense now because I don't know. You know what I mean? Regardless of another cut, it's what does that mean towards the whole thing, right? At the end of the day, that's the way I look at it. But anyways, I only care about that because, as you could see, J.A. Garza, that's what I write under. And writing is a huge thing. I'll be releasing something pretty soon. So it's just all about character and all. That's all I think about now, unfortunately. And it sucks because that's just how I'm triggered now. But you could follow me on Twitter if you wanted to hear my shenanigans every 8 months. In a while, I don't know. It's a rarity that I'm on, but be prepared for April when Andrew Dice gets the fucking dude. That was the reason, man. You changed everything about me, which is exactly
where they can find you, Steven.
No.
This motherfucker is gonna go on for 3 hours.
Andrew Dice and Stephen Colbert changed they changed everything about BVS for me. That's no bullshit. Andrew Dice specifically, there was a couple articles that he wrote BVS where I was like, am I the only one that feels this way about BVS? Fuck. And then no, they helped me out. So I'm glad 50% of those people can help me out and appreciate me. So thank you, Andrew. This is my love for you. Sorry. Anyways, Scotty.
I think Dice just checked out.
No, Dice is still there. I heard him laugh. All right, Chris.
Yeah, you can follow me on any of the socials at Chris Balga. All my shows, World's Finest True Believers and Marvel Alliance, are found on the Geek Ultimate Alliance. You can find that on all the podcatchers and all our live shows on the Geekverse Podcast YouTube channel.
There it is. Ben.
You can catch me on Twitter. Mr. _ listen, you can catch me on Real Anarchy. Search on Google, YouTube, whatever. I'm starting the whole channel again this year.
And what's the retirement home that we could send things to?
And you can send me
happy 50th, man.
You can send me Metamucil. You can send
don't
me
look a day over 50. Okay. You don't look a day over 30. Okay. Yeah.
Scott. Is Scott the last one or Dice?
Well, I was gonna do Dice because Scott's always sending this off because you know. See, I know. See.
He hasn't even been paying attention for the last hour. So
I know.
Yeah, I know.
I know. Some people were like,
it's been on TikTok for the past hour.
Okay. Solitaire.
Oh,
damn, even more embarrassing.
He's that fucking bored. He's like, I don't
more disrespectful to us. Waste.
All right, Dice, go ahead. Promote yourself.
Yes, I am. I invite, obviously, beautiful words from Garza. That warms my heart. That makes it all worth it.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for speaking that mind.
Please,
Steven sure as hell didn't fucking convince me. That's for goddamn sure.
Steven is just.
I didn't realize that
even if Steven is right,
the story's not done yet. So
That's all I was wanting, dude. I just wanted validation. That's all I cared about, man. Just validation. Man.
I hear you.
Sometimes I just need to be told I'm loved. Okay, that's it. That's it. Sorry, Dice.
Reassurance.
No, yeah, I get you. yeah, please, everyone, also send me positive thoughts in trying to save my hard drives for the continued success of BVS by the minute. I will say, just because I don't know when I'm going to be on next, we are closing in on 250,000 downloads for BVS by the minute. So there's hopefully a lot more Garzas out there. And I imagine from the sound of it, Rebel Moon by the minute is going to be a massive game changer in itself. So yeah, find me on Twitter.
You're going to be doing the art. You're going to be doing the art cut though, or
no? We're going to do both, right?
Well, I mean, oh man, Steven, we'll talk off. We'll talk off.
Yeah, exactly.
Not making us commit to doing
Jesus.
to any particular amount or schedule. We will be talking about it a lot, I'm sure.
There you go.
Yeah. And the comic.
Yeah.
Oh, God, so much stuff. All right, Scott. Send us off.
Of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. You can be looking forward to an Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom review and a Rebel Moon review coming from Tim and me. And then, of course, Sundays, starting again on January 7th, tune in here at the Film Junkie YouTube channel for DC Fanimator Stream. We will be picking up the new year with the 23rd episode of Superman the Animated Series, Solar Power.
God, I'm telling you got to listen to that last episode. We got so raunchy.
So bad.
It was so raunchy bad. Because we were just picking apart the undertones of a lot of the things that were in that episode.
We were naughty.
Very, yeah. Anyways, guys, hit that like, thumbs up. Thank you, everybody who joined tonight. Great panel, great discussion. Thank you to Zack Snyder, of course, who joined earlier. And yes, guys, we will talk to you guys later. See ya.